I don't put on too much. You don't want to obscure the dish. You can always have the extra on the side for people. And some of our chopped peanuts. And then you can park the limes right in the bowl. Now our soba noodle salad with mango, cucumber, and red peppers is ready to be enjoyed.
Our third recipe today is a simple dish which I make often during tomato season and occasionally in the winter when I can get my hands on good quality tomatoes. Despite having few ingredients, it delivers a huge flavor.
Join us Monday to Friday on Daytime Ottawa as we showcase some of the fabulous things that are happening in your city. We'll showcase some local businesses. We'll also have a little bit of fun with food and fashion. We'll talk a little health and wellness, and we'll share some of those inspirational stories of some of those local people that are doing absolutely amazing things. Tune in at 2 p.m. live Monday to Friday with repeats at 6 and 11 p.m.
on Rogers TV.
Everyone, welcome. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to start in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. Bonjour tout le monde et bienvenue. Welcome everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land. Today, of course, is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, and I'm pleased to see so many people wearing the white ribbon today. So for those who are able, now please rise for a moment of personal reflection. Thank you, merci. And if you're able, please remain standing. We are going to have the national anthem now, and I'll ask Councillor Kavanaugh to introduce our performers today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. I have the privilege of introducing the Singing Club from Woodruff High School, who are joining us this morning to perform the national anthem. We are honored to have this special group made up of talented individuals from grade 10 to 12 that include members of the school's concert band, as you can see, accompanied by their very dedicated teacher, Mr. Terry Duncan, who, in addition to running the high school singing club, teaches math, concert band, grade 9 music, and musical theater. And currently, he is working with students putting together Fiddler on the Roof. So we'll let you know about that. Stay tuned. This singing group has been made up of vibrant and enthusiastic students who come together during their lunchtimes under the guidance of Terry to share the music and camaraderie. Woodruff High School has always been a beacon of talent and excellence, and today is no exception. I was proud to be their school trustee for 8 years, and it was always my favorite place to go. Please join me in giving them a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, students. Well done. As a former trombone player in the high school band, I'm very proud to see so many trombones in that ensemble. All right, I will now ask the Deputy City Clerk to do the roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
If I was any more present, I'd be under a Christmas tree.
Councillor Dudas.
I'm here and I don't know how to follow that.
Councillor Hill.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
I am here.
Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Kavanaugh. EC. Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Councillor Plante.
Ici.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Present.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here in person because it was Councillor Brown's birthday yesterday.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor DeRoos.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor DeRoche.
Here.
Councillor Hubley.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Confirmation of minutes from the council meeting of November 22nd. Are those carried?
Carried.
And then minutes of the council meeting, regular and in camera, November 17th. Is that carried? We have some declarations of interest, including those originally arising from prior meetings. Councillor Hill.
I, Councillor David Hill, declare potential deemed in direct pecuniary interest on the following portions of the Community Services Committee CSC 2024 draft operating budget, Community Services Department, Children's Services Operating Resource Requirement, Wage Enhancement, and Canada-wide Early Learning line items, page 11 of the CSC budget book, as my wife is employed by an organization that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items, and Recreation, Culture, Facilities, Services, Community Recreation, Culture and Sports Programs, Complexes, Aquatics, and Specialized Services operating budget, pages 33 to 36 of the CSC budget book, as my daughter is employed as a lifeguard in the service that receives funding from this area of the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Luloff.
I, Councillor Matthew Luloff, declare a potential deemed pecuniary interest on the following portions of the 2024 Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee draft operating budget. Emergency Protective Services, Fire Services, Operating Resource Requirement, Communications, which is located on page 7 of the EPPS budget book, as my spouse is employed by Versaterm Public Safety, which is a software firm that provides services to Ottawa Fire Services and would receive funding from or would potentially receive funding from this budget line item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Johnson.
I, Councillor Lane Johnson, declare potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following items that were considered at the City Council meeting of November 22nd, 2023. Item 15.2.4, zoning bylaw amendment 253, 255, and 257 York Street and 78 and 80 Nelson Street. Item 15.2.5, zoning bylaw amendment 68 Sweetland Avenue, 146, 154, 156, 160, and 168 Osgood Street, as my spouse has a financial relationship with the owners of the properties.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll note the communications on the agenda. There were no regrets filed, and I'll now ask Councillor Kelly to introduce the motion to introduce reports.
I'm very pleased to do that, Mayor. Thank you. Be resolved the following reports be received and considered. Number one, the report from the Finance and Corporate Services Department titled 2024 Draft Operating and Capital Budgets. Number two, the report from the Committee of Adjustment titled Committee of Adjustment 2024 Draft Operating Budget. Number three, the report from the Ottawa Police Services Board entitled Ottawa Police Services Board 2024 Draft Operating and Capital Budgets. Number four, Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee Report 9. Number five, Audit Committee Report 4. Number 6, Built Heritage Committee Report 9B. 7, Community Services Committee Report 7. Number 8, Debenture Committee Report 1. 9, Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee Report 8. 10, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 8. 11, Planning and Housing Committee Report 19. Number 12, Transit Commission Report 9A. Number 13, Transportation Committee Report 9A. And number 14, the report from the City Clerk entitled Status Update Council Inquiries and Motions for the period ending December 1st, 2023, and summary of oral and written public submissions for items subject to the Planning Act explanation requirements at the special City Council meeting of November 8th and 9th, 2023, and the City Council meeting of November 22nd, 2023. And be it further resolved that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider the following budget reports rising from board meetings that took place on December 4th and 5th, 2023, following publication of draft council agenda. A, the report from the Ottawa Board of Health entitled 2024 Draft Operating Budget on the Ottawa Board of Health. Or the Ottawa Board of Health, rather. B, the report from the Ottawa Public Library Board titled Ottawa Public Library 2024 Draft Budget Estimates. Be it further resolved that the rules of procedure be suspended to receive and consider Finance and Corporate Services Report 10 due to the time sensitivity of the items contained in the report. Be it resolved that Council suspend the notice requirement, subsection 29.6 of Procedure Bylaw to consider the Integrity Commissioner's report entitled 2023 Annual Report of the Integrity Commissioner and its meeting on December 6, 2023. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Is that carried? Okay, let's jump now to item 27 on the agenda. So that's page 17 on your agenda if you're following along. So we'll skip over the budget portion and come back to that. So item 27 is the 2023 annual report of the Integrity Commissioner. Is that received? Item 28 is the status update on council inquiries and motions for the period ending December 1st, 2023. Is that received? Item 29 is the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee report. Item 29.1 is the Rural Community Building Grant Program. And I understand there is a motion to correct this from Councillor DeRuse. Councillor DeRuse?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas City of Ottawa administrators, the Rural Community Building Grant Program RCBGP funding envelope through the Rural Affairs Office was a stated intention to support rural-based community project undertaken by community associations, agricultural group, or other non-profit organization, whereas the initial report include criteria listed in the document 1 under section 4.0, which states in part that reviews meetings are anticipated to be held quarterly to make funding decisions, and a rural community building grant program applications review report is brought to Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee quarterly. And whereas the RCBGP has aided in the successful implementation of a multitude of enhancements to the community in the rural area Ottawa, and it would be beneficial to consider applications more expeditiously as opposed to quarterly review. Therefore, be resolved that Rural Affairs Office be directed to review applications for rural community building grant within 15 business days of receipt of an application, and to place them on the agenda for the next available regularly scheduled meeting of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. And be it further resolved that the rural community grants policy to be amended to replace the text section under 4.0 read as follows. Review meetings are anticipated to be held after staff review at the next available regular scheduled meeting of Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a motion came to ERAC, but I guess there was a revised motion from staff, so we will be able to work with them. And so basically, we read the wrong motion at ERAC, so that's all it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuse. Is that carried? And then the report as or the recommendation as amended, is that carried? Okay. Item 29.2 is the site alteration bylaw review. We will hold that. Item 29.3 is the independent electricity system operator LT1 procurement request for municipal support resolution. Is that carried?
Okay.
Item 30 is the audit committee report. 30.1 is the Office of the Auditor General investigation of allegations related to planning activities for the Conservancy development. We're going to hold that. Item 30.2 is the Auditor General's audit work plan for 2024-2025. Is that carried? Item 30.3 is the audit of security. Is that carried? Item 30.4 is a motion from Vice Chair Brown on the status of outstanding audit recommendations. Is that carried? Item 31 is the Built Heritage Committee. 31.1 is the application for demolition and new construction at the addresses noted. And I understand there is a motion to adjust the first recommendation here. Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. And the motion is whereas the report recommended approval of an application under the Ontario Heritage Act for demolition and new construction at 1 Maple Lane, 1112 Lisgar Road, whereas the Built Heritage Committee had concerns about the mass of the proposed house, and whereas the Built Heritage Committee referred recommendations 2 through 5 of the staff report to council and provided the following direction to staff: that the replacement duplex proposed for 1 Maple Lane be revised to reduce the massing on the site to increase the soft landscaping on the property in keeping with the importance attributed to the value of the natural landscaping as a key character defining element of the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District designation and plan. And whereas Heritage Planning staff worked with the applicant to address the concerns of the committee, and whereas revised plans have been submitted to reduce the mass, and whereas a motion is required to put forward the referred recommendations 2 through 5 for council approval as amended to reflect the revised plans, therefore be it resolved that the plans by Hoban Architecture dated August 2023 be replaced by the Hoban Architecture Plans dated December 2023 and received on December 1st, 2023, reflecting a reduced mass, therefore increasing the soft landscaping on the property. And be it further resolved that Council 2 approve the application of new construction at 1 Maple Lane, 1112 Lisgar Road, according to plans prepared by Hoban Architecture dated December 2023, conditional upon A, exploring alternative cladding materials that better reflect the character of the existing building, B, the applicant provides samples of all final exterior materials for approval by Heritage Planning staff prior to the issuance of the building permit. 3, approve the landscape plan for 1 Maple Lane, 1112 Lisgar Road, according to plans prepared by Hoban Architecture dated August 2023, conditional upon A, the applicants submitting a final landscape plan prior to the issuance of the building permit. 4, delegate the authority for minor design changes to the general manager, planning, real estate, and economic development department. And 5, approve the issuance of the heritage permits for each application with a 2-year expiry date from the date of issuance. And for context, Mr. Mayor, at its meeting of November 6, 2023, the Built Heritage Committee considered the staff report recommending approval of the application under the Ontario Heritage Act for demolition and construction at the listed address. The committee provided a direction to staff about seeking a reduction in the massing of the proposed replacement duplex to increase the soft landscaping on the property. The committee did approve recommendation 1, as we heard, of a staff report related to demolition due to the decrepit condition of the property, and referred the remaining staff recommendations related to the application for new construction to council. Since committee, we've heard that Heritage Planning staff has worked with the applicant to address the concerns of the Built Heritage Committee, and revised plans have been submitted by the applicant. The revised plan revisions put forward reduces the footprint of 1 Maple to 33% lot coverage and increases both its north and east setbacks. While some in the community are not pleased with the scope of the reduction, I believe we owe thanks to the Rockcliffe Park Residents Association's interventions throughout this process. Their input throughout the process encouraged the applicant to alter their design, utilize complementary materials, and reduce the replacement building's footprint. To address some of their concerns, I do have some questions to staff. Can you explain the 90-day timeline on the application?
Is it just a quick question you're asking, or do we want to hold this item? Or...
Why don't we hold it?
Okay. Okay. All right. Let's hold that then. Let's move to item 32, the Environment and Climate Change Committee report. Item 32.1 is the draft solid waste master plan phase 3. Is that carried? Pardon? Hold. Okay. Item 32.2 is the environmental assessment process for the expansion of the trail waste facility landfill. Is that carried? 32.3 is the water rate structure review framework and update. Is that carried? Item 32.4, streamlining the provisions for distinctive trees in the tree protection bylaw. Is that carried? Item 32.5 is the motion from Councillor Tierney regarding Enbridge and Saint Laurent Boulevard maintenance. Is that carried?
Hold, please, Mayor.
Carried.
Okay. I'll hold that. Item 33 is the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. 33.1 is the report on 2024 budget expenses. Is that carried? 33.2 is restatement of the Ottawa Carleton Regional Transit Commission Employees Pension Plan Text and Governance Plan. Is that carried? 33.3, the Adasoke project update. Is that carried? 33.4, 2022 Business Improvement Area and Spark Street Mall Authority annual reports and audited financial statements. Is that received? 33.5 is the Canada North Nuisance Mosquito Control Program. Is that carried? Item 34, Planning and Housing Committee report. 34.1 is the zoning bylaw amendment. And I believe there's a technical amendment from Councillor Hill. Is that right?
Thank you very much. Whereas ACS 2023 PS 0066, the report recommends amending the City of Ottawa zoning bylaw to permit warehouses, a reduced amount of parking spaces, as well as lifting the holding provision on the subject site 480 and 486 Citygate Drive. And whereas the report's details of the recommended zoning unintentionally contain certain technical errors and omissions, therefore be it resolved that Council amend Planning and Housing Committee Report 19, Item 1, Zoning Bylaw Amendment 480, 486 Citygate Drive, formerly 575 Dealership Drive, by replacing Document 2 of the report with the document attached to this motion as Attachment 1 and held on file with City Clerk, and be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to Section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you. Is that carried? And then the item is amended. Is that carried? 34.2 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 3745 St. Joseph Boulevard. I understand there's a referral motion for that. Councillor Luloff.
Whereas report ACS 2023 pre-PS 091 to permit 6-story mixed-use building at 3745 St. Joseph Boulevard was approved by Planning and Housing Committee on November 29th, 2023. Whereas the following this meeting, the abutting property owners at 3735 St. Joseph Boulevard contacted staff to express concerns with the zoning bylaw amendment as it related to shared access between the two sites as detailed in document 3 of the report. And whereas further investigation by staff confirmed that incorrect information was provided by the applicant concerning the right to shared access, and the analysis of the zoning bylaw amendment and report recommendations were premised on certain shared features between the two sites. Therefore, be it resolved that the report be referred back to staff until updated plans and reports are submitted to demonstrate the proposed development can function independently without the requirement for shared access. The staff report back to Planning and Housing Committee with an updated zoning bylaw amendment report for 3745 St. Joseph Boulevard when this issue has been resolved.
Okay, thank you. Is the referral motion carried? Item 34.3 is a zoning bylaw amendment for part of 780 Baseline Road and 7 and 9 Hilliard Avenue. Is that carried? And the bulk consent agenda, is that carried? All right, let's go back to page 3 of the agenda, item 10, which is the motion to resolve into committee of the whole for the budget discussion. Councillor Kelly.
That the city resolved to move into city council resolved to move into committee of the whole pursuant to sections 52 and 53 of the procedure bylaw.
Is that carried? Okay, thank you. And just before we move into the full budget discussion, I just wanted to make a few quick remarks about what I've been trying to achieve throughout this budget process. And over the past 18 months, as you know, I've been to hundreds of events in every part of the city, and I've knocked on thousands of doors. It's one of my favorite parts of the job, getting out in the community and meeting the residents of Ottawa. I've been to a number of different parades in the last couple of weeks in Osgood and Stittsville last weekend. I've knocked on doors in the Glebe and in Metcalfe and in Canada and Orleans and many other places. And what I've heard over and over again is that residents of Ottawa are struggling with rising costs, and they're worried about economic risk in the next year, including a possible recession. They want us to fix their roads and sidewalks. They want better public transit. They want more recreation centers and parks for their families, and they want us to support the most vulnerable. Ils veulent que nous réparions
They want us to fix their road and sidewalks. They want better public transit. They want more recreation centers and parks for their families. And they want us to support the most vulnerable.
Challenges, and it is clear that with limited resources, we can't do everything. That's why we have to make decisions, sometimes tough decisions. We have to invest in priority areas, but we also have to be fiscally responsible. We must use our resources wisely, especially at a time of economic uncertainty. And we must not add to the financial burden of our residents with big tax increases or fee increases. Nous devons utiliser nos ressources avec sagesse.
We have to use our resources wisely, especially at a time of economic uncertainty, and we must not add the financial burden of our residents with big increases in taxes and fees.
Throughout this entire process, I've been trying to balance all the different objectives and priorities from throughout the city. I've met with every single member of council to understand the situation in each and every ward, all 24 of them. It is a little bit like having 24 people to shop for during the holidays and knowing that you can't get, you can probably get everybody something, but not everything that they want. As a council, we can't do everything we want to do, but we can do a lot. I believe very deeply in a balanced approach, and I think this budget reflects that. First and foremost, we are respecting the wishes of residents and my campaign promise to keep the tax increase at 2.5% or less. Tout d'abord, nous respectons les
First and foremost, we respect the wishes of residents and my campaign promise to keep the tax increase at 2.5% or less.
Because we've managed our money responsibly and found savings in the budget, we're able to do that without cutting programs and services and without depleting our reserves. And I want to stress that again, we are not dipping into strategic reserves to deliver this budget. Any suggestion otherwise is either deliberately misleading or simply a lack of understanding of how the budget works. Because of the steps we've taken, we're able to invest significant new funds in priority areas. We're continuing the significant investment to bring light rail to Orleans and to the south end of our city within the next 18 to 24 months. We're building a new community center in Riverside South that will serve the entire southeast end of our city. We're upgrading recreation facilities, including the Larry Robinson Arena in Metcalfe, the Genet Pool in Vanier, and the Tony Graham Recreation Complex in Canada. And we're investing in parks and green spaces, including Jock River, Mooney's Bay, and François Dupuis. We're investing more than $900 million in the renewal of city infrastructure. We're doubling our annual investment to improve our sidewalks. We're starting a new program to improve our multi-use pathways and lighting. And we will be investing almost $130 million in fixing our roads. We're expediting the Greenbank Road realignment to address safety concerns in Barrhaven. We're listening carefully to our rural residents and protecting their interests, as well as planning a rural summit next year. We are increasing transit funding by $31 million to more than $767 million, and we're purchasing electric buses. We are also freezing the Equipass and Emergency Shelter Pass to ensure that the most vulnerable are not paying more for transit. We're dramatically increasing the capital budget for affordable housing from a base of $15 million last year to almost $24 million next year, rising even higher than that in future budgets. And there is a motion today that I support that will add one-time funding specifically for the 2024 budget to bring the total to $30 million in order to address the immediate emergency. Also, we are adding $5 million in operational funding for transitional housing, bringing our total investment in housing to an unprecedented level of $235 million. Nous ajoutons $5 millions de dollars.
We will be adding $5 million of operational funding for transitional housing, bringing our total investment in housing to an unprecedented level of $235 million.
We're investing in emergency services, including hiring more police officers and paramedics. We're opening a new police operations center in the Byward Market and starting construction on the new police station on Prince of Wales that will serve Barrhaven, Riverside South, and all of South Ottawa. These are historic investments that reflect our shared priorities. But I can tell you, this budget process wasn't easy. Municipalities are facing unprecedented pressures right now, and we don't have the resources to tackle them alone. And Ottawa, in particular, is facing challenges that are unique and specific to us, including the impact of changes to our downtown. As I've said many times, we must have help from our federal and provincial partners. We must have our fair share. We must get help that is specific to Ottawa, to our needs. There simply is no other way. Les municipalités sont actuellement confrontées
Municipalities are facing unprecedented pressures right now, and we don't have the resources to tackle them alone. And like I said it many times, we must have help from our federal and provincial partners. We must have our fair share.
My office and I have been working very closely with the federal and provincial governments in recent weeks, and I'm very hopeful that we will make significant progress and have good news to share in the weeks ahead. It is not a simple process to produce a budget that makes millions of dollars of new investments, keeps taxes and fees as low as possible, and maintains a very strong financial position so we are ready for uncertain times and are prepared to manage the growth of our city. And by the way, I should say it now, the 2025 budget will be an even bigger challenge, which is why it's important that we make very careful and strategic decisions with this budget and don't overspend or overcommit to any area. The work on the 2025 budget will begin immediately after this one. In fact, I actually have a meeting in my calendar in the next few days to get started on the 2025 budget. But for now, we have a budget for 2024 that takes a strong, responsible, balanced approach to our objectives. I want to thank Cyril Rogers and his team, and Wendy Stephenson and her team for their hard work and expertise in producing this budget. It is an enormous accomplishment. I'd also like to thank councillors for your cooperation and collaboration throughout this entire process. This budget represents the balanced approach that I have been striving for since I entered politics. Ce budget représente l'approche équilibrée.
This budget represents the balanced budget since I've started work in this position.
Financial risk. I'm looking forward to our discussion today and to adopting a budget that will deliver a better city for everyone, whether you live in the rural, suburban, or urban parts of the city, whether you drive, bike, walk, or take public transit, whether you are worried about where your kids will play recreational sports, or you're worried about more affordable housing. This budget moves us clearly and emphatically toward our shared priorities for this term of council. Ce budget nous fait progresser.
This budget makes us moving clearly towards a safer city, more reliable, and more affordable for everyone.
Toward a safer, more reliable, more affordable city for everyone. And it carefully positions us both financially and strategically for the important city building discussions that we will have in the next year. So let's get started. And we have a roadmap motion that we will follow for this, which I will ask Councillor Kelly to introduce now.
Thank you, Mayor. Be resolved that City Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole, receive and consider the draft 2024 operating and capital budgets as recommended by the Committee of Adjustment, the Ottawa Police Services Board, the Ottawa Public Library Board, the Ottawa Board of Health, and by the Standing Committees and Transit Commission, and the draft 2024 rate supported by operating and capital budget as recommended by the Environment and Climate Change Committee, as listed in the Council agenda, and incorporating all amended budget books and pages. And be it further resolved, the Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole, approve the following budgets.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. So we will start with the board budgets and begin with the 2024 draft operating budget for the Committee of Adjustment. So again, we'll move through each of these. If there are questions or motions, we'll deal with them as we go. Is that carried? The 2024 Ottawa Police Service draft operating and capital budgets as tabled on February 1st and as recommended by the Ottawa Police Services Board. Is that carried?
Carried.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see your hand there. Okay, Councillor Brockington.
Thank you. Is the police chief available to take questions?
Yep.
Okay. So thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Chair and Chief and Deputy Chief. Good to see you here again today. I'm not going to get in the weeds in my ward. I want to talk in particular high level about your budget, and in particular the allocations within the budget specifically for community policing, neighborhood response teams, and the importance of policing in residential communities. I do want to acknowledge the email you recently sent, Chief, about the evolution towards district policing, and we'll get more into that next year, not today. But a main chronic concern that I hear over and over again is the lack of visibility of police within our residential communities. Everyone embraces the importance of community policing, the neighborhood response teams that have been created, and certainly would like to learn more about the model that you're proposing that we go to next year. But can you please talk to me about how your 2024 budget allocates resources to community policing? The neighborhood response teams, I hear, are chronically redeployed to other priorities, that even though the promise was they would be engaged and immersed in the communities they're assigned to, they are continuously redeployed for other purposes, which creates a gap in expectations within the public. But can you please just elaborate on how your budget focuses on community policing? And will you commit to council that we're going to see improvements in 2024 with community policing? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Community policing certainly is a pillar that we want to focus on going forward. And as you mentioned, well, I'll just say this, as I've met with most of the councillors in the past 3 or 4 months, this is a common theme that you're reporting at this meeting that I've heard during those meetings. The visibility, the presence of officers in communities, be it rural, urban, and the downtown core. And this is why we want to focus and change the structure of the way we're delivering policing through the district model that will launch in 2025 in earnest. However, we do have plans in 2024 to partially launch the district policing model, which will include an enhanced communication with councillors, which will then place police officers in those priority areas that both our evidence says needs our presence, as well as the feedback from the councillors that indicate that these are the problematic areas within their ward. So it's something that we're going to be moving to later in 2024, but the full model will not be delivered until 2025. We do have some other initiatives that are ongoing or that will be launched. And I think it was mentioned in the mayor's comments about our neighborhood operations center and the Byward Market. Initiatives such as these are something where we feel it's quite urgent to ensure that we have a more sustained presence in that particular area, working with our partners in that area. So we'll follow up with initiatives like that in 2024 as well.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. So I don't want to put words in your mouth. I want to give you the opportunity, but what can my residents expect? Is 2024 going to be a carbon copy of 2023 as far as presence, visibility, ability due to resources to respond to the same number of inquiries? Or does your budget reflect more resources where your officers can spend more time in residential communities?
Right. There is no doubt, Councillor Brockington, that we do need to, I mean, I've been very clear, and we've talked about this 3-year hiring plan, this staff stabilization plan that that we are embarking on in 2024, and then following up with 2 years, 25 and 26. And that the sole purpose for that hiring plan is not to have the Cadillac gold standard in policing resources. It's the word stabilize is there for a reason. And it is because a number of our resources are strained and are challenged to find that proactive time that I want to see them to be to do proactive work, be it traffic enforcement, be it presence in our neighborhoods, be it building relationships with those community members that we need to be there. I will say this, we are increasing our presence in some communities. I can tell you the proactive results we've gotten in the last 2 or 3 weeks with stolen vehicles has resulted in proactive patrols in certain neighborhoods where suspicious vehicles have been located and stopped and charged. Not last night, the night previous, a proactive stop was made with 4 people in a vehicle, 1 young offender, 3 adults, 18, 20, and maybe it was 24 age, with all the equipment to steal vehicles. And that was a proactive stop that resulted in that those charges. That's the sort of thing that we need time to do. That's what I'm striving for, to have our members be able to do more of, and we will continue to try that. But when they are going from call to call, that it is difficult. And as you mentioned, Councillor, our neighborhood response teams, who are primarily a proactive unit, I want them to spend more time on their mandate, which is in the communities and in the neighborhoods. It's a goal that we have to achieve, but they, as you mentioned, and you're correct, they keep getting pulled away.
Thank you, Chief, for that. Mayor, I'll just say that, and I appreciate the Chief's comments, and I do appreciate the evolution of community policing that I've seen over the years. My challenge as a councillor is the issues in my neighborhoods are not getting better, and the police are not the sole solution to the problems. They are an ingredient to the recipe. But we absolutely need a shift here at what's going on and what I'm seeing happening. And obviously this conversation has to be continued, but we've got to make sure the OPS is resourced well. And when we have community policing, in particular, neighborhood response teams that are created with basically the sole purpose of serving communities that we've identified have a higher need than the city average, they've got to be there. They've got to be there. So thanks, Chief, for your answers to my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Brockington's done a very good job of covering, I think, some concerns that many of us have in terms of the police presence and your activities in residential areas and what have you. And I appreciate the time that you took, Chief, to come out to Riverside South and Finley Creek to meet with business leaders, to meet with residents, to meet with seniors, to meet with community associations. And you heard, I think, very clearly from them that they're going to look for you following through on your commitment to having a police presence and dealing with the local issues that have been raised in Riverside South and Finley Creek, particularly around the area of traffic enforcement. And I'm wondering if you could speak to, in the context of budget, the hires that you're going to be doing, and hopefully the communication that you're doing with the new employees, that they will be doing traffic, and they will be doing traffic on collectors and on residential streets, not just speeding, but aggressive driving, noise, stop sign non-compliance. And I appreciate it's not the most glamorous aspect of the job, but that's the job we want them to do in many places of the city. If you could comment on that, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. There's no doubt a common theme that I heard from my meetings with the councillors. There was a couple of themes that came up over and over again, and traffic was certainly one of them. I think all of them, as a matter of fact, raise traffic as an issue. So we do need to focus on that more. There's no doubt. Our traffic section that is dedicated towards that role is under-resourced right now. They are at about half full right now, or the vacancy rate is half. So we have to apply some effort to try to boost their numbers. We do, in terms of having our frontline officers enforce more of the Highway Traffic Act and within the residential areas. Again, that what I hope will occur or what should occur, it's not what I hope, what should occur is when we are in the residential areas more at 2, 3 in the morning in particular, proactively, that's where I'm seeing a lot of traffic stops, and we're getting some results on the stolen vehicles and other issues as well too. We are challenged to have that proactive time during a lot of their shifts, as they have a queue to address often for frontline calls, and that inhibits the ability to do that more robustly. So it is something I want to see more. If we're in those neighborhoods, we need to be doing something that is we're being told is a problem in that area. Traffic is a problem in a lot of these areas that I've been told, similar to your ward. So we do want to move more to that, but we need that time to get in there, and it's tricky. So I don't want to make promises I can't keep in that regard, but it is something that we're moving towards, particularly in the district models as well too, where I hope in the district models, when we meet with again, the data will guide us, as well as the guidance from the councillors of the areas in their wards that are issues for traffic. That's where we can focus our attention.
Well, thank you, Chief. And just lastly, you brought up car thefts. And again, in the context of the budget, I raised it when you were here with the presentation that the province is making funding available, is making program dollars available. Councillor Kitts and I have been, very positive with the province. And wonder if you could just comment on whether you're going to be engaging with the province to access some of that funding or access some of those resources so that we can get do our best to take a bite out of car thefts, which I'm sure some people say, well, that it's just a car. But at the end of the day, these thefts really unnerve and unrattle the community, and they feel unsafe, particularly given the sophistication of these crime rings. So could you comment on your plans to apply to the province for funding or gets resources so that we can deal with this locally? Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. The issue of car thefts is a problem in Ottawa. It's a problem in the province and the country. And we've seen it, and we have dedicated resources and proactive patrols to try to to stop and slow down that tide of the vehicles that are leaving Ottawa stolen, often towards the Montreal area. And again, our teams have recovered 350, well, it was 315 cars. It's higher than that now, and 80 arrests. Most of them are younger drivers, and they're not the organized crime leaders. They're the people, the help that are going to do this. So it's not helping a whole lot. So we do need to be coordinated. We are part of a joint force, a provincial team that is going to start in January. We're part of that provincial effort. There is additional funding from the province that is available. And I can tell you, I spoke with the Deputy Minister of the Solicitor General late last week in regards to funding for Ottawa. As in the initial wave, we did not receive the funding. So we are making attempts to secure more funding in that regard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the follow-up on that, Chief. Okay. I will be supporting the budget today. I don't believe reducing your funding will make communities safer. Right. And I'm not going to vote against your budget and ask you to do more in my community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate the previous speaker suggesting that they won't vote against a budget and then ask you to do more. But I will. I can appreciate that might feel like a contradiction, but ultimately I need to represent the interests of my constituents, and they are feeling similar to other people that they cannot count on police enforcement of the rules that they expect. And I'm glad to hear in 2024 that there will be steps advancing to look at that neighborhood team model and be able to see some of the progress and evidence for that solution before we get to budget 2025. I'm glad to hear that, because I think that's really important. But what's really coming alive for me right now as we speak is my most recent interaction with a community who was deeply affected by a homicide in Centre Point just within the last couple of weeks. And it's those conversations that I'm here to represent today, because that community is feeling extremely vulnerable. And I want to understand in the 2024 budget, how are you working to build relationships with racialized communities who are feeling especially targeted by gun violence. They are letting me know that there are more guns coming in to Ottawa through Cornwall, but also through diversion of legally owned guns that are then, improperly passed along when someone passes away. So there's a couple different sources of guns coming in. And these racialized communities want to help, but they don't feel like they have the protection when they call a hotline. They don't feel like they have the follow through when they call an anonymous hotline. These communities want to support as witnesses, but they don't feel safe. Mm-hmm. And these are the types of resolutions that I would expect. And I feel like the police service at this time does not necessarily have the trust of those members of the community that want to support safety and want to be part of a collaboration towards greater community safety that they don't currently feel that they can do. And so for those reasons, I'm going to vote against your budget, and I'm going to ask you to do more. And we're going to talk again many, many times over the next year. But I'd like to understand what in this budget is looking at guns and gangs and also building trust with racialized communities, please.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Councillor. In regards to our relationship with racialized communities, it is a priority for us for meaningful reach outs to those communities that are most affected by crime. And I can tell you, I've met with a lot of groups in the past year, and similar to what you said is what I'm hearing is that they do want to work with us. Excuse me. They do want to work with us. They do want to collaborate, and they are interested in increasing their safety. In some groups, there is no doubt there is some trust issues that we have to build on. We have what I think is a lot of very strong and dedicated team members that do reach out and know a lot of segments of this population. We are actually structuring the way we strategically reach out to these communities as we speak. Where my sense is there's a lot of people that do a lot of great work in the OPS reaching out to these communities, but it's not as strategic as it could be. We need to know exactly what we're doing with this community or not. And right now it's not as structured as I would like. So we are looking at that to make sure that we are reaching out to the very people that we need to reach out to. And I'm confident in the next 3 or 4 months that structure will begin to roll out, and we will have the conversations we need to have. But I will say this, there is a ton of work that gets done reaching out, a lot of meetings, myself and many others, the NRTs, the diversity race relations sections, the strategic partnership team that we have. We're just going to be more structured and more strategic in that regard. In regards to increasing guns in the community, I agree with you, Councillor Johnson, in regards to that. We do have a member that is part of a provincial gun team that is based out of Cornwall that focuses on that border. We're part of that team. So that's something that we contribute as well. Our guns and gangs team are very active in investigating the shootings that do occur. Our homicide team, which is, I can tell you, very strained. They have, but their production or their ability to solve a lot of these files is very high. They do have some outstanding files from this year that they're working very hard to try to resolve. Later today, we're actually going to be hosting a press conference in relation to a significant drug bust in Ottawa that what I'm being told is the largest drug bust that we've had in our history, and that's happening this afternoon. That's based on an extensive project that occurred in this last year. So this afternoon you'll hear all about it, but it's very good. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chief. So I appreciate your comments, and I think you do have to do a delicate balance with your resourcing because, I hear from community members that police are looking at those. It was kind of a crass statement, but the big game. So you've got these big busts, you've got these big sort of profile, but then you do also have to serve all of the individual residences. And so I appreciate that it's a balancing act. Right. I'm still uncomfortable with the size of the budget and the service we're receiving, and we'll continue this conversation through the next year. So thank you for your time today.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. And I will say this, the number of calls, like our year-to-date calls are up 17 over 17%, which is a significant increase in just 1 year. You might see an increase like that over 5 or 10 years. From year 2022, 17% increase. And that greatly affects our ability, again, to perform proactive work and focus on those areas and those people that really need our focus.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Carr?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief. As a member of the Ottawa Police Services Board, Finance and Audit Committee, and Ottawa Police Service Board, I've seen this budget, probably gone through it more than most. I'd first like to say thank you very much on behalf, hopefully I can speak on behalf of Member Curry and Member Sutcliffe on the strategic plan work that we did, participated in a number of strategic plan processes over the last year, being that I'm on a number of boards and on council, and I found the process very good. And we spoke about a lot of the things you're hearing my colleagues ask about today. I think as a ward councillor, my question is, when I met with you as a councillor and not a member of the board, I asked a lot of questions, neighbourhood specific, the same sort of concerns we heard from Councillor Brockington and Councillor DesRoches this morning. But one area that I would like to ask specifically about is with respect to police services and the work that they're doing on intimate partner violence. This is something that we declared as an epidemic around the city council table. In your annual report from last year, we saw that there was close to 4,000 charges laid last year, which was an increase of 13%. There was a 10% increase in occurrences. And I'd like to know, what are police services doing, not just uniformed officers, but other resources within police services to help support IPV and violence against women, and as well, if you could describe some of the organizations that you're working with on this extremely serious issue.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Intimate partner violence is a significant issue in Ottawa, and as you noted, our calls are increasing. This year, we're over 5,800 calls for service year to date in related to intimate partner violence. Last year, we had a total at the end of the year of around 6,500. So we're certainly on pace to meet or exceed that number at the end of the year. Our intimate partner violence section is very robust. They work extremely hard, and they are layered with a lot of resources. But most importantly, their partnerships with the community is very, I think, very solid. They have a violence against women advisory committee that is made up of 15 to 20 different agencies in Ottawa, and we work very closely with them on a number of different projects. And one thing that I really like that I've seen is our case reviews, and they've been doing this for a few years now, and I've met the group a few times where they look at charges that weren't approved, or where we didn't forward charges, and they critique that file to make sure that we've done everything possible in that investigation. And if not, then they give us that feedback and we learn from it. It's very productive. However, those files, and you noted over 4,000 files charges last year. There's a gap there of calls we attend and the charges that are laid. So we are hiring 2 what we call risk navigators onto our team, and they will also have access to a risk tool that will also be available to our frontline folks that will analyze the risk associated to potential victims where charges aren't forwarded. Because we know when a call for service is made and there just isn't the evidence for a charge for whatever reason, and there's a multitude of reasons of why those charges can't go forward, there is still risk to a victim. We don't charge anybody when we walk away. We have to have a safety plan for that victim. So these risk navigators are going to be tasked with looking at and ensuring there's a safety plan if our victim will work with us to going forward, despite no formal charges going forward. I think that's a key program that's coming. We also are examining. We want to make sure people are open to reporting to us, and we're looking at virtual reporting, and it's not online reporting, to be clear. Online reporting already exists. This is virtual reporting on the screen, Zoom, Teams, etc., where they can speak to an officer from a safe location that they feel, be it a woman's shelter, their own home, a friend's home, and can speak to a police officer. We're researching how we can advance a model like that as well too. And of course, our victim services unit program is a very strong unit. We have 4 social workers that work with victims of domestic violence. And of course, our focus is always trauma-informed victims, making sure that we're addressing their specific needs.
Thank you. Can you just confirm the social workers that you mentioned in Victim Services Unit? They are civilian staff of the Ottawa Police Services?
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your service, and to your deputies and executive and all the men and women of the Ottawa Police Service for the service you provide to the community. And I'm one of the ones that believe you need more resources, and I'm willing to support the efforts to try to get those resources, because in some cases you're pulling off miracles that could go the other way very easily because you don't have enough. 2 things in particular I want to talk about here. We recently had a scare in our area where someone had, in a bit of a position of responsibility, had taken to social media and said that 20 cars had been stolen that weekend. And I want to thank your officers for their quick action to get the factual information out there that in fact it had only at that time had been 3 that had either been stolen or attempted stolen. Now 3 is still too many, but what I want to focus on here is the information sharing and how quick you were able to respond, because that kind of disinformation that the people were that particular person was trying to put out there was to get people upset and get them feeling very unsafe in their community. Because as you can imagine, a ward in the city losing 20 cars over one weekend is serious problem. So I want to thank you for that. I want to encourage more of it, because as this problem goes on, as Councillor DeRose helped explain, as this problem goes on, more and more people that are trying to get attention to themselves will probably try to exploit people's fears and use disinformation to do that. So I want to encourage you to do more of that. The other issue I want to bring up is shoplifting. And that's one of the victims of your lack of enough resources. It's obviously a lower priority crime, and therefore you often can't assign officers to it. But the flip side of that many of us around the table are hearing are small businesses that are getting those losses. They're getting pushback from their insurance companies, and it's adding to their burden when they're coming out of the pandemic and trying to break even and keep their employees working. When they get subjected to a lot of theft, it really hurts that business and that service being offered to the community. So I'd like to hear from you if there's any ideas on what we can do, what changes we can make to try to help the small businesses in our community on that issue.
Thank you, Councillor. Shoplifting is an issue, and I've heard that a lot from shop owners. Actually, Councillor Garouche, his in particular, in his ward, we had a business owner that was really so frustrated with the dollar amounts that he was losing at his 3 locations. We hear it in the Byward Market. We hear it at grocery stores and the Walmart, the big box stores as well. There's sort of 2 things that we talk about to these shop owners. And one is, it's a crime prevention through environmental design, trying to work with those businesses on how to harden their properties so they're not as susceptible to this shoplifting. And whether that's a loss prevention officer or some electronic devices or cameras or something physical. That's basically what that is physical or human resources. We will do those assessments and assist them in that area. In regards to enforcement, I can tell you that we are presently have a project on the go. It's called Project Scrooge, and we are focusing on shoplifting and proactively targeting some high occurrence locations to get and target those prolific offenders that are shoplifting every day. That is something that we're actively working on in the month of December.
Okay, thank you. One thing I want to say to that is you talk about hiring loss prevention officers, but the role of the loss prevention officer when they catch somebody stealing is to call the Ottawa police to come in and charge that person if the store owner is willing to take that step, because that's what's going to discourage this kind of behavior. So there's still, even if they staff up with loss prevention officers, there's still that breakdown in the step. And as I said at the outset, I'm not trying to put blame on you. I'm saying that you need more resources. I think that's what you're telling us, and I support that. One last thing, Mr. Mayor, if I will, going back to not just this, but the car piece as well. Is there any efforts being made by the Police Association, which you're a member of, the Chiefs of Police, to work with the Insurance Bureau of Canada and others on the car theft issue? Because quite frankly, I think car makers should be held responsible for making their cars more secure. The insurance companies just pass the costs on to our residents, which I feel isn't fair because the product that they bought wasn't secure. So I'm wondering, is there any effort by the chiefs to try to put pressure on the insurance bureaus to get the companies to do something?
Right. Thank you, Councillor. I'm not aware of an actual effort by the chiefs of police with the insurance companies, but certainly with the car makers and the dealers to pressure and encourage them to have their car makers develop the security for those vehicles that can defeat what the thieves are bringing to the table to easily steal these vehicles. It really is something. I can tell you, if I was a car manufacturer, my engineers would be working full time on trying to defeat and develop a program where they couldn't be so easily stolen. I know in the U.S., I was at a conference speaking to a number of American police chiefs, and they're having an epidemic problem with this in their large cities as well too. And there is a very concerted push to encourage these car manufacturers to develop these technologies.
Would you be willing to take that idea to the Association of Chiefs? Because I think the insurance companies are one way to pressure the car makers. If they start saying, well, you're going to pay a premium if you drive this vehicle because the manufacturer doesn't make it secure and we have X number of thefts of this vehicle, you're going to pay more, but people like Councillor Lowe and myself that drive cars that are not as popular to be stolen, we get a break on the insurance and don't have to pay for the negligence of the car makers.
Right.
And I think insurance companies have that role. Would you be willing to take that to the chiefs to add to their effort?
Yeah, sure. Certainly, Councillor, I will connect with the president of the OACP.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Chief. And I want to echo Councillor Hubley. We thank you for the service. I know this is your second budget, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to provide you with the proper resources to keep our community safe. And I know I have a clarification. I want to clarify something. I know, and we haven't been in the city seeing more protests than ever. So lately we have every weekend, on Saturdays, on the weekend, we have more protests and increasing protests in our city. And I'm hoping that will not impact or reflect on the policing in our rural community. So how do you think that we can manage that? And are you aware, I know that there is a new, you're looking at a new initiative and way of doing policing in the rural area. Can you explain that and highlight those actually impact that will do on the rural area?
Thank you, Councillor. In regards to the protest activity in Ottawa, there is no doubt that it's high. It's a huge burden on the police service in order to not just manage the actual day of a demonstration, a protest, or a major event. It's the planning and organizing and getting everybody ready for that day too, which is a large effort. We have been open with the fact that we are trying to work with some partners, federal partners, to try to address the strain that is on our service. And again, don't have the ability to speak at length on that based on cabinet confidence, and that process is ongoing. But I'm hoping that we can come to some sort of agreement where the burden will be less on the municipality of Ottawa in terms of that budget. But we are, all we can do when we have these events is to assess the threat level, to engage with organizers, to ensure that these events are peaceful, they're lawful, and they're safe. And that's our goal. When you have an event that's occurring right now in the Middle East, that's not something obviously anybody predicted. And as we looked at our budget, for just today's about budget. So when we look at our budget, for the last quarter of the year, that's not something that we anticipated having to manage these large events, as you mentioned, Councillor, every weekend, and not only on the weekend, but throughout the week. It has been a significant addition to our effort, to what we thought we were going to be doing in the last quarter of this calendar year. I am very proud of the members and how they've been professional, they've been respectful, trying to keep Ottawa safe, and that's been our perspective since that crisis has occurred. We value every human life, and we want to ensure everyone in Ottawa is safe. That's been our focus, and will continue to be. But there is a drain on our resources for sure. In regards to your comment with rural policing, as it relates, and certainly as I met with the rural councillors, Councillor Brown, Councillor Kelly, yourself, etc., Councillor Kitts, having that presence in these rural areas is very important. And I understand that perception that the resources are in other areas that are more busy, that have more priority calls. And you're not wrong. And that is something that I've seen and that we have to address. And when we move to a district model, again, the communication with the councillors are going to be more enhanced by people on the ground, so that back and forth of where we need to be with our finite resources is precision, that it needs to be this area at this time, so we can address the needs in particular of those rural communities. And hopefully, again, with those proactive patrols that we can make in those areas, you and your community will tell us where and when we need to be. And that is something in enhanced communication, Councillor, is a key thing that we have to, not at my level or at the deputy chief level, but more at the district level that we'll be creating. Those sergeants, those staff sergeants, and our community policing officers, of course, are very important as well.
Thank you very much, Chief. And I'm hoping that we are able to deliver the resources you need. And I'm hopefully successfully you have your negotiation with our partner to be able to get that funding that we need. Because I hear you and I understand the challenge you have every day, not only you, but our men and women on the ground, trying to organize and trying to work with the community. And I'm hoping that does not impact our rural community from a policing perspective. But I'll tell you right now, I have an amazing community police officer and sergeant, and also the deputy chief has been amazing working with us. And I'm hoping that we'll provide you those resources to keep those services going. And on behalf of my resident in my community, I want to thank you and thank all the men and women of Ottawa Police for keeping our community safe. I'm hoping we'll be able to deliver resources, and I'm hoping we're not cutting you short. So we appreciate all that effort, Chief. Thank you very much for being here this morning. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor DeRose. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And my seatmate reminds me Project Scrooge is probably named after me, but that's okay. I'm quite good with that. I think it's something that I actually feel very strongly about. And I think when you went and came and did a walk around, it was really appreciated because we do have a major situation with the local liquor store where there's high theft and violence. We do have a lot of issues with the Walmart where employees don't want to work because of violence. They've closed access to the mall. And I just wanted to thank you. I'm seeing a much more increased presence within that area. And I just want to make sure that work still continues. And if there's anything more resource-wise we could provide, I'm more than willing to go to bat for it because it is a very serious situation, and people are nervous even to be around Blair Station right now, just because of a lot of the theft and the things that are taking place. Do you care to comment on that?
Thank you, Councillor. There certainly is that issue. You know, that shoplifting issue, which we discussed earlier, is rampant in the box stores as well as the small businesses that were mentioned. And we do need to be there for those business owners. It's difficult, and I don't want to minimize a theft of a $10 item. And as an isolated incident, it's not that big of a deal, but times that by X amount, and now we've got a large issue. And when they know for their own safety that they should not go hands-on with these people, and it's up to us to manage that. And if we're not there right away, which is difficult for us to be there right away, it's very difficult. So I certainly have a lot of empathy for those large and small business owners. And again, are working with them to try to harden their property through a CEPTEB effort, as well as some enforcement. We want to try to put a dent into it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to thank you and a personal shout out to Constable Cash. He's been doing tremendous work in that area and in stopping a lot of the thefts, which again, not only affects us as the end user of products, but it also makes people feel safer within that environment. So thanks for the hard work you guys are doing.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Chief, for coming out today. You haven't had the pleasure of coming to Bay Ward yet, and I was hoping to get you on a bike, but and we may yet. But recently I had a community safety meeting, and it was important to do because we've had a number of issues, and rather than having an officer jump around from one meeting to another, we put it all together because we've had shootings, we've had swarmings, we've had thefts, we've had break-ins, we've had a number of things, including groups of young persons causing issues in stores, etc. So many things. So we put it all in one meeting, and it was helpful to have the officers there. Constable Drader led the charge, and he did a great job. We also had our bylaw there. But what I did was I also brought in all the community partners we have, like Pine Crest Queensway Community Health Center, Britannia Woods Community House, and Boys and Girls Club, because they're all partners and they are familiar with the situations and can help us do something. And they're all struggling for funds. And it's very tough that we talk about budgets. Their budgets in some cases are totally charity, such as Boys and Girls Club, which is doing fantastic work with youth to prevent these issues, including, and the city is doing things like having all-night basketball till 11 o'clock at night, things that we can do for preventing. So these are concerns that I have, is that we're putting an emphasis on the police budget when these other partners need funding very much and can help in terms of prevention. So I just wanted to make sure that message is understood. The issue of traffic, frankly, when police need to be called for traffic concerns, I see that as a failure of the city, of our road design. And I think we should be partners in identifying those, because we need to do better in our road design. You shouldn't have to have police on the corner just to watch people, because they're speeding. Why is our road so well designed to speed? We need to do something. So we need to work together. I'd like to see a reduction in those services because we don't need them, because we've done a better job as a city. So these are the partnerships that we need to look at. I appreciate my colleague mentioning about intimate partner violence, and today's a very appropriate day to talk about that. One of my staff was the executive director for Cornerstone, and reminds me, the importance of working together with Ottawa Police Services on safety plans, and it's something that they've been doing for a long time, and they're asking for coordination of safety plans for women, so that their information can be shared if possible with their consent. So I'm asking if that is happening, because this is extremely important. We need to do more prevention. We can't leave situations to the point where things can happen. So I just wanted your comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. When it comes to intimate partner violence, there is, a set program that we have to go through with each file. And one is the actual offense. Is there an assault? Is there a threat? And focus on that. Then there'll be a firearms section. Is there any firearms involved with a particular file, and deal with that. And then the third portion is the safety plan. Do we have a safety plan for that particular person? And often when there's charges that are proceeded with, it comes with no contact conditions, or if the person is held in custody, there is that active planning that goes on. We do have risk managers that will look at those safety plans, and in particular, as I mentioned to Councillor Carr, is those files where we don't have a charge, where, if you will, we're walking away without any arrest. We still are now focusing on those people to make sure that we have a safety plan with those victims, if in fact they're willing to work with us in that regard. And that file is shared with our risk managers, and then, if with consent, with our partners, which are many throughout the city.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I know it's very difficult for communities to share information with police.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably one of the biggest holdups in making things progress, and it's a trust issue. So
Right.
I think it's really, really important that trust be. And there's a number of reasons why the trust is not there. And I'm particularly concerned about my vulnerable communities that I have in my ward,
Right.
and you'll get to meet them. But that's something that I want to stress. I just want to emphasize the need for funding for these organizations that prevent issues from happening. We need to look at that. And that's something that gets lost in this conversation when we talk about the police budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Chief, Deputy Chief Bell, Dr. Beck. Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here. So congratulations on the historic drug bust. That was really good news to hear. Congratulations also on the recovery of those 70 bicycles in Byward. That was good news. So, Chief, I'm very grateful about the conversations that we've had so far this year in your tenure, and the openness that you've showed. I'm also very interested in what I hope comes out of the district policing model for the same level of increased responsiveness that my colleagues have raised. And I say increased responsiveness more than simply the term increased presence, because as Councillor Brockington was mentioned, and as I've said before, sometimes public safety issues in a residential neighborhood can be accomplished through means other than increased police presence. I almost wish we could allocate more funds towards increased street lighting in residential neighborhoods. There's, as I believe, not a penny for new streetlights in our residential neighborhoods. Chief, I do appreciate the comments you made about that you recognize improvements, how they can be made to police responsiveness. You may recall from our meeting the rather disappointing incident I recalled about a family that had apprehended a car thief in mid-incident. And on the subject of auto theft, and I mean this with no disrespect at all, and in referencing what the mayor was saying about looking to upper levels of government for support, the issue of auto theft, this is an issue where we need to be screaming to the feds and the provinces and even to auto manufacturers, because the scale and complexity of this is just so vast, and they are getting so good that municipalities alone
Ottawa or any municipality cannot handle this matter on its own. Chief, on the issue of our traffic unit, which I agree is severely under-resourced and often deployed elsewhere. So you've been having conversations, sir, with the Treasury Board on seeking greater support from the federal government to support our Ottawa resources that are lent out to matters that should be the federal government's responsibility. And I know that Councillor Hill had been eager to see if the feds themselves would deploy their own resources. But on that matter, can you provide any update of how your conversations with Treasury Board are going? I know you had been hoping to get a certain nice thick envelope of cash from them to handle those forces, but can you give a bit of an update on that, sir?
Thank you, Councillor, for your comments. Unfortunately, I cannot speak much about that process. Again, with the cabinet confidence that surrounds these types of efforts, I'm just not able to talk much about it. I'm sorry.
No worries. Yeah. I mean, you can like fat envelope or thin envelope. So, Chief, I have no doubt at all that you are facing resource challenges, and every department is facing resource challenges today. Your multi-year plan to increase the force is quite ambitious. But when it comes to force stabilization, I just want to touch on the issue of absenteeism. So when we met, Chief, we did talk about my concerns with absenteeism on the force, which I believe was in the order of 12% of the force, which is a very high number. So can you let me know how significant of an impact does that level of absenteeism have on your budget? And what has been done and what more can be done in the future to mitigate the resource challenges that are created by this high level of absenteeism?
Thank you, Councillor. That is a very complex question that has many different sort of tentacles to it. I'm going to give myself a break and go to Deputy Chief, who is our human resource
Thank you, sir.
in charge of human resources, and let Deputy Bell answer this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief, and thank you, Councillor. So the long and the short of it is that absenteeism is very taxing on our operations. And I think it's an important question to balance, because there's a reason that the province and the WSIB brought in presumptive legislation, and that's because our members are facing a very difficult job that has a toll on their health and their mental health, and that's why that legislation was brought in. I can tell you we actively work on a regular basis to make sure that we have preventative programs in place, and you'll see some of those contained within this budget, that we actively work for those that are off on WSIB or LTD to look to support them, to have them return to work. But based on the number, and you're accurate, it's anywhere between 10 and 15%, usually hovering around 12.5% of our staff that are off on some sort of extended leave. The numbers are just too great to count on that amount of people to be able to come back to work. That's why we've put in place the 3-year staffing stabilization plan to overcome some of those operational deficits that are created by those shortages.
Right. Thank you, Chief, Deputy Chief, and Dr. Beck. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for being here and taking our question. This year, like similar years in the past, you've identified a growing demand for services. And I saw some news articles around more funding being requested, and we do hear that call every year. I wonder, though, if that's inevitable and what we're doing to try to detask where possible. I wonder where things like savings can be achieved, where other models that exist, like the mental health outreach program, what we're doing as a city to truly detask and to say, look, this is not a police job. Police shouldn't be here. It's expending a huge amount of resources and we're not getting the outcomes we want. And I think about things like people without homes who have on average 42 interactions with police per year, with many expensive tickets being issued, most of them unpaid. I think about things like traffic directing, where I know there's provincial responsibility there. I think about things like youth outreach, drug use, mental health issues, housing secure individuals in the encampments. And of course, we know that there's concerns with over-policing of Black, racialized, Indigenous communities and the cost that comes along with that, both in terms of trust and cost, financial cost. And so I guess the question is what are you doing to detask, to reduce your workload so that we're not getting those big budget requests for more demand? And I recognize some of this is provincial, but you believe in detasking, I surmise. So what innovative work is happening right now to get to that point?
Thank you, Councillor. The issue of detasking is obviously something that I'm interested in. There is no doubt our members are overtasked, and the cup runneth over. There is more out there for us to do, and as we look at options to detask, and we'll use the one that everyone is familiar with in regards to the Guiding Council on Mental Health and the alternative response for some mental health calls. That is something obviously we're supporting. We want to work with that group, that council, to make sure that that is launched, and the 3-year pilot hopefully is successful. That will result in them taking calls that we otherwise would have went to. That particular initiative, if successful, will decrease our call volume, which is fantastic. Unfortunately, from what I see, is an increasing demand in other areas that will easily replace what that might take off our plate. When it comes to cybercrime, when it comes to fraud, when it comes to the demand, traffic issues that we have, the complexity of our frontline officers. And, I mentioned earlier that our calls year to date have increased by over 17%. That's an incredibly high number for our team to manage at their present strength. So the detasking is certainly something to consider, and we want to look at. And you brought up, our requirement to conduct traffic safety and presence at construction sites. That is something that I wonder why we need to do, but it is legislated, as I think you mentioned, by the province. So there we are. The list of demands from the police is increasing. There is no doubt. And I heard, and you've heard it around this table here today, they want more of us in their neighborhoods. They want more presence. They want more proactive work that can be done, be it traffic, be it going after prolific offenders that are really, really scarring the community in terms of stealing cars, shoplifting, et cetera. The list goes on. We need to be here for the community, and that works on community trust. And the strategic plan that we worked on with the police board, one of the pillars is increasing our trust and our partnerships across the city. That's a key thing, is us having that ability to proactively be where we need to be in a timely manner, and that will require us to grow. But it will also require us, where there's opportunities, to detask. And we're certainly willing to entertain those ideas and those initiatives. But the demand keeps growing, Councillor.
Thanks for that, Chief. I get, certainly wanted to mention the need for more community services, particularly around housing, around mental health. I think there's a lot of potential better outcomes there for people and savings that can come. So I want to have, good productive conversations about how we do truly detask. I do have to mention, because there was an article written by Muhammad Adam about the delegations at the board. I know this is a board issue, but I think we've gone the wrong direction on that, and we're now not allowing people to speak to agenda items based on what they've written, and they have to write in advance, and no other committee does that. And I have concerns with that, and I want to express that here today, that I think we should be welcoming people to speak, even if they're critical, and that restricting people to speak isn't productive for us as a city. So I want to leave that with you. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Stubbs, Deputy Chief Bell, Dr. Beck. Nice to meet you. So, Chief Stubbs, I want to thank you for coming on a walk in Centertown with me in the summer and for agreeing to do so out of uniform, which was something that was very important in my community. We met in Dundonald Park, where a lot of vulnerable people spend time. We met with community partners, and I want to thank you for listening and for considering some alternative approaches. I also have great things to say about Constable Amanda Williams, Stephanie Lemieux, Paul Stam, so the LGBTQ liaison officer and the community liaison officers for Centertown and for Rideau Vanier. I've been really pleased to build those relationships, but I do need to speak to the issue of intimate partner violence because I did have a specific budget-related meeting with organizations that work on intimate partner violence in the city, including the women who are working with the Ottawa Police on case review. And they are incredibly frustrated to see another increase to police funding when they are begging for scraps, working at very low wages, doing the counseling work, doing the trauma-informed work, providing emergency shelter. It's deeply frustrating to them when they feel that women who are victims of domestic violence are not benefiting from the court system, from the police system. And, you know, I do have to point out their advocacy around an officer who pled guilty to 2 counts of discreditable conduct, who threatened to kill his ex, wielded a knife during an argument. He's someone who was involved with case review with the Ottawa Police, and he's still employed. And so what I heard from those women's organizations is they don't feel safe calling police despite the bridges that have been built, and that they feel there's a fundamental imbalance. And as the council liaison for women, gender equity, and 2S LGBTQ affairs, I just don't think we're there yet in terms of the relationship building, although I do recognize the work you are doing. And I do want to thank you for helping the Guiding Council on Mental Health and Addictions apply for funding for the alternative crisis response. Like Councillor Menard, I'm interested to see how that goes. The City of Toronto has decided to extend their alternative crisis response across the whole city, which I do hope will lead to detasking. But I think similar to Councillor Johnson, there's still some real divides in the community. I don't think we're there yet, which is why I will be dissenting on the police budget today. But I do want to thank you for the relationships that we have built. I think we're getting there, but we're not there yet. But thanks again for meeting with folks in my community and be willing to be there on their level, because I do think it's a beginning of how we start to talk about policing and police response with vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Okay, thank you. Thank you all for answering the questions. Appreciate it. And thank you for the hard work that you and all your members do every single day for our community, and especially over the holidays when I know a lot of your members will be working when the rest of us are taking a break. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, let's have a vote then, a recorded vote on the police services draft operating and capital budget, please.
Councillor Curry?
Yes.
Councillor Kitts?
Yes.
Councillor Carr?
Yes.
Councillor Bradley?
No.
Councillor Brown?
Yes.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor Lowe?
Yes.
Councillor Devine?
No.
Councillor Hill?
Yes.
Councillor Gower?
Yes.
Councillor Johnson?
No.
Councillor Hubley? Councillor Plante?
Oui.
Councillor Troster?
No.
Councillor Kelly?
Yes.
Councillor Menard?
Nope.
Councillor Dudas?
Yes.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor King?
No.
Councillor DeRoos?
Yes.
Councillor Desroches?
Yes.
Councillor Luloff?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh?
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe?
Yes.
17 yeas, 8 nays.
Thank you. Let's move to the Ottawa Public Library Board draft operating and capital budget. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor. And I note we have some senior staff from the library. If I could just.
Is there a library riverboard?
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to OPL staff for being here. I just wanted to, first of all, I appreciate the great work that the OPL does across the city. Huge supporter and fan of library and library services. And I just want to pursue a line of question just on the record from my delegation last night at the board meeting, and that is on alternative service delivery. For colleagues, that is a model of service delivery, basically anything outside of a branch. So for all the programming and services that the OPL provides, including homebound services, bookmobile, programming in communities, in other public facilities, that's alternative service delivery. And so my question is if staff could elaborate on how the budget reflects not just alternative service delivery, but what the plans are next year in particular for the evolution of this service delivery. There's gaps, not just River Ward. This is not just a River Ward question. There are gaps throughout the city. There are many neighborhoods that are underserved. And I want to give an opportunity for the board to elaborate on those plans and how your budget specifically addresses that need. Thank you.
I'll start before passing it off to Anna, and I do really appreciate the question and also your delegation yesterday evening, Councillor Brockington. You are a champion for your ward and for underserved areas in the city, and truly appreciate the time that you took out of your evening to come and delegate at the board. We made it a top priority of the board in 2023. To stand up and work very hard with our new community development team. And, you know, through the work that you and your community have done, we decided as a board that we would prioritize River Ward as the first set of engagements that we've done. And through that, several different new programs are being offered in River Ward, and we are moving on to other areas that our analysis has shown these gaps. And I'll hand it off to Anna to speak a little bit more about that.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, in 2023 budget, which was approved, as you know, 9-10 months ago, we added close to $400,000 in the base budget for community development related activities. That included 3 positions to staff up a team dedicated to community development. And we were recently pleased to say that we have hired and onboarded a manager to lead that team. In addition, as part of the funding for the positions, we added $50,000 as a base budget adjustment for community development activities. And so over the course of the year, while we've been simultaneously staffing up the team, we have been executing a number of different programs in the community, both in River Ward and elsewhere. These include sensory story times that I know have been delivered at some of our branches around Ruthie Dickinson, memory cafes. We have additional programs related to food literacy and a couple of others. I think there was a youth-related kit program that we had developed. We anticipate continuing these programs in 2024 as we continue to build up the community development team in terms of focused efforts. With respect to River Ward specifically, in addition to some of these particular programs, we did commit to increasing the number of story times offered outside of branches, and we continue to explore how we can augment that not only in River Ward, but in other wards that are not served by a dedicated branch.
Thank you for that. I'm not going to ask questions about future years focusing on the 2024 budget, but is it the OPL's strategy to continue to augment? I mean, you must recognize that, and I'm not expecting a library branch in every street corner. I'm talking about gaps. You know, my term on the board allowed me to better understand where those gaps exist across the city. And that's what I'm advocating for. This is not ward specific. This is the gaps exist. There are many underserved communities. How can the OPL take all the good work you're doing in branches and bring some of that into communities? So does your budget for 2024 reflect that direction?
Yes, to begin. we did undertake this gap analysis and looked at our service delivery framework as well. This budget does allow us to continue that outreach and to continue that work. Alternative service delivery is obviously a part of that community development. We want to make sure that we are as present in every community as we can be. And on top of that, we're undertaking some program development as well that will also benefit some of these underserved neighborhoods. We know where our blind spots are. We know where communities are less served than others, and we are making strides to ensure that we are in those communities. And I'll turn it over to Anna.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Chair. My last question is about bookmobile service. There's been, I think we can all agree, a fair number of interruptions to service this year, comparatively speaking to past years. How will the OPL address service interruption issues with bookmobile service?
Go ahead, Anna.
So I think there's a couple of things that we can say with confidence with respect to the bookmobile service. First and foremost, some of the issues that we had been experiencing in the past had to do with aging fleet. Now that we do have newer fleets, we are seeing less mechanical breakdowns related to that. And so we're very pleased of that. The second element has to do with our staffing commitments. And so we continue to work through staffing commitments. As part of our 2024 work plan, we will be finalizing our mobile services framework, which includes all of those alternative services that you speak to, bookmobile, homebound services, our kiosks, and which includes lockers, and some of the different community development aspects. And as part of finalization of that framework, we hope to bring back to the board a solid plan that talks about how we intend to carry out those services in the future in alignment with our service delivery framework.
If anybody in the community has an AZDZ license and wants to join an incredible team at the Ottawa Public Library, please inquire within.
I'll pass that message on, Chair. There might be some interested parties in my ward. Thank you for the answers. I certainly support the OPL and will be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you for always being such a strong supporter of the OPL. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to touch on the issue that I wasn't present at the OPL budget meeting, but I have obviously heard about the increased line item for security for the OPL budget. So I just want to touch on that just so I can better understand. So from what I do understand, it's in budget 2024, it's 3 million allocation up from 560,000. So it's a more than 5-time increase. I'm not sure from the report or reporting I've seen whether it's in relation to 6 incidents or over 150 incidents, but surely a spike of incidents. So I guess my first question, a pretty big increase from 560,000 to 3 million. Is all of that spike, is all of that new expense covered from your 2.5 budget direction increase, or is that coming from other revenues?
I'll begin by saying that the 2023 budget allowed for delegated authority up to 2.5 million. So it is not, in fact, the increase that you've mentioned here. It is a modest increase up from delegated authority in the 2023 budget, and this is to run a pilot to respond to some security needs and requests in 4 branches through the board's decision and discussion yesterday. For now, we'll begin a pilot with 3 branches. This is funding for up to 4 branches, and I'll turn it over to Anna to answer the rest of your question.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, to clarify, in the media reports, that was related to a different item that is not related to the budget itself. And so the budget itself, we are seeking $150,000 increase over our current fees and budget associated with security services at Main and Rideau branches. That is an incremental increase for the ongoing services at those two locations, as well as the chair mentioned, exploring mobile services for up to 4 locations where we are seeing an increased number of incidents. What you had heard in media reports was related to a separate board item where we were seeking delegated authority to execute that contract for a 5-year term, and it is up to $3 million over the 5-year term, and that is because our delegation of authority ends at 1 year at $500,000.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Luloff.
Oh, truly appreciate it, and always appreciate the opportunity to provide clarity on these items. Thanks, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Tierney.
I'll keep it very brief, Mr. Mayor. I just want to thank the chair and the board for doing a great job. I also want to thank them for prioritizing the safety of our staff. One of my branches is one that has certainly been affected. Crazy things happening there, and we want to make sure we have safe workplaces for our staff members, because the alternative would be to close branches, and we don't want to do that. We want to keep people very safe. So I just want to thank you for that, Chair.
As the former chair and an enduring companion of the Ottawa Public Library, thanks for your support. We appreciate you very much.
Okay, thank you. Is the library board budget carried?
Carried.
Okay, next is the Ottawa Board of Health draft operating budget. Is that carried?
Dissent.
Did someone dissent?
Dissent.
Okay. Councillor Plante. Okay, before we move into the next section, there is a technical amendment on the draft operating and capital budgets for the city. So Councillor Kelly, if you wouldn't mind reading that, thank you. It's on the screen if you need it.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas on November 8th, 2023, Council received and tabled the 2024 draft capital and operating budget and associated standing committee budget books, which were referred for consideration by respective standing committees. And whereas after committee consideration, staff identified corrections that were required to certain pages in the Transit Commission and Transportation Committee budget books after committee's consideration. And whereas revised budget books reflecting the corrections were provided to members of council with the council agenda for December 6, 2023. Therefore, be it resolved, the council approved the corrections to the 2024 budget books as outlined in attachment 1 to this motion. Be it further resolved that the chief financial officer be delegated the authority to make any required updates to the final 2024 budget documents to ensure they are reflect corrections as outlined, as well as those made through the standing committee budget process.
Is that carried? Oh, sorry, Councillor Leeper.
Yeah, thank you. Just with respect to the technical, we saw, I think yesterday at FEDCO that the correction was a $4 million adjustment in PILT. So I'm just wondering, what are the corrections today? I'm sorry, I haven't seen this, the revised budget book in my email yet.
Mr. Mayor, so today what those two are is up on screen right now. Again, these are very, very administrative things. One is a change in the description in one of the capital projects in the Transportation Committee book. And the other one is just a small minor change in the percentage of the EcoPass. Again, no impact to the overall budget estimates. It's just administrative type corrections that we flow through.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, is that carried then? Thank you. So let's move into the city budgets as recommended by the standing committees of council, starting with Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee. Is that carried? Okay, next is the Audit Committee. Is that carried? Next is the Community Services Committee portion. And I know there are a couple of motions here. So let's introduce those now. There's a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Oh, yes. Toilets. Whereas access to clean, safe, and accessible public toilets is a public health issue, and whereas Ottawa Public Health states that outdoor activities are good for both physical and mental health, whereas vulnerable populations, in particular older adults, would benefit from greater access to washrooms, whereas greater access to public washrooms can enable these populations to participate in public life, enhancing the social fabric of Ottawa. Whereas the lack of public washrooms can hinder individuals and families' decisions to get outdoors for recreation during all seasons. Whereas the previous portable toilets in parks across the city have been proven to fill a need in some areas of each ward, but many other areas of need exist. Whereas increasing the number of available portable toilets per ward would help to meet the increasing needs of public washrooms in each ward. Therefore, be it resolved that the required base budget adjustments of $21,000 for the rental costs of the additional 24 additional portable toilets to be derived from the revised projections of the hydro trending consumption levels within the recreation, cultural, and facility services budget estimates for hydro, and be it further resolved that the department consult with each ward councillor on each priority locations on the new toilets. Thank you.
Thank you. And there is a motion from Councillor Menard on waiting pools, I believe.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Whereas park waiting pools are an important part of the city's strategy to keep younger children refreshed and entertained during the hot summer months, and whereas the City of Ottawa operates 52 waiting pools during the summer season to provide Ottawa residents with a fun park-based activity that also assists with heat relief during heat events, and whereas Ottawa's waiting pools have an annual staggered start, with half the sites commencing operations in the last week of June and the other half in the first week of July, whereas the weeks of June prior to the end of the elementary school term and the opening of waiting pools can be very warm. And whereas it would be beneficial to have waiting pools operate for preseason weekends in the second and third week of June, therefore be resolved that $44,000 be added to the 2024 waiting pool operating budget to allow for an additional 3 preseason weekends to 5 pools in cohort B and an additional 2 preseason weekends in 5 pools in cohort A during the month of June. The preseason dates would be June 15th, 16th, June 2022 and 23, and June 28th and 29th. And be it further resolved that the funding of $44,000 for the preseason extension be derived from the revised projections of hydro trending consumption levels within the recreation, cultural, and facility services budget estimates for hydro.
Thank you. And I'll just note that I'll just remind everybody, there are some, as we move through each section here, there are directions and other motions that are not related to the budget estimates that we will do at the end after we've gone through every section. So just that's the structure of the meeting as I explained it to you yesterday. We will now address these, the budget itself and the 2 motions that we have before us. If anyone wants to speak to any or all of that, Councillor King.
Thank you, Your Worship. And last week, a motion was introduced at Community Services Committee within the context of the budget to address the rise in hate incidents in Ottawa. I was really pleased that it was unanimously approved by the committee with a sense of responsibility and shared commitment that we must confront these incidents head on and work collectively to build a community that stands united against hatred and intolerance. Recently, we've witnessed an increase in hate incidents that target individuals based on their race, religion, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and other characteristics, especially in the wake of the current conflict in the Middle East. The Ottawa Police Service has reported a significant rise in the number of reported hate and bias-motivated incidents, with a 23.5% increase from 2022 year to date. Such acts not only harm individuals directly affected, but also erode the fabric of our diverse and inclusive community. It is imperative that we take a stand against hatred and discrimination to foster an environment where everyone feels safe, valued, and respected. To address this pressing issue, community initiatives, education, and public awareness initiatives must play a crucial role. Knowledge is a powerful tool that can dispel ignorance, challenge stereotypes, and promote understanding. By investing in education driven by the community, we empower individuals to recognize the harmful consequences of hate and discrimination, encouraging empathy and compassion. The motion in the context of the proposed city budget asks city staff to explore the opportunities within the additional resources being allocated to the Gender and Race Equity, Inclusion, Indigenous Relations, and Social Development Office this year to explore opportunities and apply resources to address hate through community action. The motion requests that resources be allocated towards contributing to community initiatives and education programs that promote tolerance, diversity, and inclusion. I'm also pleased that United Way East Ontario has announced an immediate investment of $100,000 to support Jewish, Palestinian, and Muslim serving organizations to help their respective communities with mental health and trauma supports, and an investment of $30,000 into hate prevention and community resilience programs. These investments by United Way add to the nearly $1.1 million that the organization invests annually into community-based mental health programs and the $220,000 that it invests annually into hate and violence prevention, in alignment with the work of United for All Coalition, which works to address discrimination, hate, and violence in our community. Collaboration must be a central focus in our journey towards a more inclusive city. I'm so pleased that the mayor is united in this vision, that council is united in this vision, and it'll be my continuing intention as council liaison for anti-racism and ethnocultural relations initiatives during this term of council to work with the mayor, council colleagues, community leaders, educators, businesses, residents, and the United for All Coalition to build a resilient community that rejects hate in all its forms. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King, and thanks for all your leadership and collaboration on this. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, I think, for Clara. At committee last week, we had received a delegation from the Boys and Girls Club with respect to a gap in funding that they have in some services that they might have to cut as a result. And there was a direction at the time provided by staff to work with the Boys and Girls Club in the interim to see if we could address that gap internally. And I'm just wondering if those conversations yielded anything and if you could update council on that.
Thank you. Yes, Chair. Mr. Chenier and I were able to meet with the Boys and Girls Club last week together with our staff in community funding in particular. We discussed their situation in terms of their budget situation, what they wanted to achieve over the next year or two. We agreed that in the interim, they would apply to our emerging needs funding call, which closes tomorrow, and they were aware of that, to enable us to potentially, if they're successful, bridge some of the urgent programming needs so that we can then take a little bit more time together to support them to build a more sustainable financial situation.
Thank you for that. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Kavanagh.
I just wanted to do a wrap up on the motion if I can wait.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a curiosity about what the funding sources for the two motions. The hydro estimates, how did that revision come about?
Mr. Mayor, so whenever there's a motion that comes forward, we're looking for additional funding. Obviously, we got to look to the offset funding. And I always go back to the respective GM and the department where that impacts. So in this case, myself and Dan work closely together because the increase was to come from his department. So, okay, what could we do within his department to try and find that source? And we looked at everything. And what we come to the conclusion was on our hydro increase. So we do have a 3% inflationary increase on our hydro. The other part of the equation for hydro is the consumption level, because it's a utility, so it's based on consumption. When we tabled the budget, we based that on 90% of our 2019-2020 levels, giving a lot of people who were outside of the facility, specifically the administrative tasks, our administrative workforce, because they were working remotely. We're slowly seeing that come back, and we estimated that to hit 90% for 2024. So that was what we did in September when we were building the budget build. So as we scrub through the last few weeks, we're willing to take that little bit of marginal risk where we can assume that at 85%. So again, with me supporting Dan, that's where we kind of carve that back, and we're willing to take that risk to maintain Dan's overall budget. Should that 85 hit 87 or 90, 91, we're going to move some levers around in other areas of his budget to manage, but we're comfortable sticking with that to kind of address these two motions.
Thank you. And this is a bit of a hypothetical because it might be next budget instead of this one when we truly look at this. But given that it's funded from adjustments for hydro for this year, can this affect the possibility of maintaining and sustaining this for future years, or is this more of a one-time thing?
Mr. Mayor, so again, we look at our inflationary on the price level, but then the consumption's got that little bit of variability, right? So consumption will be driven by temperature outside, the number of staff that we have in our facilities, obviously, marginally impacts that. From a hydro perspective, I would say probably 90% or so is roughly a fix. The residual 10% is really the consumption level. So that's something that we re-baseline every year. So when we do our annual budget for each utility, not only do we just arbitrarily add the inflationary to the base, we also look at the consumption. Very similar when we look at our fleet and our fuel, as an example. We do the same thing there. So the variable component of the consumption is always re-baseline each year, each process.
Thank you. And, I personally see these as things that are worthy to sort of keep around in a sustained way. So will this become, will this present as just an increase to the baseline budget in the future instead of being something offset by revisions to hydro use, the cost of hydro use?
Mr. Mayor, as required by the Municipal Act, we are required to put forward a balanced budget every year. Part of that process is looking at all these inflationary indicators, changing consumption, changing work patterns, changing conditions. So these are just normal conditions that we need to review on an annual basis. So by no means am I creating a gap elsewhere. That's just part of the equation as we go through the annual process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may ask a few questions to GM Chenier, that would be great. With the change in weather patterns, we're seeing summer basically start earlier and end later. And the people of Ottawa love the great outdoors. They love to go into our parks, and they like to go to our beaches. And what I've witnessed over the most recent years at Mooney's Bay in particular, on any given weekend, even in May, if not June, is there could be thousands of people in the park, enjoying the park, and even in the water. And we don't have any staff on site, certainly no lifeguards yet, and not even public work staff. And the condition of the park by the end of the weekend is a disaster zone. There's garbage literally everywhere. We just haven't opened yet. We haven't transitioned from our winter staffing to summer staffing. And so the reality is, this is the new reality. The reality is our parks and beaches are going to be used more frequently earlier in the season and later into the season. So I appreciate the motion my colleague has moved. I will support this, but we can't fund our parks and beaches like this, finding little bits of crumbs here, there, and everywhere. So what is the plan to provide additional services at our wading pools? I acknowledge I like the phased-in approach. It's not every wading pool. It's a certain number here and there, but given that there are some liability concerns, in particular at beaches with people in the water that are unsupervised, what is the plan going forward to dedicate resources to wading pools and beaches for longer periods of time?
Mr. Mayor, there are several lines of businesses that are impacted by this, and the councillor has mentioned a few. We also heard at Community Services Committee about sports fields and the present bylaw that we have that says that sports fields will open on May 1st and May 15th for soccer fields. Is probably dated in another time when we had snow till the end of March, and now by May, teams are itching to. Part of the solution to this is looking at the seasonal redeployment of staff. And LA and I have already had discussions about how do we address the change now that winter is ending quicker. Park activities are starting sooner and generally are extending into the fall, longer than anticipated. So there is probably a need for us to do at a more strategic level a big shift. On the other side, and more practically, we are looking. Mr. Becker did speak at Community Services, and we will be meeting with his group to talk about how do they prepare their spring schedule to make sure that one thing we know for sure is that the first week of May, even though it might be nice, is often very wet. And they were disappointed and did point out that they were a week late starting last year. Frankly, we have pictures of ducks on some of the ball diamonds with large ponds of water. And so part of this approach is to work with our field users to perhaps adopt a more flexible startup in the spring, a practice week, if you will, or something where it isn't hypercritical. We are looking for beaches. We did receive funding a few years back to be able to open our comfort stations at the beaches for the Victoria Day long weekend. So that's much better than waiting till mid-June to open them up. You're quite right, though, that by Victoria Long Weekend, often we've already had 2 weeks of busy park activity at Mooney's Bay, Petrie, and Britannia. It is a matter of funding at this point. We have funding to start Victoria Day weekend. There probably would not be a major issue to get staff to start doing weekends earlier in May and perhaps even into April, since not a lot of training is required for those kinds of things. For the beaches themselves, we have moved to offer pre-season weekends, which is generally because public and high school are still somewhat in school at that time. The demand for full week service is not as great. We don't believe that we could advance that much earlier in terms of availability of staff and the ability to get staff into the water when water levels have receded and are of a reasonable temperature that we can actually do staff training on the beaches. So for that, again, we've increased the vigilance of the comfort station attendants at the beaches during the preseason to make the announcements, to provide first aid as required. More resourcing obviously could do more, but at this point, those are kind of the points that we have been working on. And Alain and I will be meeting to discuss the seasonal shifts and how we can be better prepared to, and this extends into putting out tennis nets and getting a whole variety, taking down rink boards, a whole variety of things that involve that seasonal shift. That has the timing on it and the demand for timing has changed significantly. So we know we have to do something about it. Not really clear yet on how much we can do, but discussions will be had.
Thank you. I really appreciate that detailed answer. And I do want to give credit to Public Works, because anytime my office or I have raised with them condition of the park after a busy weekend, their response has been immediate and very good. So I want to acknowledge that. And thank you for acknowledging the tennis courts as well, because you don't want pickleballers after you, Mr. Chenier. We know pickleballers. But I appreciate you acknowledging this, and I think we are moving in the right direction, but the reality is this is here to stay, and we have to respond accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, je voulais simplement aussi faire
I just wanted to follow up on the Boys and Girls Club. Is there a mechanism where when we remove some programming, let's say in recreation centers or community centers, that be it a resource center or Boys and Girls Club, could they get a funding increase to manage the youth that will go in their facilities instead of going to the community center where the programming is non-existent anymore?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Mayor, I can start and Claire may continue. About the additional funding, I'm not aware of that. I don't think so. I can confirm that when we had the opportunity to offer funding to an alternative center, we did our best to accommodate these requests. At the Heron Center, for instance, it's one of the center that closed and opened the most often. We moved many of the programs, some at Carlton Heights or at Elwood Hall or the Jim Durrell Center. And we allowed the subscriber at the gym to go to other local centers such as Hunt Club and Greenboro, neighborhood centers. As for Dempsey, which had to close during the pandemic, in that case, of course, there were no alternative. We couldn't say the users can go to another center. Because of provincial regulations, all centers, recreational centers, were closed during the pandemic. As soon as it was possible, we reopened Christie Lake, for instance, and Overbrook. So we did our best in case, as for the arenas, they also suffered a lot. We have seasonal permit holders. So we included their move in the ice time allocation to accommodate as best as possible and to spread the pain, if I can say that, of ice time loss as widely as possible. So yes, the ice time for each group was reduced because there was less ice, but we tried to accommodate the groups that were renting, be it at Bernard Gramont or Jim Durrell. So that was the strategy we used. As for the funding, I'll give the mic to Claire. Funding-wise, we're not aware of it either. We don't have any additional funding to add to recreational programs. But for the centers, you know that we have the priorities given by the council. So that's what we're working with in partnership with Dan and his team.
Okay, merci, Conseillère Plante. Councillor Hughley. Councillor Hughley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question on the wading pool motion. I'd like to ask staff if it would be possible, well, maybe I should ask the mover too, if it would be a friendly amendment to add in splash pads, or otherwise look at substituting the word wading pool for splash pads, because more areas of the city would benefit from this motion if it was splash pads. So maybe I'll start with the mover. Is it okay as a friendly amendment?
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to add, in addition to what's already written there, splash pads. I know that staff do work to open these early and keep them extended longer. So hopefully that jives with what we're trying to accomplish here. Because I agree with you, and I've got splash pads in the ward too that I like to see extended with the season. So happy to have the and splash pads as part of that motion. That's friendly.
Thank you. So staff, is that going to be a possibility?
Mr. Mayor, staff would have no objection, although I have to advise the splash pads, because they are not supervised, they are open public access facilities. The only limiting factor in terms of when they can open is generally how quickly the afore discussed seasonal redeployment of public works staff and my own staff. It really, we have about, I'm going to say 200 splash pads across the city. They are all winterized and for the winter months and require a visit by staff to each of the 200 to flush out the lines, activate them, those kinds of things. Staff do that as quickly as possible in the spring, and generally our service guarantee, if you will, is that they will be done by the May long weekend, although we often significantly exceed that for many locations. And we do try to work with councillors' offices and the community to identify splash pads that should be priorities in the ward to open up and which ones shouldn't. For example, splash pads near schoolyards where they don't want the kids coming in from recess wet, for example. Similarly, in the fall, we work with our public works colleagues to try to extend the season as late as possible. And generally, we've been able to get to, I'd say, the third week of September before things turn cold. And really, the trick there is to get all 200 deactivated in time for freeze up type of thing. So there's no issue with including it with this motion. The motion that Councillor Menard has before council really speaks to providing funding for staffing, because unlike wading pools or unlike splash pads, wading pools do require staffing, do require us to have people up and ready and trained and to be able to pay them starting those weekends. But our best effort is always to get those splash pads open as quickly as possible, because as per the discussion we've had about the shift in climate, I've had March requests for splash pads to be open in really warm years, which is not possible, but we certainly aim for, late April, early May as the best effort.
So today's meeting, I'm not going to ask you for March.
Councillor Hughley, I just want to jump in because I'm not sure exactly how we would add splash pads to this motion, because the motion is so explicit about the details of wading pools, not because we don't want to, but it's just the wording of the motion is really explicit about wading pools. So
the motion talks to money, as Mr. Chenier just explained. It talks to the money for the staffing for the wading pool. But really, what I believe the mover's trying to do is provide a service to residents in our communities, because we all get asked if it's a warm May or a warm September. We always get asked if we can extend the timelines. Is that correct, Councillor Menard? Was that really what your goal was?
So look, the goal was obviously the wading pool piece, but I understand your point about splash pads. Maybe there could be a corresponding direction to staff of what you're trying to do, just given the mayor's point about the motion that would speak to that, because I'm in agreement with you as well. Splash pads that we're getting later and later in the season that people want them, and earlier in the season. Yeah. So happy to have, maybe it's a separate direction, Councillor, and then we keep the motion as is, and I'll support you on that.
Okay, if that's okay with Mr. Chenier, then we'll Mr. Mayor, let me do you want the direction now or after we vote on this?
We can come back to that at the end. There's time to put that together. And
if I could say one thing in closing to give Mr. Chenier a heads up, based on what you were just saying, I think the direction will say designated splash pads so that your staff can suggest certain ones. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hughley. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll just make a comment first to Councillors Bradley and Plant. Thanks for following up on the BGC issue. I have been in contact with them, and they've given me a direction that I'll be reading out later in the day when we're not talking about budget. I do have a question for Mr. Chenier, and I'm sorry, this question came up after the last Community Social Services meeting. Statistics Canada released a study that talked about the number of Canadians with at least one disability has doubled in the past 10 years. So that's 27% of our population. And also in their survey and statistics, they provided the fact that 72% of these people have experienced some barrier to accessibility, of which 60% had difficulties navigating indoor and outdoor public spaces. In the budget, I believe that there's about 1.325 million for accessibility projects for parks and recreation facilities. Is this amount increasing? And do you believe that this is anywhere near adequate to get over the hump that we have, where so many of our facilities are grandfathered and we have an increasing number of people with accessibility needs in the community?
Mr. Mayor, I will perhaps leave it to Tammy. Her department budgets for accessibility, although I can certainly confirm that there are more needs than the budget can handle, and that the approach has been multi-year to try to address the priority areas, the priority facilities as best possible with the existing funds.
Thank you. I'll come back to this in later discussions outside of budget. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanaugh, you wanted to wrap up on your motion?
Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Cyril and Dan for all their work on these motions. I know they worked very hard on it and saw the importance of it and found a source of revenue to make it happen. So thank you very, very much. Thank you to our seconder, Councillor Menard, who's also seen the issue. This is regarding four-season use of our destination parks, such as Andrew Hayden Park and Britannia. And it reflects the fact that they're being used in the winter. And that was an issue that we found, that there was no bathroom in the winter because parks are treated as summer places. And we needed someplace for residents during that time. The winter trails, Britannia Winter Trails, has been a huge success, as well as the other winter trail networks across the city. And one of the issues has been that, for example, schools can't use them because there was no bathroom. And so now if we have a bathroom in the winter, this means that we're making it even more used, and it's great outing for kids. So I want to thank everyone. I think it's important that we get outside all year round, and this motion will help that along. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. So we'll vote on the motions first, and then on the Community Services Committee portion of the budget. So first on the Councillor Kavanaugh motion, is that carried? And on Councillor Menard's motion, is that carried? And then we will have to vote separately on A and B because of Councillor Hill's declaration of interest. So if you wouldn't mind stepping back. So on A and B of the Community Services Committee portion, is that carried? And then on the remainder of the Community Services Committee budget, is that carried? Okay, thank you. All right.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Do you want that direction to staff before you pass the?
So we have a spot for directions at the end after we've gone through everything, where we can do that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, let's move to the Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services Committee portion of the budget. Any motions or questions? Okay, so we have to vote separately on item A because Councillor Luloff has a declaration of interest on that. So he's backing away from his home computer. Is section A carried?
Carried.
And then is the rest of the Emergency Preparedness and Protective Services budget carried?
Carried.
Okay. Planning and Housing Committee. There is a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh and on affordable housing. And I'll just, if you don't mind, I'm just going to say a quick preface to that because this is something that I think we all have care about and have worked on. I wanted to thank Councillor Troster in particular for her initiative on this. And as I said earlier in my opening remarks, there is already a significant increase in the amount of money that is going towards affordable housing in the capital budget this year. But I think there was a feeling among many people that we could go a little further, and we identified a way to do that. And I want to thank Councillor Kavanaugh as the chair of the Ottawa Community Housing Board, and Councillor Dudas as the chair of Community Services for bringing forward this motion. So go ahead, Councillor Kavanaugh. Sure.
Thank you. Whereas long-range financial plans, LRFPs, support good financial planning, and whereas the first long-range financial plan for housing services for the City of Ottawa was approved in March of 2021, whereas the long-range financial plan for housing services was developed in 2021 to help support the goals set out in the city's 10-year housing and homelessness plan, the 10-year plan. And whereas the long-range financial plan for housing services committed $15 million per year over the 10-year plan. And whereas the continued record investments of annual $15 million have been increased to $23.8 million in the draft 2024 budget, and whereas a revised long-range financial plan for housing services will be presented in Q2 2024, whereas several outstanding provincial funding and federal funding applications and programs require confirmation, and whereas the management of reserves is an important factor in the city's overall financial condition, as they impact both financial sustainability and financial flexibility. Whereas the credit agencies have acknowledged the city's strong reserve levels and its relatively low level of debt as a major attribute towards maintaining high credit ratings. That's Moody's, AAA, and S&P AA. And whereas the city's uses of detailed quantitative risk-based and extensive risk and regression analysis and budget trend analysis approach as one component in managing city reserves. And whereas the city maintains reserve balances as recommended by the council, approved reserve policy, and maintain balances to safeguard and protect the city to provide flexibility, sustainability, and vulnerability against unknown and unforeseen conditions. And whereas the current housing reserve projected ending balance of 2024 is $7 million, and whereas advancing funding for the current housing reserve may impact the future years' funding estimates, therefore be it resolved that a one-time contribution from the housing reserve of $6.2 million be added to the draft $23.8 million capital affordable housing budget for 2024 to double the approved long-term financial plan for housing services annual investment from $15 million to a one-time annual contribution of $30 million. Therefore, be it resolved that as part of the updated long-range financial plan for housing services to be presented in Q2 2024, that the CFO treasurer provide a recommended minimal balance to be maintained for the housing reserve, leveraging the risk-based approach and regression and budget trend analysis to ensure financial sustainability and flexibility for this reserve. And therefore be it resolved that as part of the updated long-range financial plan for housing services, the revised 10-year funding plan be reflected in this one-time 2024 $6.2 million contribution from the housing reserve. May I make comments now, or do you prefer?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much for allowing me to move this motion. Being a mover or a seconder would imply that I did all the work on this, but that is not the case. I want to thank Councillor Troster, Councillor Leeper, and many others who have put their faith behind this and recognizing the importance of affordable housing. We are facing a crisis, and there's an urgency to invest in these capital funds. We have almost 1,800 units in the pipeline, and they need to be built as soon as possible. Many of them are Ottawa community housing. For every one unit of housing being built, we are losing 31. Those are the statistics. We are losing units through renoviction, demoviction, short-term rental, and relistings at higher costs. And this is a frightening number. Every night, approximately 330 families experience homelessness, and many of them are housed in our transitional housing shelters. The city and partners provide 1,800 to 2,000 shelter beds each night, and the current estimate is that roughly 300 people are living on the street, and many in our parks. This includes sleeping on benches, sidewalks, or in tents. Everyone deserves a home of their own. with the very low vacancy rate in Ottawa and the lack of options for homes, costs continue to rise. We are seeing more and more use of food banks and more people sleeping rough on our streets. If we are serious about our commitment to housing and ensuring everyone has a home, then we need to invest more as a city. And I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to echo Councillor Kavanaugh's comments and put the credit where credit is due. Absolutely, certain councillors, Councillor Troster, rose to the occasion and identified that we should contribute as much as possible to housing, which is certainly council's priority. But the mayor's office really pulled this out of their hat. I'd have to say this was phenomenal work by the mayor and his team. And I also want to say credit to all the councillors on this council, because frankly, it was identified as a priority that housing would be one of our on the forefront for us. And I know that all councillors around this table have identified the need to continue to contribute to that aim. But I will point out the fact that, yes, I did second this motion. I will support it. And I absolutely think that it is the right thing to do. What I will say is it's not sustainable and it's not a strategy. And we're doing this because the federal government and the provincial government have not yet stepped up to the plate. It's not fair for our taxpayers and our residents to have to watch us put our hand into the cookie jar and pull money out of our reserves. Now, once again, we're not going to be impacting any other priorities because of this. This money was set aside for housing, so it doesn't influence any of that. This was the smart strategy, but this can't happen next year. That's why in this motion, it says one time. We need to continue to put the pressure on our other levels of government so they can share their burden of what is truly a societal issue that we can't shoulder alone. And I do want to say thank you to all my council colleagues, because all of you had said that this is a concern to you, and you have been strong advocates to all other levels of government to get us to this point. So while I fully support this motion, I thank the mayor's office for piecing it together and working with all of us on council to get it to this point. I will say that this isn't something I want to see us doing again next year. I want us to have a strong partnership with our other levels of government so we can fully fund the housing need in our community and not have to pull from any other funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci. Et j'aimerais surtout
Thank you so much. And I would like to mention all the efforts of Councillor Troster and our predecessors. So the sums that we're using for temporary lodging could actually be used. It's not a sexy topic. We want to spend more on something that is not visible every single day. We can see it in some wards, but we don't see this in suburban region. Next year, I will be focusing on acquisition strategy. We have wonderful partners at John Howard Society dans le quartier in the Byward Market in Vanier Ward. They need money to buy properties. Sometimes it's only buildings with 8 or 10 rooms. This is how they manage our people. So I hope to be able to work with you, be able to find funding not only for housing here in Ottawa with OCH. These partners are not always present in the media, but they're doing a wonderful job. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you everyone at the table for your kind words. This is a chance for our council to do something big, something groundbreaking that the city has never done before. Increasing the affordable housing capital budget to $30 million would double what is in the long-range financial plan. This would show that we're ready to face the scope of the crisis in front of us and that we're uncompromising in the belief that homelessness is a policy choice, a bad one that we need to end. And as you have heard me say many times before, I represent the ward with the highest rate of poverty in the city. In my first year as councillor for Somerset Ward, my office has dealt with multiple evictions per week, most often senior women being rent evicted from apartments that they've lived in for decades. I met a construction worker who slept under a bench in Minto Park because he missed 3 days of pay when he got sick, and he was soon evicted from the rooming house he was living in, which is just a couple blocks from City Hall. And increasingly, as Councillor Dudas has shared, the people living in our shelter system are newcomers to Canada. They're refugees and asylum seekers who came to our beautiful city to flee oppression and to make a new life here. The unsustainable cost of housing is also leading to a surge in hunger, the likes of which we have never seen before in our city. Use of the local food banks has increased 69% since 2019. As Rachel Wilson, the executive director of the Ottawa Food Bank, said recently, the answer to food insecurity is not more food. The answer is to make life more affordable for people with fixed or minimum wage incomes, and that starts with reducing the cost of housing. While it's hard enough to build enough affordable housing quickly, as Councillor Kavanagh mentioned, I was shocked to hear the new statistic that we're actually losing 31 deeply affordable rental homes. So anything with a rent of $1,000 or less per month for each one that we build. Rent evictions, a lack of provincial tenancy control, and the financialization of housing have made the housing crisis even more desperate. For a person who lives on ODSP or Ontario Works or minimum wage, because right now we have construction workers and PSWs who live at the Mission. There's simply no other places to live. But the good news is we have solutions. So I took a look at the roster of what we have sitting in the hopper that's unfunded, and it's 1,796 homes. And since 2020, when we declared a housing and homelessness emergency, we built 460. So if we, and the total cost of those homes, if we were to split it 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, would be over and above $100 million for the city's share. So the motion before us gives me a tremendous amount of hope, and to have the mayor support the decision to double the capital investment, for me to be able to call him and say, Mayor, I think we should do something big this budget. I think it's that important. It's the kind of bold action that my community has been asking for. It shows the kind of leadership that we hope will inspire other levels of government to invest in our vision. So I completely agree with Councillor Dudas. We are doing the most. This budget is showing we are doing the absolute most. And if I could say I have one goal during this term of council, is to get shovels in the ground for every single one of the 1,796 homes that are in our affordable pipeline. They are ready to go. They just need seed funding. So I want to thank Councillor Kavanagh for her leadership as chair of Ottawa Community Housing, and Councillor Dudas for her work, not just as chair of community services, but the Emergency Shelter Crisis Task Force too. As a council, we made a promise to people that by next winter, we will not have people sleeping on community center floors, because it's not fair to make communities have to choose between recreational services and housing people who have no other place to sleep. So the kind of investments we're making in this budget, so $30 million for capital investment if this motion passes, and $5 million for transitional housing, that will allow us to fulfill that promise. I also want to thank city staff, the mayor's office, yourself, Mayor Sutcliffe, and my own team members, including Charlotte Scott Frater, Tessa Franklin, and Stephanie Johnson. Getting this motion to council today took a lot of work from so many of us, but I hope it proves that it's worth having these tough conversations to get to a place where we can take bold action together, and it's something we can all own and we can all be proud of. The housing crisis is worse than it's ever been. People should not be sleeping in plastic chairs or under park benches in Canada's capital city. The best time to build affordable housing was decades ago, but the second best time is right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor Troster, and thank you very much, Mayor, for getting behind this investment. This is the item in our budget that I'm happiest to hear about today. In my opinion, this action that we're taking right here is the best example of our ultimate role and responsibility as holders of public office. When times are tough, that's when governments need to step up the most, because one of the greatest powers that we hold as government is how to best leverage the resources we have available to us, either through taxation or through the strategic use of reserves. In this case here, we are using our reserves. And when we are putting our hand into the cookie jar, as Councillor Dudas said, we are not being naughty children. This is what the cookie jar is for. And I don't even personally think that this is a great political risk to have made this move. My office put out a survey recently, and this was one of the questions we asked about whether or not they would support this because we knew this item might be coming. Out of, we had 827 respondents and 58% of them supported this kind of investment. So I believe the will is there. I just have a question for Cyril. Cyril, the last whereas clause in the motion, because I'm only seeing this motion, just very recently, whereas advancing funding from the current housing reserve may impact the future year funding estimate. Could you put some more color in that picture?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So if you recall, planning committee, I talked about, the benefit of the reserve and having a balance there gives us a little bit of flexibility from a contingency perspective, or if an opportunity comes up that we're not aware of today. That's why I was kind of reluctant a little bit in terms of, drawing that down. But when I took off a different lens and looked at the strategicness behind this reserve, this reserve is really restricted to housing initiatives, so it doesn't impact our other portfolio programs. And, I can live with the fact that it's a one-time component, because as we build out the long-range financial plan, which we're going to come back in Q2 of 2024, that's going to be more informative. So I was able to, accept the risk by taking the draw with the one-time understanding and understanding that we're going to come back in Q2 with a more robust long-range financial plan with the benefit of funding now to get shovels in the ground now. And this long-range financial plan is different than the other long-range financial plans that we have in the city in terms of, the sooner we do more now, ultimately, the sooner we get out of the crisis. So it shouldn't be a long-term plan where we're continuously funding this. The goal would be to get out of the crisis. So when I apply all those lenses, that's where I kind of said, look, I can live with this criteria.
Great. Thank you, Cyril. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this motion. I appreciate the work that's gone into it and some of the conversations that we've had over the last couple of weeks getting into this space. I do want to highlight that there are other elements of our housing concerns and the issue of affordability that go beyond rent geared to income, deeply affordable housing. There are about 90% of our people, plus or minus in the city of Ottawa right now that are having a heck of a hard time paying their mortgages, paying their rent. Average rent right now, I think from a one bedroom, something like $2,100 a month. Variable mortgage prices are doubled over the last couple of years. There are a lot of our middle class folks that are having a really, really hard time of it. This motion does not speak to that. This motion was not designed to speak to that. But I just want to highlight that as we move forward, I applaud the steps that we've taken here today to address this crisis of affordable, deeply affordable housing that we're going to be investing in. But I really want to advocate that we need to be looking at the broader market rate housing component to this, the supply glut that we have right now for market rate housing, which will be the solution space to stabilizing housing costs for the middle class. So thank you again to those that were involved directly and indirectly in this investment. I think, the one-time spike that we're seeing here, this is almost doubling what we had last year. I think everybody should take great pride in that. There is definitely a great need for that. I appreciate, my council colleagues taking me around to their parts of the ward. I remember going down to Options Bytown there with Stephanie, a few months ago, and it brings it home. And I don't have to go that far either. I know out in Barrhaven, we're going to have some investment from OCH that's in construction right now. This is a citywide issue. I appreciate the investment, but I just want to highlight that we need to take action on the affordability component of market rate housing in this city if we want our kids to have the opportunity to have to not live in the basement. Not that I don't like my kids, I really do, but that's my comment, sir. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Hill. I'll just mention as well, by the way, that people are welcome to talk about or raise questions about the Planning and Housing Committee portion of the budget, as well as the motion that's in front of us, whatever you want to talk about. Councillor Kavanagh, I'm assuming you are there to wrap up? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone involved, but I'll especially make a shout out. I think everyone's thanked Councillor Troster. I think everyone's thanked the mayor and councillor colleagues. I want to say a special thank you to staff. And when I was elected a year ago, the first thing I wanted to do was to try to reduce the usage I had 2 community centers in use. for the unhoused population. A year later, I have 2 community centers in use for the unhoused population, but the population of those has practically doubled. I know, Cyril, you mentioned about, getting out of this. I don't see us getting out of this situation anytime soon. And I know that the staff are absolutely swamped, but this is a historic investment. But I just wanted to recap a couple of other things we're working that staff have done this year. Purchasing a property in my ward for use as a supportive housing hub, finding a property to lease on Corkstown Road so that we can reduce hotels and motels, introducing a transitional housing allowance using the city's own funds because we're not getting those funds from the Fed and the province. We have a lot of supportive housing units under development. We now have more supportive housing beds than we do shelter beds. And we have a lot of shovels in the ground on affordable housing projects. So I just really want to acknowledge that, this is historic, but what we are facing as a council is incredible. But I also will say that over the past year, this is the one file that I feel everybody around the council table absolutely agrees on and works together well on this. And I look forward to continuing to work on this as a member of Community Services, as a member of the OCH board, as a member of the Emergency Shelter Task Force. And when I reflect back a year ago about being elected and hearing in my community that people wanted their community centers back, which I understand, we don't want to pit vulnerable people against vulnerable people. But in Ottawa, we make sure that people have a bed. And it is, I've said this before, I still have my office in Heron Road Community Centre. And when I walk through the hallways there to get to my office, and I see people in the hallways with a place to sleep, and on their, people are in the hallways learning English on their computers or talking to other people. It is rather overwhelming to me that we do try so hard to make sure that people have a place to sleep. And I just look forward to continuing to work with staff and all of you around the table on this shared commitment. And congratulations to everyone involved in today's announcement.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. I stepped out for a few minutes there, so I apologize if this question's already been asked about Councillor Kavanaugh's motion. So I'm supportive of it, but I do have a question about it. Is if this year we're kind of giving it a one-time injection and bringing it up to $30 million, which is great and everything. But in future years, will this be seen as us in future years being unable to commit to something similar? As if we were shortchanging it or something in 2025, let's say, for the 2025 budget?
Mr. Mayor, I think, as staff is supportive of the recommendation in front of us. That's why we're going to come back with the Q2 long-range financial plan, which will be informative, right? So the understanding will capture this investment and then what that looks like moving forward. And that's why the motion that staff is recommending and supporting is being supportive of it is a one-time. So that highlights that. Now we're going to incorporate that into our plan that we'll come back with in Q2.
And I guess mostly for my own understanding, what means do we have of replenishing that housing reserve?
So, Mr. Mayor, there's a couple of sources that contribute into this housing reserve. Our biggest one, VUT. So all net costs or all net revenues of the VUT program goes into this reserve. 25% of sales surplus land, where applicable, goes into this reserve. Surpluses in any given year from the housing operating budget would go into this reserve. There's been times in the past years where during disposition, there's been at the will of council, they made contributions into the reserve, so that those are the main funding sources for the reserve.
Oh, that was the end. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Kavanaugh, did you want to say a few words to wrap up on the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to thank all my colleagues for their support on affordable housing. Really appreciate it. It sends a strong signal that we're serious about this issue. It sends it to our residents and across the nation. The increase in demand on food banks is something that we've seen. We saw the hunger report reported last week. And it's not just about the cost of food. This is the domino effect of the cost of housing, where if you don't know what to buy after you pay the rent, because you don't have much left. And that's the importance of why we're doing this. The City of Ottawa is the sole shareholder of Ottawa Community Housing, who is ready to serve and build. We look forward to working together. This is an urgent situation, and I appreciate all the support. And I hope that we can move forward and really get people housed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. So is the motion carried? And the Planning and Housing Committee portion of the budget, is that carried?
Carried.
All right, let's move to item 10, the Transit Commission portion of the budget. And was worth a shot. Okay, there is a motion. So maybe we can introduce that motion from Councillor Bradley at this time and then have discussion and questions about the motion and about the budget itself. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This motion was introduced at Transit Commission by my colleague, but I'm just going to read the therefore be it resolved portion of the motion in the spirit of being expeditious and then go on to my comments. So the therefore be it resolved is that Council freeze transit fares in the 2024 budget through a 1% increase to the transit levy. So I know that all of you around, most of you around the table appreciate the value of a transit fare freeze. The majority of us supported that just 1 year ago. We supported that as it was a recognition that we were in the process of rebuilding our transit system. We were working on permanent fixes to our challenges with the LRT and working to address reliability in our bus routes. It was also a recognition that our riders have endured a lot and that the current service did not warrant a higher price tag at the fare box. Well, I would say that we're a year later and not much has changed. Now, I will say that strides have been made. We have found the root cause to our LRT challenges and are working on a permanent fix, but that has not yet been implemented. We've just undergone a route review and staff have worked very hard to complete that. But again, that has not yet been implemented. So what I would say is that the success of those changes is still unknown. And I think that it's premature in that regard to introduce a fare hike. But having said all that, what I really wanted to focus this discussion on today, it's less about the value of affordable transit. I know that we already have numerous ways in which we provide affordable transit, the EquiPass, the Community Pass, consideration for those in shelter. Those are all positive steps. This motion for me is more about ensuring that we have sustainable, predictable, and reliable funding for transit now and into the future. A little more than a month ago, we all sat in this room. We heard from our mayor, from our transit chair, from our transit staff, from our finance staff, that the financial trajectory for transit is bleak. And I know that we have asks into the province and to the feds to help support, and I hope that they come to the table. But holding our hands out and asking for money is not a strategy, and it's certainly not one that I'm willing to put a lot of stake in right now, given all of the other asks that we have to upper levels of government. I can't ignore this bleak future for transit in this budget, even though I know, again, we're coming back next quarter with a long-range financial plan update to address this issue. That is great, but we know we have a problem now, and we have an opportunity to start addressing that now. So this motion proposes swapping fare revenue, which is tenuous and it fluctuates with ridership, with more sustainable source of the transit levy. The levy provides guaranteed revenue for OC Transpo. This type of revenue insulates our operational budget from the ebbs and flows of ridership, things outside of our control, pandemics, local employers making decisions about work from home, and of course, different funding we might receive. So we're insulated from that. So this money is guaranteed to come in. It will help regulate our reliance on reserves to cover deficits, because let's face it, if there are revenue shortfalls from fare revenue, we're paying for it. Taxpayers are paying for it. We're going to offset that with our reserves, which are depleting quickly. We heard from the mayor that the 2025 budget will be even more challenging and that we need to be strategic with every decision. Colleagues, moving forward with an increase to the transit levy is by far the more strategic decision, and we will all be grateful to have that funding in the base as we work to address other challenges in our city next year. So I just wanted to wrap up here to drive home a key theme we hear all the time, and Councillor Dudas just mentioned it in the last motion: sustainability. We all want a sustainable city, one that is set up to thrive now and into the future. To achieve that, we need sustainable funding sources for our services, and transit being chief among them. Leveraging the levy is both the prudent and fiscally responsible approach to addressing the financial deficiencies in our transit system, and I would encourage my colleagues to carefully consider their support of this motion in that vein. Thank you very much, and thank you to the seconder, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. And speaking of Councillor Leeper, go ahead.
I'm just going to short out now. Thank you very much, Mayor. So this is my 10th budget, and I expect that for maybe a majority of those 10 budgets, I've put my name on a similar motion with respect to fare hikes. And I'm trying to think of what might convince you this time. And I will go to a conversation I had with Pat a couple of weeks ago about the route number 11. And the way the Route 11 functions within the city is that it's the route you take to get between neighborhoods, right? It's not necessarily a commuting route. It's how you get from your neighborhood to the next neighborhood to the neighborhood 2 streets over. And I desperately in Kitchissippi need people to get on the bus to make that trip from Hintonburg to Wellington Village to Westboro. We can't fit any more cars on Richmond. We can't fit any more cars on Wellington and on Parkdale. We need people to take public transit. You know, it doesn't make any sense at all for me to go from my house in Hintonburg to the Churchill Community Center, a community over, by car. The journey is just packing the streets. But the reason people make that journey by car is because the bus costs $3.75 one way. And then it's going to cost you another $3.75 coming the other way. That's, close to $8 in order to take the bus to go one community over to attend a community meeting, do a little bit of shopping, to eat. I don't blame people for driving. Not all of our riders are going to be people who have bus passes. We're fortunate as city councilors. It makes a lot of sense for me to hop on the bus to get from neighborhood to neighborhood because we get a free transit pass. But most residents don't, and they have to weigh the cost of that trip very carefully. And when they weigh the convenience and the reliability, and I think particularly the cost, they're making the choice to drive, and Richmond Road and Somerset and Wellington become more and more congested. It's not sustainable. We're packing my ward with infills. We're packing my ward with towers. If they all choose to move around by car, it's going to become virtually impossible to get around. My hope has always been that we would leverage freezes in the transit fare in order to bring prices down. I've cautioned my colleagues in past that free transit is just too high a hurdle to leap right now. But we can let inflation take care of transit affordability by freezing fares. And to make that a deliberate strategy and to put that burden on the overall taxpayer who benefit when people ride the bus. So I'm very pleased to put my name again for I don't know which time over the course of my 10 budgets on this motion. And I'm hoping at some point the council will take a look at the long-term sustainability of how people get from point A to point B, recognize that affordability is an important part of that equation, and support a fare freeze. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is for staff about the motion. That's part of what we're discussing right now. My understand, or the way I see it, and correct me if I'm completely wrong on this, but the way I see it is that any increases to a transit levy has to more or less become permanent because then otherwise our transit passengers will pay more to make up for what we don't maintain in the future. Would that understanding of it be correct or very wrong?
Mr. Mayor, can you repeat that? Sorry.
So my understanding and the way I see it at least is that if we increase the levy by 8%, with the end goal of freezing the fare for the year, that levy increase would basically have to become permanent for every future year if we don't want transit passengers to pick up the slack plus any future fare increases. Like it's like a cost to taxpayers this year, but a worse cost for transit riders in the future year.
Mr. Mayor, so this would be a base. So any, if the levy goes up by 1%, that's a permanent base increase to the revenue inflow. In this scenario, the offset would be no fare increase. So one offsets the other. So if the proposal was a fare freeze with no offset for that revenue, that would create a significant gap. So that's what we talked about in the long range financial plan update earlier this year, where if there was just a fare freeze with no substitution, that $3.8 million gap in 2024 compounds to well over 200 million over a 30-year cycle. But in this scenario, the one you move it from the fare to the levy is adding to the base.
Okay, so basically, if in 24, we decide to not do this again, there won't be an additional extra fare increase for customers.
Yeah, in other words, I think what you're trying to ask, if I may, is if we were to do what's proposed in this motion, the only way we would be adding to the cost of taxpayers, the portion of the transit budget that is paid for by taxpayers, we'd be adding to that permanently unless we did an extra large fare increase in a subsequent year to make up for the year where we didn't increase fares. Is that effectively what you're saying?
Essentially, and yeah.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
It's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And I just want to start by first thanking the people who've been calling for this. I know we've all been getting emails in our inbox around the public transit improvements that people want to see in the public. We also had people doing the same thing about the affordable housing motion we just talked about. Thousands of people signing a petition. We also had a ton of people outside the chambers today calling for exactly this, the public transit improvements, fare freeze, and more affordable housing. So thank you to the public who's really been rallying around these topics. It's not us that is doing this. The public is pushing us to do this. So thank you to the public for all of their work, their petition signing, and encouraging us to do the right thing. My intervention on this is going to be questions for staff. So if fares were frozen in 2024, how many new rides would take place as a result of freezing fares approximately?
Mr. Mayor, we have a projection that is based on a number of assumptions, but generally speaking, we would expect to see a very small increase of about 300,000 more trips made during the year.
Okay, so 300,000 extra trips made during the year. There's a potential that these people that are making those extra trips may continue to take trips in future years after experiencing transit. Maybe they're coming back on transit. They're taking it more often. They're taking the routes that they may not have taken as a result of it. Might they continue in the future? Is there a potential that once you get riders on the bus or the train, that they might continue to do that in the future as well? It might not just be a this year action.
Mr. Mayor, with the method we're using would, if they are new customers to the transit system, we would consider them to be new customers forever, unless there were another change that caused them to reconsider that decision.
That's helpful. Mayor, I also wanted to just point out, my understanding is the motion today would actually add more money. I always hear my colleagues talk about more service. So what this would do is, because there's 300,000 additional riders, that's about $600,000 extra revenue. But the extra percentage on the tax levy would be that total amount of near 3.8 million. But there's also a $600,000 savings that comes or revenue that comes in as a result of those new riders. So by moving it to the tax levy in this way with that 1%, my understanding is actually more total value for the city, because we get that extra revenue from those 300,000 extra rides and the total 3.8 that would have been part of that original fare increase. Can staff just confirm that that is the case?
Mr. Mayor, that is the calculation we've made.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear about that and be as simplistic as possible, there would be more funding for both freezing fares for passengers who have endured a whole heck of a lot over the last several years in this city when it comes to transit, and there would be an additional $600,000 in extra revenue for service enhancement. So we both get some service enhancement potential and freeze those fares for people. And my final question to staff is just on the long range financial plan. You had mentioned that the tax levy is in a very efficient way, the transit levy, an efficient way of funding transit. When you mentioned the long range financial plan, you had gone through several reasons why that is in terms of the base, in terms of being able to rely on it. Very similar to the UPass, you can count on that revenue when we introduced it. But can staff just confirm why they had mentioned during the long range financial plan that the transit levy is a preferred and efficient way of raising revenues for transit?
Mr. Mayor, so the levy obviously would provide stable predictability. But when we look at our fiscal framework, we do have that guidance where it should be 55% from the levy, from the fare, and then 45% from the levy. Currently, we're at about 69% levy, 31% fare box. So again, from a predictability perspective, the tax is predictable. It's pretty much 100% predictable. And on the fare side, the ridership will fluctuate a little bit on that.
Thanks so much to staff for those answers, and I hope we do support this today. It's better for service, it's better for riders, better for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. Another year after year debate we have is about what is the right balance between fare revenue and transit levy revenue. And I think that conversation has changed since 4 years ago before the pandemic. And I don't think we've ever really we never really been able to find consensus around that. So I wanted to talk a bit about that. I wanted to remind colleagues that the transit operating budget is going up by 4.9% this year, despite the fact that we have 25 million fewer customer trips than we did 4 years ago in OC Transpo. So up 4.9%. I think that's important. Cyril had just mentioned the current balance between fares and taxes. Fares bring in 31% of our revenue, property taxes 69%. Before the pandemic, we were targeting fares as covering 55% of the revenue, or 45% of property taxes. So we've already made a massive shift towards a much higher proportion of property taxes, over 2 to 1. And that's appropriate. There is a public good for transit, right? It's good for the environment. It's good for mobility. It's good for economic development. So yes, property taxes should be contributing. But fares, they're a user fee that helps cover the cost of running transit. And increasing fares and having fares allows us to continue to improve service year over year as ridership continues to improve. The problem with freezing fares is you have a compound year over year negative effect on our overall budget. And if there's one vote I regret from last year's budget, it was on freezing fares last year, because now we're even further behind in our revenue. We do have a working group that we've established that's going to be looking at long-range financial plan. It's going to be looking at recommendations for council to approve on what the right mix is between fares and property taxes. And there may be other revenue that we identify as well. So we have less reliance on only fares and property taxes. We also have to compare to other cities. So this is data from last year. Ottawa had a lower portion of fares covering revenue than almost every other city above 500,000 people in Canada. Calgary, Hamilton, Mississauga, Montreal, Toronto, Vancouver, Winnipeg, they all had a higher proportion of fares as their revenue mix. So I think that's another important piece of data we have to use when we're deciding on this. I do think we should be concerned about affordability. I think it's also worth reminding everyone again that we are freezing the EquiPass, the Community Pass, the pass for displaced persons and refugees and emergency shelters pass remain at zero, free. And that's important too. And there's a value to all that. So we have all sorts of discounts: the youth discount, the seniors discount, the community pass, the EquiPass, the refugee pass, the emergency shelter pass. The difference between what those costs and what a full fare would cost adds up to over $22 million a year. So that's significant value. That's something that we're investing into affordability every year with OC Transpo. And so we're arguing really over a 10-cent adult fare or $3.25 on a full adult pass. And, you know, if we were to approve this motion, maybe it's a quick PR win today, but I don't think it makes a speck of difference to our riders. They want to see improved service, improved reliability, and that's what's going to have the long-term effect to bring back riders. So I'm not going to support the motion. I am glad to see the freeze on the community pass and the Equipass, so that we're targeting the affordability measures to the people who really need it the most in our community. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, I just want to say a big thank you to Councillor Gower for his leadership as the Transit Commission Chair. I can see your passion. I can see your dedication. I can see your attention to detail. And although I will fundamentally disagree with you, I know you're the right person in the chair role. I really do think you're just tremendous at this. And I look forward to learning more from you as we go. This is the only other part of the budget that I'll be voting against today. I really appreciate the slides that were put forward by OC Transpo. I think they were tremendously useful, and thank you for that. But ultimately, you know, I think that what I was looking for in the budget and looking for from leadership is, you know, an indication that we were prepared to invest more in our operating for OC Transpo in alignment with the expectations from our other committees that we're trying to encourage ridership. So as part of PRED, as part of planning and housing, we're doing a lot more density along transit corridors. We're making those hard decisions with our residents. We're building the buildings where transit is promised. And then with transportation, we have the new transportation master plan that was passed, and all of that is transit priority as well. So I do believe that we are making capital investments and policy commitments towards transit in the right way. And I was hopeful that we would be able to see that similar commitment within this budget. Although I appreciate we do have, you know, a larger commitment, a 4.9 commitment. We are coming out of a deficit for 2023. And I think that we need to be demonstrating to residents that we hear them. I mean, I represent a ward that has a college in it. And we had, you know, honestly, I was thinking a lot about this. I wasn't sure how I was going to vote on this until yesterday's FinCourt meeting. And we had students coming saying, I am begging you to do something about this. I am losing money because I can't get to my shift work. I am missing my classes. I am missing my exams. I need your help. I have an affordability issue with transit. And although I appreciate that we have these additional passes, transit behavior is formative. Like, we learn to use transit as a younger person. And if we're not supporting those types of behaviors at that age, we will encourage people to buy a car. And so when I see all of my student housings in College Ward with Algonquin students that each have a car, and I field 311 calls from their neighbors who say, hey, there's 6 cars parked on the road next to me. I know that that is because that transit isn't getting the attention we need. And so I can't support this budget. I don't believe that we have a nuanced approach to how we solve the problem. We continue to ask OC Transpo to dig deeper and to look harder. And in these slides, we see all the ways that you're doing that. All the service review, it's great. All of the route review, it's great. But one of the things that we don't really do is show an investment financially, a bold investment. We can't have you dig deep for all of our solutions. I appreciate that the province and the feds can come to the table here, and I'm part of FCM so that we can advocate for, you know, some of that funding to come forward. But I do believe that residents have been loud and clear that OC Transpo deserves better. And I do trust leadership, just like I did in 2023, but I don't think that this budget reflects the vision and the priority that we're setting at other committee policy levels. And I would have expected differently. So I very much appreciate where we're trying to go, but I don't believe that this budget shows moving the needle on a status quo experience for OC Transpo route users. And I'm not sure that we're going to be able to retain the riders that we need. So I think those are my comments today.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Desroches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is my 9th year in this place, and received a lot of briefings on a lot of long-term financial plans for the city and infrastructure plans. And the briefing that we received on September 19th, the Transit Long Range Financial Plan Update, was very helpful, but very sobering. I guess on a number of fronts. One was, I think it demonstrated to the residents that we are planning for the future. We are, we have ambitious plans to expand our transit network and infrastructure, particularly into the suburban communities. And it showed again that we are making some very significant capital investments that unfortunately have gone up in price over the last number of years. And what stood out for me was of all the sources of funding that we have, one of them, of course, is the fare boxes, which you've talked about. Councillor Lowe was going into it with you, and I was really struck with on page 7 when we go with a fare freeze for that one moment, that there is a compounded effect over the span of several decades that is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. In fact, he said that the fare freezes in 2020 and 2023 had a $430 million impact on the model. So I'm wondering if you could just speak to that again. I think the public deserves to hear kind of what is the impact of a fare freeze. I mean, it's long-term as from your presentation. Can you just talk to that, Treasurer?
Mr. Mayor, so yeah, if you recall, when we do if there's a fare freeze and there's no replacement of that revenue, that does create like a fare freeze today would be approximately $3.8 million loss in revenue. If there's no replacement for that revenue, that would compound to, with the current recalibrated ridership, about just over $200 million over a 30-year frame. In September, we talked more closely to the closer to $400 million range, because that was in the 2019 ridership. So again, if there's no replacement of the lost revenue, that does have a compounding impact over the life of the plan.
In the long list of projects that we have in there that are unfunded or partially funded, so the bus rapid transit network, there's a lot of them in there, and so can you just speak to that? So I heard you that obviously this is one source that we would have to find the balance, but we have got a long list of capital projects that are going to rely on revenue. So right now, presently, those are not funded.
Mr. Mayor, yes. I mean, if we go back to when we gave that update, it was a very important update. There was a slide towards the end where there was, there's not one solution, like there's not one lever, there's multiple levers that we need to rely on to kind of get out of the funding strategy that we had pre-pandemic. And it goes to speak to Councillor Chair Gower's motion, that additional things that we basically need to look at anything and everything, where we kind of come back through the process of this working group and through the process of refreshing our long range financial plan for today's conditions. That's the work, the heavy work that we've started, and that's the work that we're committed to doing, and that's the work that we will be coming back with information to committee and council for decisions or guidance at that point in time. So that's the work that, again, it's already started and it's ongoing.
Okay. Well, and again, thank you for that presentation. It was very sobering, I think helpful to show the span of the work and the challenges that we have and the decisions, why they're important today. I'll just turn to Mr. Scrimgeour. This is a budget that anticipates the energy and the animation and the coming onto line of the Trillium line. And can you speak to the increase in trips, the increase in service that will produce as a result of that coming online? So, and in part, the adjustments that you're making in the budget avoid the duplication that was always contemplated for the Trillium line to come in. But I know residents, I think, are always surprised to see how much more the service will improve as a result of that Trillium line. So if you could just quantify that and briefly, thank you.
Sure, Mr. Mayor. There will be a big effect for the people who live in Riverside South, Leitrim, Findlay Creek, and some parts of Barrhaven, where, depending on where they are, they've got a bus that goes towards the center of the city, maybe every half hour, maybe every 15 minutes at some busy times. With O Train Line 2 open, they'll have a train leaving from Limebank Station every 12 minutes, so 5 times an hour. Many more trips a day, and each one of those trains will have room for many more people on it than each single bus does now. So it's a reduction in in frequency, so a reduction in waiting time, more opportunities to travel, and a lot more capacity as we funnel people through from all parts of the south part of the city onto that train.
Okay, thank you for the answers today. That's all for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just have a question. I guess it's for Mr. Scrimgeour. I heard my colleagues say, the financial trajectory is bleak, and we certainly know that. I think we still are dealing with the $39 million deficit. And we have heard Councillor Gower had a motion several weeks back on ways to get together to discuss that. So, but I hear from the proposal that's been put forward today for a fare freeze that there's 300,000 additional customer trips that could happen if we froze fares. How much fare revenue would that bring in?
Mr. Mayor, as we mentioned earlier, approximately $600,000 in the year.
And
Mr. Mayor, can I add a comment, please?
Absolutely. Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I was trying to, so thank you very much. I would like to say that, I'm very involved on public transit, and one of the things that around the world now we are trying to understand is what the impact that the fare has on customers. And I have a good example where Germany has just decreased the fare by 50%. They didn't see any increase on the ridership. So a fare freeze will not bring people. The only thing that will bring people is to make sure that customers can trust the service that we deliver, and we deliver what we promise. So that's why with the route review, with those processes that OC Transport is trying to put in place, we have one focus is to be able to deliver what we promise, the famous 99.5% of the service. This is the only way that we will prove to our customers that they can rely on us and we can deliver this service daily. So those people who are with us will stay with us, and we will be able to attract others as well. This is something that I'm very confident when I'm saying that, because again, I have the chance to speak with all of the leaders on transit around the world. And even if now I have colleagues who are attending the COP28 in Dubai, and there is a lot of discussion about the electrification for the cars. And again, that's colleagues and leaders said, the only thing that will save the planet, it's public transit. We must fund public transit, and we must make sure that the transit is reliable to be able to attract and to retain customers. So for me, freezing the fare will not help me on my 99.5, and it will launch a very maybe bad message to customers that, hey, you're not good because of this tax levy or whatever. We know what we have to do. We know that we have to work on the service, and we are doing that. And let's work together to be able to achieve this 99.5, and let's observe how people will come back on transit. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, merci. Can you feel free to carry on, Councillor Carr? Yep.
Okay, perfect. Merci beaucoup, Madame Emma Carr. Toujours un plaisir de
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to talk to you.
I think so. You had confirmed that about $660,000 from 300,000 additional trips. How much revenue would be brought in if we implemented the fare increase? Like so you gave me figures, if we froze fares on number of rides, it would increase, and approximately how much dollars? Do you have the dollars for how much revenue would be brought in if we implemented the fare increase as planned?
Mr. Mayor, so as it stands today with the fare increase in the budget, that would bring in an incremental $3.8 million of fare box revenue.
Okay, so there's a significant, like almost $3 million financial difference it would make by implementing the freeze.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if the 2.5% fare is zero and that offset goes to the levy, that would mean a 1% to the levy to replace the full 3.8.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. So for my, everything I've heard around the table this morning as we've been talking is affordable housing is a priority, food security is a priority. We're concerned about the loss of programming at Boys and Girls Club. I think we've done a good job with the Community Pass, with the Equipass. We're the only municipality in Canada that I'm aware of that offers shelter passes, that offers for new Canadians, for refugees. We have 12 and under free. I guess I'm trying to understand why we would introduce a levy for this particular aspect of transit where we're in such a hole, to freeze fares for the general population. When I look at what OC Transpo has planned for this year, one of the things that I hear about most is paratranspo. I know we're currently doing a review of same-day booking and service past midnight. There's renewals and retrofits of bus stops. So if we're going to put a levy on to invest in it, why are we not investing in more vulnerable populations? Why are we investing in freezing the fares for people like I was for over 20 years, which was a public servant riding the bus? When I hear from my constituents about what their main concerns are, it's sidewalks, it's roads, it's recreational facilities. I rarely hear, please freeze my transit fare. And to add, is it $8 to $10 on a average tax bill? Is that what it would be? That's a lot. Now, as everyone knows, in Ward 18, Alta Vista famous for many things, including about 20 years of tax levies for recreational facilities that were charged back to back, 10 years on a community center, 10 years on an ice rink, without any consultation with the public. And I still hear about these. I get, 5, 6, 7 emails a week. People are still upset about levies that they were not consulted on. I personally feel if we're going to introduce a levy for something specific, that we at least owe it to our constituents to consult with them about what they want it spent on. And I don't think that budget time is unilaterally for us to decide that we're going to introduce $8 to $10 on a tax bill when the needs that we all agree on are affordable housing, food security. These are the things we talk about. So I won't be supporting the levy today, but I will continue to support the investments in transit to help our most vulnerable. I want to see those improvements to paratranspo to help people with accessibility issues. I want to see expansions of those programs to help the most vulnerable as the divide between the wealthy and the poor increases. But I can't support something that we haven't consulted on with people and we've unilaterally decided this is the best way to spend their money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So there's no doubt that we need to address the potential lost revenue of $3.8 million, but it does worry me that we're focusing more on who should pay for that when, in my opinion, the greatest risk to our system is the risk posed by the continued erosion in our ridership. With respect to the general manager, we're not debating here, we're not dealing with the ultimate value of increasing reliability. I don't think that's in question at all. And contrary to Madame Amilcar, I do believe that we may be able to, and I don't think it's a stretch of the imagination to believe that we may be able to increase our ridership by freezing these fares at this particular time. But if, however, the greatest concern being addressed here is the financial viability of OC Transpo's bottom line, and if we're contemplating whether or not to make up that $3.8 million through a fare increase or through an equivalent amount raised through a levy. And so a question to you, Pat, if, as Councillor Menard discovered, a fare freeze would result in 300,000 more riders, which would mean 600,000 more dollars, doesn't OC Transpo then, if our greatest concern is revenue, doesn't OC Transpo benefit from a fare freeze? By paying for that lost $3.8 million through a levy, and if we accumulate 600,000 more dollars, doesn't OC Transpo therefore benefit?
Mr. Mayor, I think there's at least two ways of answering that question. The one is, just superficially, it's not for OC Transpo to benefit, it's for the customers of OC Transpo. we will deliver the service that council decides. If there are that small number of people who are price sensitive and are making their travel choice on the basis of that difference of 10 cents a trip or $3.25 a month, whatever the exact numbers are, then those people would be new travelers on the transit system. They wouldn't be traveling in other ways, or they would be more mobile, depending on where they are in their life. The other way of looking at it is that if we are going to carry more customers, we need to have the capacity to carry those customers. And that this budget lays out the operating costs to carry the customers that we're expecting. And if there's something that changes behavior in the way that there are more people traveling, obviously we've got capacity to carry a few million people more per year. But if there's something that drives that up even higher, then we have to give you a different recommendation to actually increase operating resources as well.
Well, I would love to have the problem of how to deal with many, many more riders. So it is certainly my opinion that a healthy public transit system is a benefit to everyone who lives in the city, that it serves whether you use transit regularly or periodically or once a year or never at all. If you live in the city of Ottawa, you benefit from a healthy transit system. If you drive your car into downtown, you benefit from increased transit ridership because it diminishes traffic congestion, and traffic is horrible for the past 6 months. If you enjoy driving on our properly maintained roads, you benefit from more people using transit because there's less wear and tear on our roads, and perhaps some of that saved money might even better maintain your roads. If you breathe air just as frequently as I do, you benefit from a healthy transit system. And so just like the cost to build and maintain roads is the responsibility of every Ottawa resident, whether you drive a car or not, the cost for maintaining the viability of our transit system should be the responsibility of every resident. I absolutely recognize the concern that Councillor Gower raised about the compounding risk of freezing fares, but I still think that the risk that all residents should be most concerned with is the risk of losing more and more riders who will see it as, forgive me, but insult on top of injury, that riders will be expected to pay for a fare increase at a time when the service is not delivering what riders expect. I spoke to two 19-year-olds yesterday at a cafe, and we were talking about this. And one of them was telling me, and I hear this quite frequently, one was telling me that they're no longer using transit, and one was telling me that they're buying a car. In my opinion, the greatest threat that we face when it comes to transit is losing more riders. I do not, nor can I foresee a risk by putting the burden of that $3.8 million on the taxpayer, but I absolutely can foresee a risk of losing riders by putting that fare increase on the user. And so for the sake of my ultimate goal, which is building ridership, but certainly not losing more ridership, I will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to staff for all their work and to the movers of the motion and seconder. I think that reliability is the key word here. And what they're looking at is using transit levy as more reliable income and a stronger base to build from. And I think that's important. And I accept the from our general manager, Madame Amilcar, point about the 50% reduction not showing it. This is a fare freeze. This is not a 50% reduction. This is a signal that we're trying to get people to use our transit system. I want to know what else we're doing, though, to increase ridership. One of the things that we've looked at is we've got the freeze on the community and Equipassage, which was started in 2019, and I moved the motion on that. And I really appreciate that it's continued without exception from there. But what are we doing to grow numbers of passes in all categories? And are we looking at other types of passes beyond the U-Pass to increase revenue? Like, go back to the federal government on passes. What about just our own network here in the city? What are we doing in terms of those possibilities to have reliability and revenue?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, first, as I said, I think it's very important to continue to work on the reliability of the service. We must deliver what we promise. We are now below what I would like to have. And I think I spent a lot of time at Transit Commission to convince people where we will have to go. I think we are there now, and now we're working on that. My team is very engaged as well, and the employees. And again, and I know that I have said that many times, the only thing that we can do for our customers is to deliver the service that they need. People who are taking transit today, it's if they go away, it's not because they cannot pay, it's because they cannot rely on us. So this is a huge responsibility that I'm sharing with you now, because this is my responsibility with my team to make sure that we promise what we deliver. And this is what exactly we're going to do. So by keeping the fare as normal, where every transit increase fares annually, at least when the service will be there, and we will increase the ridership, so more people will pay to be able to continue to increase, to improve the service that we deliver. So that's why I continue to say, and I believe that the only good gift that we can give to our customers is to have a reliable service.
For you, Mr. Mayor, totally agree with that. That we need reliability of the service. We fielded calls to my office this morning about a bus that didn't come, and it was a major route, and one that's taken by a good number of people, and it didn't show up. So the person was more than half an hour late for work. That is so important. The way I view transit is it's a public service. It's a public service like our roads and our sidewalks. It absolutely has to be there. And we need to have our partnership from the federal government and the provincial government to make it so. We should not be treating it as this is something that you pay for because it's not a luxury, it's a necessity. And I will be supporting the motion. And I think we still have to work on looking at other revenue sources, notwithstanding this. But I think the real in terms of having the transit levy sends the message. It's a philosophical discussion, but we need to show that this is a public service that we all benefit from, because our roads aren't getting worn down but with all the cars on it and traffic congested because people are taking transit. That benefits everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. The unique position we're in as elected members of councils, obviously we have to debate OC Transpo's budget and be responsible stewards of the budget. But we hear from our residents continuously, and they don't do the detailed financial analysis of OC Transpo's numbers. What we hear from them about is service delivery. And Councillor Kavanagh has raised many of the points I'm going to raise now. They don't care the state of finances. They want their bus to show up. It's what they pay for. So when we talk about a fare increase or a pass increase, and they're not getting what they pay for, they have every right to be upset. And we have to sit here and argue the merits of a budget and why in a long-range financial plan you need to put more money into the system. Then we go back to our communities and try and explain to our residents why, despite challenges with service delivery, they have to pay more. Very difficult discussion, and can certainly appreciate the public's concern and emotions with us on this matter. That is the number one priority for OC Transpo, service delivery. Doesn't matter how much money we spend. If the bus doesn't show up, they will not take it. We will not retain passengers. We will not recruit new passengers long-term. The long-term financial plan we dealt with before LRT opened was a 2.5% increase every year. We talked about brand new passengers coming to the system. Our population is increasing. Post-secondary students continue to increase coming to the city of Ottawa. But we were having this new shiny product to attract people that would be faster and better. We've got significant work this decade to do. That's our challenge. Some of the financial, there were some questions asked and some people's around closing words, but I didn't hear clear answers to some questions. So I want to go back to basics. So what does a 1% increase in the transit levy equal in real dollars?
Mr. Mayor, 3.8 million.
It is. Okay.
So that's for the fare increase.
No, the transit levy.
The transit levy.
I didn't ask that.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. The same. Yes. Sorry. Yes. The same.
Same number.
It is the same.
It is the same. Yes. Yes.
So if we freeze fares, and I think I heard you correctly, that by not raising them by 2.5%, we are going without 3.8 million in fare revenue, which is what I have written down. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, no. So I misspoke there. So the 1% equates to a 3.8 fare loss, and that would be. Sorry, it's been a long 3 months.
They're the same number because one is used to offset the other. Right?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So the foregone fare revenue would be 3.8 million, and it would be replaced by a $3.8 million contribution from taxpayers in the form of a 1% increase in the levy.
Yes, correct.
So the levy revenues will be used to offset the loss in fare revenues. So explain to me the compounding effect here, because we're taking money from one pot and we're going to offset the other pot. But next year you're saying we would still have to raise fares by what we didn't raise them this year by, plus next year's increase?
So Mr. Mayor, when I talked about the compounding, I said if there was no other replacement. So to Councillor Lowe and Councillor LaRoche, if we just did a flat fare freeze and didn't move that 1% over, that's where your compounding kicks in because there's no replacement. But in a scenario where if we do a 1% fare freeze and we move it to the levy, we're whole from a budget coming in, money coming in. So that's be clear there.
Okay, fair enough. And so on the average property taxpayer on an annual basis, the net increase in what's being proposed to now, the extra 1% is $8 to $10 a year.
Mr. Mayor, based on the average assessed value, it's $8. So 1% increase to the levy is an incremental $8 above the already 2.5% component.
Okay, 65-70 cents per month. Okay, all right. This fare freeze would apply to all fare classifications, including paratranspo. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, those were my questions. Also on that matter, but then again, Councillor Kavanagh raised the issue of upper level government funding. We have had this discussion for many years, and for many years I've had concerns with some of the draft budget estimates, which I believe were more in a dream state than a reality state. But where are we with, in particular, the feds have sent signals that they want to get engaged more on the operating side of public transit across this country with respect to the feds making a firm commitment that they are going to fund. What are we potentially seeing in 2024 and beyond as far as federal government assistance for public transit agencies?
So, Mr. Mayor, that commitment is for funding to come in 2026.
Okay.
What I can say is staff have met with and have initial discussions back earlier this year in September timeframe, and there's actually a follow-up discussion meetings taking place. So they are reaching out to staff to kind of do those discussions to understand, the uniqueness of Ottawa, I guess, in terms of what we're facing in our ridership and our challenges.
Okay. Separate from this motion, but still germane to OC Transpo's budget, I'd like to know, do we have any collective agreements maturing in 2024?
Mr. Mayor, no, not in 2024.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much.
So just before Councillor Bradley wraps up on this motion, I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. So first of all, just to follow up on Councillor Brockington's question, the compounding effect that you were referring to earlier was based on the expectation, which I think would be a reasonable expectation, that if we freeze fares this year, next year, if we increase fares, we will be increasing them by a normal amount, not an amount that would catch up, right? Just as effectively what we're proposing to do, separate from Councillor Bradley's motion this year. Last year we froze fares. This year we're proposing a 2.5% increase, not a 5% increase to make up for not having increased fares last year, right? So if we were to move forward with a fare freeze this year and then increase fares by 2.5% the following year and not by a bigger number, what would be the compounding effect of having frozen fares this year?
Mr. Mayor, that would be that over the 30-year timeframe, over $200 million.
$200 million over 30 years.
Yeah.
That would not be going towards public transit.
Correct.
Okay. And effectively, by not increasing fares last year and by increasing them by 2.5% this year, that works out to about 1.25% per year. I know it's not exactly like that, but it works out to about a 1.25% per year for the last 2 years.
Mr. Mayor, correct. Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to ask Madame Elmokar a couple of questions, if you're able to connect. So first of all, I'm not going to ask you to refer to yourself this way, but I think we consider you an expert on public transit, and you're on the board of the International Association of Public Transport and playing a leadership role with that organization. And you speak to experts all over the world about public transit and talk about these issues and talk about the price sensitivity and the balance between tax dollars and fare dollars going towards transit budgets and the importance of reliability versus price and all of those things. And it's your professional opinion, based on your own experience and everyone else you talk to, that it's not your desire to see a fare freeze this year. Is that correct?
This is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And you feel that you would be better able to deliver more reliable service to our customers without freezing fares. It would make it harder for you to do your job. And I would also add, there have been a couple of references to our declining ridership. I know ridership is down compared to 2019, but it's actually up significantly this year over last year. Is that correct?
This is correct, Mr. Mayor. And if I may, maybe I can share those numbers with you. So in 2022, we were at 50.2 million passengers. We know that we were still with the pandemic. And this year, we should finish the year with 62.5. And our forecast for 2024 will be 70 million. So that means more people will buy a ticket and we will bring money to be able to continue to improve the service on a recurrent mode.
And your forecast of 70 million for next year is based on the assumption that we are increasing fares by 2.5%. So you're expecting 7.5 million more rides in 2024 than 2023, even though we are increasing fares by 2.5%.
This is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so I'm not going to repeat all the things that Councillor Gower said. He spoke very effectively and eloquently about why the same reasons I don't think this is a good idea, and he's doing a great job as the chair of transit. So I'll just echo what Councillor Gower is saying. I don't think this is the right way forward for us, and I don't support this motion. Councillor Leeper, I see you have your hand up. Do you want to speak before Councillor Bradley?
Yeah, thanks. I don't have a wrap up, but I do want to ask Ms. Amlikar. You've said that your job will be easier if fares are able to go up by the 2.5% this year. I assume that's on the basis of having the revenue you need in order to provide the service for which you've budgeted, right?
Councillor, if you don't mind, can you repeat the question, please?
Alors, vous avez dit que vous avez besoin de cette
You said that you need this rate hike of 2.5%.
To do the job that you need to do. Est-ce que c'est correct? Que vous avez besoin de ces 3.8?
Is that true? That you need that money? It's bigger than that. The 2.8, if we don't have it in the fare freeze, we're going to have it in taxes that Councillor Bradley proposed. And It's not a fare freeze that will bring in more riders. What will bring in more riders is if we work together overall on our service that we've promised, our service roadmap, and this will give us many more riders, and these people will pay for monthly passes at a price that is worthwhile to them. People will come and make it so that we have more revenue.
What I heard in your answer was, or what I'm drawing from your answer, is that it doesn't matter to OC Transpo whether revenue comes from the fare box or whether it comes from a levy. You need those $3.8 million next year that will come from the fare hike in order to provide service. Does it matter to you whether that is coming from the fare increase or a levy increase? Est-ce qu'il y a une différence?
I need money for sure. However, again, I want to acknowledge here that raising the fare will not bring me more riders. Increasing the reliability of the service, which we are doing, will bring me more riders. And I will retain those who are here.
Does increasing ridership depends on spending more money, I believe. You need to hire drivers. You have a certain budget that you need to accomplish in order to improve the service and attract riders.
If we can increase the ridership by delivering a good service, so people will come and I will have more revenue from those people and we will be able to continue to improve the service and so on.
Okay. No, I think that's important because I hear too, as depending which side of this debate you're on, people are focused on raising the fare. People are focused on, is there a revenue loss associated with a fare freeze versus those of us who are arguing that there is no revenue loss if you offset with an increase to the levy. And that to the management of OC Transpo, I don't believe it should matter. As long as the revenues are there to fund the drivers and the fuel and the fleet maintenance and the brochures and everything that goes in to running a bus service. So I just want to make sure it's clear that I don't think anyone around this table is suggesting that fares be frozen without an offsetting revenue increase somewhere. And the Bradley motion proposes just that offset. It proposes to offset lost revenue from a fare freeze with an increase in the revenue. And at that point, we're into, I believe, a philosophical debate rather than one that has particularly important financial ramifications for the management of OC Transpo. I'll leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to ask one question that I forgot to ask before. Madame Amilcar, just to be clear, you actually did a bunch of research and shared that research with us that showed the number one, by far, the number one consideration for passengers was reliability, not price, correct?
This is correct, Mr. Mayor. And as I shared with previously, Germany is a very good example because in June, they offered a €9 ticket and they didn't see a lot of people come. And now they are they passed a motion to have to reduce the cost of the fare by 50%. And unfortunately, my colleagues said they didn't see the ridership back with that. And my colleagues in Germany are working as well on the reliability of the service.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you to my colleague, Councillor Leeper, for seconding this motion for the 10th time it sounds like. Thank you to Ms. Amilcar and her team, and to Chair Gower for his leadership on this file. It's a tough portfolio. Thank you to my colleagues for the discussion today. As Chair Gower said, we have to find the right balance in how we fund transit fares versus the levy. I heard the discussion around the compounding effect of not raising fares. I think the same argument could be made about the levy, which I think Councillor Leeper was articulating. I would argue that not raising the levy is even more egregious in that regard because of its sustainability. So a quick question to Cyril, what is the compounding effect of raising the levy by 1% over 30 years? What revenue would that bring in?
Mr. Mayor, that would be roughly close to 200 million. So it would be the same answer.
Exactly. So I think it's probably not accurate to say, yes, both are true. If we raise the levy by 1%, we'll get 200 million over 30 years. If we raise transit fares by 2.5%, we'll get $200 million over 30 years. So the conversation is not about a less investment in transit. It's about how we fund transit. So to be clear, this motion does not take away money from transit. It does not introduce a new levy. It just changes the funding source for this budget. This motion is not about affordability. Freezing the transit fares does little in terms of affordability for transit users. Like, let's be real, this 10 cents difference is $3 a month. That's not really changing affordability. One day, I hope that we'll have that conversation more deeply. This motion is also not about improving service or gaining more riders. This additional funding, whether it's through fares or through the levy, is not going towards major service enhancement. It's just not. It's going to keep the service running. Again, once the system is stabilized, once we do the route review, then we can have that conversation more deeply about how we grow our transit service. This motion is about sustainability and responsible fiscal management for our transit operations. It provides more predictable and reliable funding for our transit service that we desperately need. We just heard that several months ago. That's what we need. It starts making that needed investment today in this budget. It insulates us from the ebbs and flows of riderships. Heaven forbid we enter into a new pandemic or another, something that prevents work from home situation changes. If that happens, that $3.8 million in fare revenue, that's out the window. What's the compounding effect of that? This is guaranteed funding in this budget. It makes the system sustainable now. And I think that's what we've been talking about, sustainability. We need to make sure that our transit system exists now and into the future. Its value is just not in how it moves people around the city, but it has so much more value for this city. It has environmental impacts. It reduces congestion. It might restrict our spending on road widenings, which are so egregiously expensive. It makes our city more affordable on so many levels. So I really encourage you, colleagues, this is not about free transit, affordable transit. It is not about getting more riders, and that's the key to transit success. It is about responsible fiscal management, which I think is what we were all elected to do. So again, please consider this motion in that vein. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Let's call the vote then on the motion, and then we'll vote on the Transit Commission budget.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Carr.
No.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Conseil Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
No.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
No.
Councillor Desroches.
No.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
10 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, thank you. And on the Transit Commission budget then itself, please.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Troster.
No.
Councillor Kelly,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor King,
No.
Councillor DeRoos,
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche,
Oui.
Councillor Luloff,
Oui.
Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh,
No.
Mayor Sutcliffe,
Yes.
17 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, thank you. Let's move next to the Transportation Committee portion of the budget. I don't believe there are any motions on that. Is that carried?
Yes. Carried.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Environment and Climate Change Committee portion of the budget. I don't believe there are any motions on that. Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay. Financing.
Mayor Sutcliffe, sorry.
Sorry.
I have a motion on public realm that I think was supposed to go with the transportation budget.
I believe it is coming after.
It is related, but there's no specific dollar.
It is not, yeah, it's on the list of other motions
Okay,
after because there
thank
isn't a budget implication
Okay.
to it. Yeah, along with a few others. Okay, on Finance Corporate Services Committee, if there are questions, please raise your hand. I had a couple of questions that I wanted to ask, but if anybody else has questions. Okay, I'll go ahead then. I just wanted to ask on the reserves because there's been a lot of noise about reserves and even some misinformation about it. So our operating reserves have gone up since 2022. Is that correct? I'm looking at a chart here that shows in 2022 our operating reserves were 166.2 million, and our projected closing balance in 2024 is 185.9 million. So our operating reserves have gone up substantially since 2022. Is that correct?
Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. And the reserves that have declined or are about to decline in 2024 are not operating reserves. They're not, and that money is not going towards the operating budget. It's going towards projects that those reserves were intended to be applied to, I should say, right?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. And so this does not make it harder for us to achieve our 2025 budget. We're not weakening our financial position in any way by using these reserves. We're simply using money for which it was originally intended.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
And at no time have I directed you or requested of you to take money from reserves and put towards the operating budget. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Menard?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to ask some questions about city debt and the cost that we pay to service that debt. My understanding is our debt has gone up quite a bit since 2011. It's more than tripled since 2011, and it's going to increase even more over time. And so, I guess the questions to our excellent team is the the budget closing issue debt for 2024 is how much?
Mr. Mayor, the closing issued is I think around three billion. I don't have it right in front of me, and then there's a little bit more that's unissued. I think I communicated that with you. I don't have it right in front of me. I apologize.
No, that's fair. That's fair. And my understanding is the servicing of that debt at 3.2 billion is $291 million as of the 2024 budget.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. Yeah.
So there's the debt that's already been issued, Mayor, but then there's more issued debt to come. So we've got that total debt summary. And in addition to that, there's unissued debt authority that is yet to come. And my understanding is that amount on top of the 3.2 billion over time is 2.4 billion over time to be issued. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that's not issue, but there's also, we do have retirement debt that we don't show on that model. So there's debt that gets retired, and then there's also debt that gets returned through the annual closing process.
That's fair as we pay down that debt over time. Yeah. Makes sense. The largest sources of our debt on the unissued amount at this moment are the Stage 2 LRT bundle and the Lansdowne Park revitalization. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct. There's about 10 projects that make up the majority of that unissued debt, and those are the bigger projects that have a longer asset life that the city owns.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess in the context of a 2.5% budget, when you look at how much money we've increased the debt by to then pay to service that debt, it's a drop in the bucket. The 2.5% is a drop in the bucket because we're paying so much more to service debt. And I think many of you will know around the table, the debt, the top three debts that we've got in the city are all public-private partnerships. And I think we're getting ourselves into huge risk in the future because we keep signing these long-term 30-year public-private partnerships. And now we're seeing the legal implications, the legal ramifications of that. I don't think we should just brush this off. We're taking on huge debt for P3s in the city, and we're not tackling that or I guess grappling with that as a city as we continue to pay a large sum to now pay off the operational aspects of that debt. $291 million. What would that be? What is $291 million in a property tax equivalent? How much would taxes be going up? Like, what's the total amount?
Approximately, Mr. Mayor, off the top of my head, about 15%.
15%. So, and I appreciate that. It's just, so we talk about the 2.5%, but when you look at things like servicing that debt, having tripled since 2011 and going to quadruple over time, that's a lot more than to service the debt that we can't put to services. And that's going just to service that long-term debt. Now, certainly there are services that are part of that debt. And I'll take that point that these are important city building projects. My concern is more how we're procuring them and the risks the city takes on as we procure those. So, Mayor, I wanted to mention that because I think it's important that we start to rein that in a little bit. We start to think about how we do procurement here and not have so much risk for the city as we move forward to make sure that we're reducing that risk and signing contracts that are going to have less legal ramifications for us in the future. So, Mayor, I wanted to say that on this section of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. But I just want to clarify something, though. If we had chosen to do the light rail project in-house rather than as a P3, we would still have a similar amount of debt, wouldn't we? It's not because it's a P3 that we have a debt. We would still have had to borrow money to do the light rail projects.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. And if you allow me just a couple of points, which is key points that I referenced a little bit at FinCorp. One of the key things that our credit agency ratings look at every year, and I just finished our last meeting last week, which we do have a AA plus and a AAA rating, is they do look at our debt and our reserve levels. Those are two key components that they look on an annual basis. And they are obviously they feel they see the financial flexibility, sustainability, and the prudence that we have because they continue to keep us at that AA plus and AAA, understanding that these investments are for significant assets that will benefit the city for many years to come.
And we are in a strong financial position, and I would say stronger than many other municipalities in terms of our credit rating and our reserves and our level of debt. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Luloff?
Cyril, as a general rule, if we engage in a P3, we actually end up issuing less debt because we have a private partner. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, it's kind of hard to say as a general rule because it's always depending on the deal, right? And the negotiations. Obviously, the light rail, there was kind of conditions there that were predicated in terms of in order for us to receive the federal and provincial funding, there was guidelines for us to follow there that kind of supported the P3 model. So it's always P3s are complex. So I don't like speaking in general terms because it really is. In my experience, even with the city, before the city, every P3 is different and nuanced. So general terms, it's hard for me to speak to.
Okay, but there is private money in each of the P3s, which would mean that we don't bear the full cost of a project. So therefore, we are issuing less debt.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that would be correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rogers, we have to, I know everyone smiles when we say that. If I recall correctly, we have two debt ratios that we use here at the city. We have a 7.5% tax supported debt ceiling and a 15% debt ceiling for the rate supported budget. Based on how much we're borrowing, do we have a timeline as to when we may hit those thresholds in the future?
Mr. Mayor, so both of those rates on the tax side, we've been pretty flat around that 3.8 to 4.1% to the 7.1 limit to the provincial 25%. On the rate side, we've been pretty stoic around 12%. A lot of the debt that you're seeing is really development charge debt, federal gas tax debt. So it's not the tax source or our rate source, which is what we deem as our own source revenues. So, we continue to monitor that. And from our projections, that 4.112 is pretty consistent in our outlook as it stands today.
So we're not on a short runway to hit those two thresholds.
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. And again, these are key things that S&P and Moody's, our two credit agencies, when they look at they don't only look at where we are today, they look at where we're going, and they reference our long range financial plans, and they factor all that in. So that speaks to, that's my confidence, because it speaks to the AA plus and the AAA rating when they do those annual reviews.
Thank you. And my last question, do we foresee a time where we may be downgraded if we hit a certain dollar value in terms of the debt load the city carries?
Mr. Mayor, I hope that doesn't jinx us. I enjoy those meetings every year. We do those, and we do a great job. And I think it speaks to our financial prudence and our financial flexibility and sustainability with all the fiscal framework and all the other long range financial plans that council's endorsed and guided us by. So, I certainly hope not.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. So on the Finance and Corporate Services Committee portion of the budget, is that carried? Okay, part 3 is delegation of authority for implementation. Number 14, the council approved that the chief financial officer be delegated the authority to adjust to the accrual budget to include any budget changes approved by council as part of the final adopted budget, and to include the accrual budget presentation within the City of Ottawa's final adopted 2024 budget book for information purposes, as described in the report entitled Report on 2024 Budget Expenses pursuant to Ontario Regulation 28409, approved by the Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Is that carried? Item 15, approve that the Chief Financial Officer be delegated the authority to make the necessary adjustments to the 2024 draft operating budget and to make any necessary authority and debt financing adjustments to the 2024 draft capital budget to reflect the adopted budget and any approved amendments. Is that carried? And approve that the city manager or her delegate be authorized to make applications for any subsidies or grants on the city's behalf, and that the city clerk be delegated the authority to amend any bylaws and approve and execute any necessary agreements in order to implement the decisions of council. Is that carried? Okay, let's move now to directions to staff. There are a few directions to staff not related to budget estimates that we'll go through now. Councillor Carr, I believe you have a couple of them, one related to BGCO and the other to transit passes to PDC clients. If you'd like to introduce those directions now.
Absolutely. Is it possible to get them up in the screen? Sorry. Sure. Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The first one has to do with, I'll just read the direction. While the city provides transit passes to shelter clients at no charge, as per the motion discussed at Council on December 8th, 2021, Council also determined at that time that these transit passes are a non-budgetary item at no cost to the city, given that trips would not occur without the issuance of the passes. These passes are provided to shelter clients through housing services at select locations. However, these have not been provided to physical distancing center PDC clients. Therefore, as PDCs continue to be used to support unhoused residents in the winter months, be it directed that community and social services staff and transit staff work to expand this program to include the provision of transit passes to PDC clients. Furthermore, as this program grows with a growing number of newcomers and shelter clients, that staff be directed to report back to Transit Commission on a quarterly basis on the monthly data reported from participating agencies. Yeah, so just for clarification on this, when previous council approved in December of 2021 the issuance of shelter passes, it was, I believe, up to about 2,000 shelter passes a month. We are well within that range presently in what we distribute. However, since we started using physical distancing centers, so community centers in, it would have been April of 2020, the clients in those facilities have not been provided with those passes. So this direction is just to ensure that they are considered given the growing number that we have as part of our single shelter system clients.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Did you do both of them there or just the first one? Sorry.
I did the one that was on the screen.
Okay, let's put the other one on the screen. That's what I thought. Yeah.
And as my colleagues, Councillor Bradley and Councillor Plante, asked about the status of BGC today, I've continued to be in contact with them. They're still searching for funding, but for now, I'll just the direction to staff. BGCO, previously known as Boys and Girls Club Ottawa, is facing the prospect of closing its Rochester Heights Clubhouse and reducing vital services and programs due to financial constraints. In response, the Community and Social Services Committee instructed staff to actively engage with BGCO to gain a comprehensive understanding of the funding challenges and to seek viable solutions, ensuring that the organization continues delivering essential services to our youth. As such, let this direct staff to work collaboratively with BGCO to explore alternatives that mitigate the potential loss of the clubhouse location and programs. The shared aim is to guide a sustainable financial model that will allow organization to serve the community and youth effectively.
Okay. And my understanding is staff are good with both those directions, yes? Okay. Okay. Question, Councillor Desroches?
Be nice. I'll vote against your community center.
Mr. Mayor, I'm certainly going to support this, and I'm sympathetic to the issue. And I heard from staff that they intend to look at an existing program that might be available to them. At the time of the delegations, I just did some research on the national organization. It looked like they ran a surplus for the last 2 years. So I hope as part of our discussions that while they may have a system for allocating the funding that they receive, that part of that conversation is what are you doing to help yourself in terms of your own national organization to support the local causes. And if we have to go to bat for them and say to the national organization, you need to support them locally, I hope they do. I helped open an M&M Meats in Riverside South on the weekend, and they were very proud that they are supporting that organization at a corporate level. So I hope the corporate organization is supporting locally, and I hope that is looked at as part of this review, which I support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hubley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't remember if I was the mover or the seconder of the original motion that Councillor Carr is referring to. I just want to go to Mr. Scrimger, if I may, because he really did all the work on that original pass being put together and everything. Is this something you see can work within the framework of what was set up?
Mr. Mayor, yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay, it's actually direction. So no vote required unless anyone objects. Okay, good. Okay. Councillor Brockington has two directions, one on community partnership minor capital funding, another on McCarthy Road. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, if we could get the community partnership up, I'll be able to read that into the record. So colleagues, okay, wasn't sure which one this was. Okay, this is regarding sort of an antiquated formula we use to contribute to playground equipment renewal. So the direction is that staff in the Recreation, Cultural, and Facility Services Department be directed to review the community partnership minor capital program grant funding limits and consider an increase to the current $10,000 limit for applications on city-owned lands and $7,500 limit on school board lands in recognition of the escalation in construction costs since last reviewed in 2018, and report back with recommendations in the 2024 Community Partnership Annual Report. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, everybody's good with that? Okay, next is the McCarthy Road one.
Thank you, Mayor. If that could just pop up, that would be great. And Mayor, I'm going to read this in, but I'd like to amend this from a direction to a public inquiry, if I may.
To an inquiry, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, not a public inquiry?
Right.
Yeah, we don't need a judge for this one?
Well, Sorry, I thought it was notified on our agendas that in the past, just as inquiries.
Inquiries.
Okay, fair enough. Let's not go to that length. All right. So going from direction to inquiry, McCarthy Road. Due to the chronic instances of motorists losing control of their vehicles on the McCarthy Road curve between 3183 McCarthy and approximately 125 meters north of the curve, resulting in death, injuries, damage to vehicles, trees, utility poles, and NCC property, and placing vulnerable road users at significant risk. Staff and Public Works, this would be requested to provide a detailed reply as to why a guardrail is not a recommended option along this curve, and to suggest alternative options that can be implemented that will maximize pedestrian and cyclist safety, as well as reduce the frequency of motorists losing control of their vehicles. So, Mayor, if that could be amended to an inquiry, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard has a direction related to the parks renewal budget. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I had the patio fees one up here, but we'll just wait for it. Okay, so it's that staff be directed to explore the feasibility for additional funding for the parks renewal budget and report back in Q2 of 2024 ahead of the 2025 budget directions. I'll just say briefly, Mayor, that this list line item affects all of us. If you need something replaced in a park, we've only got, I believe it's $6 million in this fund, and it's stayed that way since 2017. And our cost for replacing park infrastructure has gone way up. So we all use our cash and lose, certainly, but this is for the regular maintenance and upkeep of our parks. And parks investments are one of the highest quality of life things you can do for the lowest amount of money, in my view, in our city. And we need to do more on this side of things because it raises quality of life for a minimal amount of money, and parks are worth the investment. So thanks to staff for working on this direction, and hope we can get that investment in terms of our capital renewal budget up, so we can repair things like play structures, like tennis courts, like pickleball areas, like swing sets, that sort of thing. So thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And then you also have a direction regarding patio fees. And I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll just preface it by saying you reached out about this and we were not able to do something as a motion in the context of the budget because we couldn't identify a funding source at the last minute, but we're confident that we can identify a funding source in the first quarter of 2024. So it's a direction instead, and I support this as a move to help restaurant owners, small business owners in our community. So please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Yeah, this truly does go to a lot of the small business folks out there, and it is such an innovation. Our staff have been so good. One of the only positive things that came from the pandemic, I think, was this program. We really have done a good job of getting more public realm right away work with businesses to get patios up that people love and enjoy. So the direction of staff is that staff be directed to monitor the impact of the implementation of the 2024 patio user fee schedule this spring and report back as part of the 2023 year-end tax and rate operating and capital disposition report with consideration of the 2024 budget Q1 status preliminary results, and provide options for the financial funding feasibility for adjusting the 2024 draft budget summer patio monthly square meter rate in time to amend for the 2024 patio season. I want to thank Councillor Plant as well for our discussions on this, and Councillor Troster, as well as Court Curry and Cyril Rogers for their help in looking at this. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hill, you have a direction related to fire services, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The direction is that staff be directed to review the feasibility of a mental health staffing resource to support fire services on a temporary basis in 2024 and report back during the 2025 budget with a plan to staff at a permanent basis.
Okay, everybody good with that? Thank you. Councillor Hubley, you have your direction related to splash pads?
And I've been waiting patiently.
Yes, you have. Thank you.
So this is on splash pads, and splash pads are an important part of the city's strategy to keep families and young children refreshed and safe during a warm summer. Ottawa splash pads are typically open by the long weekend of May and closed by mid-September, weather permitting. Changes to climate have impacted residents wishing to access splash pads earlier in the season and even later in the year. As wading pools and outdoor pools and beaches do not open till mid-June at the earliest, it would be beneficial for splash pads to safely open as soon as possible without damaging the infrastructure. So the direction is that the general manager of Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services be directed to work with councillors and the Public Works Department to prioritize the order of the opening and closing of designated splash pads within each ward to optimize the service to our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Okay, let's move to motions, other motions that are not related to budget estimates. So, Councillor King, I believe you have a motion regarding OC Transpo Lost and Found. Councillor King, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. This motion does pertain to the transition of the Lost and Found from Heartwood House in-house to OC Transpo, whereas the city transit draft budget 2024 proposes to transfer the Lost and Found service to in-house operation, whereas Heartwood House is a charitable organization that has been administering the OC Transpo Lost and Found program for the last 21 years under contract with OC Transpo, whereas Heartwood House is home to 24 charities serving over 20,000 people in the Ottawa community who are marginalized, living in poverty, and or in need of educational, mental health, emotional, physical, economic, employment, training, or recreational support, whereas the contract between Heartwood House and OC Transpo ends at the end of December 2023, whereas the loss of the Lost and Found contract would be a loss of income for Heartwood House and a loss of part-time employment for 10 marginalized employees representing 2 FTEs, whereas Heartwood House seeks an extension to mitigate the impact and to work with staff to find new employment. Therefore, be it resolved that OC Transpo work to retain a role for Heartwood House in the new in-house OC Transpo Lost and Found that considers A, mitigating the impact of the change to Heartwood House by including proper communications on the transition, including but not limited to extending the handover period to the end of June 2024 or later. B, transition with enough notice to allow employees at Heartwood House OC Transpo Lost and Found to seek other opportunities. And C, consider Heartwood House for back of house functions and resale of unclaimed items.
Okay, thank you. Is that carried? Next is a motion from Councillor Luloff about the Road Safety Action Plan. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, I suppose right now. I just want to make sure that I've got the right one here. Whereas the Safer Roads Ottawa program and the Road Safety Action Plan are designed to reduce and eliminate road deaths and serious injuries in the city of Ottawa, and whereas the city's pedestrian crossover program provides the basis for PXO implementation in Ottawa, which includes screening locations and assessing warrants for implementation, and whereas the cost for PXO can range from between $15,000 and $150,000, depending on the requirements, and the city currently has more warranted locations than funds available. And whereas the warrant requirements for a PXO can sometimes be unachievable in lower volume areas where communities are looking to increase pedestrian safety, and whereas the new traffic control signal program allocates annual funding toward the study, design, and construction of traffic control signals and roundabouts at warranted intersections, and whereas the 2024 budget provides funding to advance 3 intersections while more than 30 remain unfunded, and whereas the Automated Speed Enforcement ASC program was approved in 2021 with funds generated to be allocated towards implementing safety initiatives identified in the Road Safety Action Plan. Therefore, be it resolved that staff expand the current Automated Speed Enforcement program with the priority goal of increasing funding allocations towards the city's pedestrian crossover and new traffic control signal programs as soon as practicable, and report back to council prior to the tabling of the 2025 budget on the timelines for expanding the ASC program and the potential for increase in projects advanced through the expanded scope. And be it further resolved that staff review the city's current road safety action plan and bring forward any changes required to ensure that priority funding is is provided in a manner that the funding gap for warranted PXOs and new traffic control signals is closed within a reasonable time.
Okay. Thank you for reading that in your FM radio voice. And did you want to speak to it?
I think that this is an important motion to bring forward. I know that while some councillors and frankly some residents are not terribly pleased with the ASE program in and of itself, this also diverts or augments, I suppose, some of the resources that we have when it comes to traffic issues, speeding being one of them, and allows traffic police to focus on things like dangerous driving, noise, drinking and driving, and other important priorities. Right now, the ASE program essentially pays for more ASE program. This is a good opportunity for us to look at our ability to look at different community safety zones that we want to target for things like speeding. I know that anybody who backs on to Innes Road or any of the other large arterials that we have in our wards across the city, like Maryvale and others, are often victims of the noise and the danger that's posed by street racing and other dangerous driving. This will also allow us to pay for other items like pedestrian crossovers and enhanced pedestrian safety. So I think that this is something for us to look at. Voting for this today is not putting it in place. It will come back for 2025, and I think that it's always best to have all the information in front of us before a final vote. So I'd encourage everyone to please join me in taking a look at this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and to the mover of this motion. I just have a comment. I am a supporter of the automated speed enforcement program, and I think that it's an important tool in our toolbox to have. But I want to be very clear with the public that the main goal of this program is to achieve compliance of speed on a roadway. And it's not a mechanism to simply fund projects that we may want to invest in, because I think that we hear that term that this is a cash grab. So when I see motions that say let's expand in order to fund, it sort of denotes that perhaps that is the goal of the program, where it is to achieve compliance, keep our roads safer. And that's what success of this program looks like to me, is when I see, when cars are flying down Hunt Club Road at well over 100 and we get them down to that 60 kilometers per hour in the area where we have an automated speed enforcement camera, that's success to me. It's not just a revenue generation tool. So I will support this motion, but I just want to caution my colleagues when we talk about this program and that its goal is compliance and not revenue generation. Thank you.
Thank you for making that point. I just want to check and make sure our staff's supportive of this motion as it is presented.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is the motion carried? I think we have one dissent on part of it. Councillor Dudas?
I would like to dissent on the first, therefore it be resolved, and then vote in favor of the second.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have a motion from Councillor Brockington about the relocation of an ASE camera in Ward 16. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas the budget provides capital funding to design and implement the city's portion of the physical infrastructure required to implement automated speed enforcement cameras at 20 sites in 2024. Whereas one of the proposed locations is Kitchener Avenue in Ward 16, River Ward. Whereas Walkley Road between McCarthy and the Airport Parkway facilitates approximately 18,000 vehicles per day in both directions, including an average speed of 64 kilometers an hour, compared to 2,300 vehicles per day in both directions on Kitchener with an average speed of 42. Whereas Walkley Road was designated a community safety zone by City Council in 2023 due to its proximity to 4 schools and 2 parks, and is the subject of chronic concerns raised by the public about speed of traffic along this corridor. Therefore, be it resolved that the proposed automated speed enforcement camera installation for Kitchener Avenue in 2024 be relocated to Walkley Road between McCarthy and Southmore Drive East. Mayor, I'll just say that see a lot of hands heard from folks that they're not pleased that I want to substitute one location for another. Obviously, I'm staying within my ward and not touching proposed cameras in any other ward. Kitchener Avenue definitely needs more traffic calming than it has now, and I've asked staff to assist me in looking at Kitchener for some traffic calming options. The angle I'm coming from at this, colleagues, is I have, obviously, like you, many school zones, parks, and other areas in my ward where vulnerable road users walk, bike, where speeding is out of control. And I think we can all agree that there are many more places in our wards where the cameras are required. If staff are proposing one additional camera in my ward than what I have now, and that's the case, of the 20 new cameras being proposed for 2024, there's only one being proposed in River Ward on Kitchener Avenue. What I did is I asked myself, is this the top priority location for that camera? Walkley Road, as my motion indicates, is a community safety zone, one of the two types of zones that the provincial government says you have the authority to add a camera in. There are literally 4 schools in the immediate vicinity of Walkley Road. One of them, Fielding Drive, abuts Walkley Road. We have 2 parks, Linton Road in the east with a civic address of Walkley Road, and one that abuts it at the other end, Hartman Park. And I could give other examples. We have Carlton Heights Public School on Prince of Wales, a former highway, where speeds are out of control. When I've done ride-alongs with the police, with complaints from the community about how fast traffic passes in front of that school. And so when I look at Kitchener, which has an average speed of 42K in a 40 zone, 2 kilometers over the speed limit, when I have other locations where the threat to public safety is much higher, that is why I moved this motion. That is why I put this before us, that if there's going to be one allocation in River Ward next year, it should go where we get the biggest bang for the buck, that's going to have the greatest impact to slow traffic down. And Walkley Road is one of those streets where I have significant challenges within that community. So I wanted to give some additional rationale. Obviously, I support speed enforcement cameras from day one. Went to Queen's Park, advocated for this, strong supporter, like to see them rolled out, appreciate that the province has limited where they can be used. But that's the rationale behind my motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And anyway, I don't know why this is in the budget section of the program here today, but here we are, we're considering it. But just before we go to other members' comments and questions, could staff speak to this, please? Because I understand you don't support the motion.
That's correct, Mayor. We don't support the motion, and I just want to get a bit of context to why that's so. And before I get that, I just wanted to clarify for the councillor that as per the Road Safety Action Plan report that was approved by council today, there's actually 2 in River Ward. The other one is actually on Prince of Wales at that exact location that you mentioned. So that one is already on the list. The reason why we don't support the motion are really twofold. There's 2 issues. One is on the concerns of about the validity about Kitchener Avenue as to why we selected that. As per the policy that was approved by council, the focus is very much on streets where parks or schools are fronting. So Kitchener Avenue basically has a school, it also has a park that fronts on it. I appreciate the comment about the average speed. Average speed is not the factor that we consider when we look at prioritizing location. It's actually the 85th percentile speeds on the road. That's essentially the speed at which 85% of the people travel. And the travel speed here at the 85th percentile is actually 51 kilometers, so significantly higher than the 52 of the 42. So on that basis, we stand to our recommendation that basically this is in accordance with the council policy, basically a priority location. Every location that we identify is data driven. The other element that we don't support for this motion is the swapping effect of taking one location and sending it to another location. Basically, the approach that we have, because it's data driven, if a location is not able to proceed for whatever reason, then basically we don't reallocate it to the ward. We actually reallocate it to the next priority that's on the list. And at this point, Walkley Road would not be that priority. And the final point that I wanted to mention is we appreciate the concerns about Walkley Road, that section of Walkley Road. There's actually a fairly extensive capital project that's going to be undertaken on that section of Walkley Road in the next 2 years that will have the effect of really trying to reduce the traffic speeds on Walkley. So at this point, it would not make sense in our minds to put an investment to put a traffic camera up for it to be there for about a year before it's taken down. Our preference would be basically allow the improvements to take place. And then at that point, if our data still suggests that there's still concerns, then we can look at the camera at that point in time. So those are the reasons, Mr. Mayor, that we don't support it.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Dudas.
So you took my question. I wanted to ask staff's opinion, but I do want to say that I appreciate Councillor Brockington putting this forward and representing the safety concerns and needs in your community. I don't like the slippery slope that this creates. You know, I have a number of residents in my community who've reached out and asked if they could get an ASC camera on their street. And my role, as I see it, is not to be political in it. It's to send their response to staff and to have them run it through the rigors of data and criteria that we have established as a policy for council. I don't think there's any secret that I personally support ASC cameras where there are vulnerable users, schools, large parks, but I don't want to see them all over our city. It's not what I agree to. However, I also like to put my values aside in terms of that and send it off to staff and say, is there a safety risk? Does it meet the criteria that we set out as a policy at the very beginning of this program? And that's why, for me, I will not be supporting this motion. And I do apologize to Councillor Brockington, but it sounds as if this did not meet the criteria that staff have set based on facts and data. And that's what I need us to go by, because otherwise we're going to see our city saturated with these, and we cannot explain to our residents as to why we're picking and choosing particular locations because of vulnerable road users and populations living adjacent. So I do thank Alain for his comments in respect to that. And I did want to say that while I would love to support this, I do think that you will obviously continue to advocate for your residents and work with staff to address these needs. But I can't set this precedent by supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't repeat a lot of what we've heard today, and it's just a cautionary tale, because even when we try some other speed enforcement measures, a good example would be the TTC. When we started rolling out our temporary traffic calming measures, it was a Wild West free-for-all, essentially, and people would call 311 and say, well, your counselor can go ahead and put those measures on the street, and then we're held accountable to do that. Now we have better measures in place to ensure there's a better process for that. Using data, using supports, same as ASC. It's the number one phone call to every single office is speeding. Everyone lives on the speediest, most deadly street in the city. And to trust me, if we go and open Pandora's box on this one, myself as even chair, where I was explaining to the councillor, I wanted one in front of a school near my area because, of course, it's the deadliest, most speeding street in the city. I also have to uphold the fact that we have to go where the data is. And I will unfortunately not be able to support this, but we'll continue to work together on what we can do within our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I have to disclose that I've gotten 2 ASE tickets in the past month or not, but I'll just, in the case that I do, I'll get that right out.
Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought I might have to dissent on the transportation budget for that reason, but anyhow, I just have a question for my colleague, Councillor Brockington. I know you spoke about the schools that are around Walkley Road. However, at Kitchener Road, you have Clifford Bowie School, which is a school for students with developmental disabilities. It's a very specialized school. And you also have Deborah Ann Kerwin Pool there, which is a pool that is designed in part for people with accessibility challenges. And I'm wondering, in your recommendation to swap these cameras, if you've consulted with those specific populations on the needs.
Thank you for your question. No, not directly, although I did raise this with the local community association last week. I transparently shared with them my thoughts on this matter. They would like traffic calming for the street, but they agreed that the biggest bang for their buck would be on Walkley Road. I can assure you that not one student who attends Clifford Bowie walks to school. This is a school similar to Crystal Bay that caters to students with severe physical and developmental delays. And that doesn't mean they don't deserve a safe road either. All roads need to be safe. But again, the intent behind the motion, Councillor, is to look at roads in my ward that significantly need this type of technology and where we can get the greatest bang for our buck.
Thank you. I guess my thoughts were, if these were people with just accessibility challenges, quite often we have loading and unloading of buses and specialized vehicles. And I was wondering if those had been taken into consideration, even if they are not, walking to school. There still is accessibility needs that need to be considered. Thank you. I'll ponder my vote.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Devine.
Pardon me, I thought Councillor Lowe was next, but I see you've taken your hand down. Councillor Brockington, I heard your rationale. I do measure that against the difference between the 85th percentile speed versus the average speed. I hear the rationale from staff. And so I don't think I would, I have not been in the position. I've been in the position where I've been trying to argue for more ASEs in my ward. I have not yet been in the position where I've been debating a choice of ASEs in my ward between myself and staff. So to help me make a decision, can you please counter, what is the rationale for why you think it deserves to be where you want it, more than what sounded like a clear rationale from staff there?
Thank you, Councillor. I covered this off in my introduction. Walkley Road, Spine Road through a residential community in Riverside Park. There are 4 immediate schools, children crisscrossing every morning. In fact, at the South End budget consultation night, a young girl in the front row stood up and said, I cross this road every day. I feel unsafe. I talked about what we're trying to accomplish here on Walkley Road. 2 parks, one with a civic address, one fronts Walkley Road, the other abuts it at the other end. Significant corridor in a residential community where the documented speeds, the data in my motion comes from staff. Walkley Road, clearly we have a problem here. And so if there's only going to be 1 camera allocated to River Ward next year, what I'm trying to do is, first of all, make sense of why staff are recommending Kitchener Avenue. Yes, there's a park or a pool. Frank J. LeCarry Park does not front Kitchener Avenue. I don't want to get in a lengthy debate here. It's on Cochrane Street. It's in the area. It doesn't front Kitchener. There's a school. It's in need of traffic calming. Just like Carlton Heights on Prince of Wales, former highway, cars much going faster. Where's that on their list? Don't know. But if I get one, I'm trying to maximize the greatest need. I believe it's Walkley Road based on my work in the community.
Okay, thank you. There's a couple more people want to speak. I'll just say that, one of the reasons why I think we need to leave these decisions in the hands of staff is so we don't spend 30 minutes of council time on every single speed camera in the city. So let's move through this quickly if we can. Councillor Menard?
Yeah, in a similar vein, Mayor, and I appreciate the councillor's advocacy for his ward. But just like last year, I think we had the traffic calming discussion, crossing guard discussion. And so I would just say that this debate probably belongs at Transportation Committee. That's where we should be having a discussion with staff. So I'll just move to refer it to Transportation Committee instead of having this full on debate here. So.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that?
Councillor Carr.
Okay, Councillor Hill is seconding that. Oh, is that carried? Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. Next is Councillor Dudas has a motion regarding capital investment in local roads. Councillor Dudas?
Just going to wait a second for the motion to come up. Thank you. And I want to thank my seconder, Councillor Johnson, for this. Whereas the city's asset management practices and funding targets established in 2012 and updated in 2017 with the long-range financial plan focus on keeping the city's critical infrastructure in a state of good repair while remaining affordable and sustainable. And whereas in 2025, Council will consider all asset management plans with a target level of service, along with an updated financial strategy. Whereas the city maintains more than 6,100 kilometers of road, and where approximately approximately 40% of roads in the city's network are local roads. Whereas city infrastructure projects scheduled for renewal are reviewed annually as part of the city's annual budget process, and whereas the city prioritizes roads based on a number of factors, including existing condition, I lost my place, risk to service, traffic volumes, costs and affordability, and coordination with other nearby projects. Whereas due to these criteria, local roads do not rise to the top of funding priorities that favor larger arterial collector roads. And whereas local roads deserve renewal as they provide service to vehicles and support cyclists and pedestrians, particularly in cases where the roadway is not complemented by an adjacent sidewalk or pathway. Therefore, it be resolved that staff identify options to increase investment for the resurfacing of local roads and report back to Council in Q2 2024 prior to the start of Budget 2025 consultation with councillors. Therefore, it be further resolved that staff investigate options to increase the level of investment for the resurfacing of local roads as part of the 2025 annual budget. So I will speak quickly to this. It's pretty self-explanatory. We have older communities across our city, and our local roads are in good repair, but they're not in great repair. And as I mentioned in the motion, past councils have decided to accelerate investment in our larger roads, and we have reaped the benefits of that. We're seeing renewals on our major and arterials and our collectors. But now we need to refocus and also include those smaller residential roads. And that's across our city. It's not just ward specific. So one of the things that I did when I spoke to city staff, I was very pleased to hear that Tammy and her team are also going to be looking at this. I'd just like to see it done faster. And I think all of us as councillors have gone into the mayor's budget priority conversations and said, this local road needs some love. And we've always been disappointed when we know it's not on the list. So I want staff to come back to us early in 2024, have that understanding of how we can maybe accelerate some of these projects, ones that staff also think need to be done, and start seeing investment in our local residential roads.
Councillor Kavanaugh. Thank you, Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover and seconder. I understand from the Auditor General that she was going to do a report on our budgeting of resurfacing roads, and I just wondered when that was coming up, because it kind of fits into what you're talking about just in terms of our efficiencies.
Sorry, my apologies, Councillor. Could you please repeat the question?
Yeah, this is in relation to your future plans for studies, and one of them was on road resurfacing. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, we just kicked off last month a value for money audit on roads. So we are currently looking at the planning phase, and so our scope is yet to be determined. So I wouldn't necessarily state that we are looking at resurfacing. It may be, could just be general asset management. It could be new roads. It is something we are currently looking at.
Thank you. And I just wondered if it would tie into what's going on here in terms of just knowing what our best bang for a buck is. But one of the things I've got to ask for the mover is about looking at cycle infrastructure when we do look at roads, because I believe it should be automatic that when often these roads are older, especially in neighborhoods where it's like inner urban areas where roads are very old, but we neglected cyclists and pedestrians at times because there's no sidewalks. And I just wanted to know if that's part of what the thought process is here too.
So to be quite frank, it wasn't, because a lot of particularly in suburban communities, roads are, they double as sidewalks, they double as cycling networks. You don't necessarily need some paint or flex stakes on my street because I am very safe on my street, right? Cycling or walking, but it doesn't mean I have a sidewalk. So the intention was not so much to pinpoint whether it gets new infrastructure. It was to look at the existing road outside of a complete street overhaul, which like Elgin has received, ones that wouldn't necessarily qualify or rise to the top of the priority list based on our current criteria, and look at how we can just redo what's already there. So it would be within our budgets, it would be within our affordability. If by some chance it happens to be doubled up with another project, for instance, I'm blessed enough in this budget that Notre Dame Street will be getting renewal. As a result, staff have identified that we're going to get a sidewalk as well, because they can bundle that and save money. All the better. It doesn't preclude staff from coming back with that, but it wasn't specific to that. It was to look at what is already there and invest in our infrastructure that we need to care for.
I don't know if I can add an amendment, but just to, that this be considered, that part of the process, and when something comes up for renewal, that it be considered, because a lot of times there is that possibility, and small changes can make a big difference for pedestrians. And yes, I have lots of streets with no sidewalks and cycle infrastructure to take those into account.
I absolutely love the word for it to be considered, because I think staff will take all those considerations in. So I'm happy that if staff are okay with that, to have it included in their identifying of options.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when we do look at projects such as road resurfacing, we will look to coordinate with any other works as well. And so if our colleagues in transportation planning have identified a street needing a new sidewalk, a renewed sidewalk, or cycling facilities, and the funding source has been identified for that, that would be coordinated along with that road resurfacing job.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lowe.
Thanks, Mayor. Is it staff's interpretation of this motion that it also include considerations of technologies and processes, or is it just money?
I don't think I understand the question, Councillor.
Yeah, me neither, now that I think about it. So I'm reading this motion one way, but sometimes, we interpret motions differently and everything. So I'm reading this as this can include, increased investments in the future in terms of money, considering invest extra money in the future. But I'm also looking at this as, hey, we can also introduce or increase the use of things like microsurfacing, or things like spot resurfacing and all of that stuff. Like, is your interpretation of this motion including things like improving processes and methods that we use to resurface our streets?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we can confirm that we have other programs that goes towards the preservation of the asphalt. And so the motion that's on the floor today speaks to the resurfacing, but there are investments that we make to make sure that we don't always have to have renewal as an option. So there's also preservation and other techniques that we have. So I would say, yes, we have those programs established.
Okay, I'll ask more about them offline then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is the motion carried then?
Carried.
Thank you. Next, a motion from Councillor Luloff regarding Centrum Boulevard. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I think I just want to quickly also, the last motion that I read, Councillor David Brown had a big hand in helping out with that. So I wanted to say thank you to him for that. And thank you to Councillor Dudas for seconding this, somebody who cares very deeply about the BIA in this area and spends quite a bit of time here at all the festivals that we host together. Whereas the Orleans Corridor Secondary Plan designates the Orleans Town Centre, including Centrum Boulevard, as station core and station periphery. And whereas these new designations signal an opportunity to revitalize the town center with increased height and mixed opportunities, and whereas Centrum Boulevard was designed as a community gathering space through the middle of Orleans town center and has since evolved into a mix of public and private open space that welcomes tens of thousands of residents every year for special events and festivals, and whereas residents have expressed significant concern to the ward councillor and city staff about the dangerous state of crumbling infrastructure along Centrum Boulevard, whereas the current state of Centrum Boulevard poses a serious safety risk to residents with accessibility concerns and mobility aids, and whereas staff have identified that Centrum Boulevard is in need of renewal, including the road, surrounding interlock and bollards along the length of the street, and whereas additional open space that is privately owned now and is also in need of renewal, and any efforts to do so should be done in collaboration with the city to create uniformly renewed space for use by the community and in discussions, by the way, with that private landowner. They said that they'd be very willing to work with the city to share cost on this. And whereas plans have already been submitted that will see increased density and retail along this aging Centrum Boulevard Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa initiate a collaborative approach to renewal of the public and private open space along Centrum Boulevard, including the ward councillor, property owners abutting Centrum Boulevard and appropriate city staff, and be it further resolved that the City of Ottawa look at opportunities to renew and refresh Centrum Boulevard in the short term, while also planning a long-term strategy to revitalize Centrum Boulevard in collaboration with the stakeholders named above.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Luloff. And just to check, our staff supportive of this motion?
Yes, we are, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Mayor, and I thank my colleagues for the motion before us. Can I just have a better understanding of what we're asking to be done here? We're basically asking for some sort of collaborative partnership with the private sector to look at what contributing to projects that would help either beautify or even repair this area. I just want to understand what we're anticipating the final objectives or outcomes would be here.
I suppose I can start and then pass it off to staff. Centrum Boulevard is really our festival plaza. This, the surrounding area, or the old City Hall of Cumberland, used to be owned by the City of Ottawa, but we've divested ourselves of that property and are now actually the chief renter and subleaser of that property. So we've got our, Service Ottawa. We also sublease to the Member of Parliament upstairs, and we have our development office in the same building as well. So at this point in time, when this was built back in the 1980s, there was a lot of use of bricks on the ground. This interlock brick is in a very sorry state, absolutely destroyed by salt, and we own half of it, and Colonnade Bridgeport owns a chunk of it as well. In front of this building is this giant vista where you can set up a stage in front, and we have our craft beer festival. We've had Caravibe there. We have the Cork and Fork Festival, and this is kind of our festival plaza that is partly owned by the private landowner and partly owned by the City of Ottawa. The street is in a sorry state. The traffic bollards that are there to stop people from driving, into the square are falling apart. Rebars sticking out, and the curbs are destroyed. We have 3 condominiums that are mostly there for seniors. We have a seniors home going in on the corner. We also have the Schenkman Arts Center on the same block. And then I think everybody here is relatively aware of what's being proposed with the old Ruddy Family YMCA, another 2 sets of towers. This is an important piece of public space in Orleans, one that's used quite often. And quite honestly, you would be very disappointed to see the state that it's in. So what this motion is doing is saying, okay, let's come together, figure out how we're going to do this. You own this, we own this. Let's do the work at the same time, perhaps use the same contractor, save the city, and save the private landowner money, each paying their fair share, and let's revitalize this area so that it's a place that's actually usable in the future. And the staff want to weigh in as well. That was my intent.
Thanks, Councillor Luloff. But to staff, is a motion required today because of the unique relationship with the private sector in this immediate area? Like if the councillor's description of the state of the infrastructure is as bad as it is, why on earth is a motion needed to fix what needs to be fixed? Like, why is a motion to prioritize Centrum Boulevard before us today?
I don't know if I have enough time to answer that, but let's hear staff.
Mr. Mayor, I think the motion is timely. We are undergoing negotiations with some of the landowners in the area currently, some of whom have option land from the city. There's, as the councillor indicated, there's ongoing private development. So I view it as a helpful prompt to advance those discussions. They had been on the table several years ago, but I think the time is right to take a fresh look.
Fair enough. And look, I'm all in favor of partnering with others to contribute to costs, but let's make sure while we're looking for a more long-term strategy, as I'm reading from the motion, this is about the city prioritizing short-term fixes. So we're saying this road is going to get priority over other roads. So I want to make sure that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I just want to say that I appreciate this motion and support it and the intention to improve Centrum from the councillor. That area of Orleans should be more welcoming and more vibrant, especially with the revitalization of Saint Joseph and all the efforts to bring small business out to Orleans. I think I grew up in Ottawa and I know this area, but Centrum offers a lot to residents and there's a lot of potential there. So I think the efforts the councillor is talking about will benefit local residents and the visitors that come to the area too. So happy to support this and appreciate the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Menard.
Okay, thank you. Is the motion carried? Okay, next motion from Councillor Brockington about an additional $1 million for sidewalk repairs at the Capitol Close. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. So whereas city staff acknowledge the demand for sidewalk renewal, whereas City of Ottawa promotes, advocates for, and believes in the importance of active transportation and subsequent infrastructure, whereas the need for additional resources allocated for sidewalk renewal continues to be an issue in many wards, whereas decayed sidewalk infrastructure places vulnerable users at risk of injury, including children, older adults, visually impaired, and mobility impaired individuals, whereas the City of Ottawa introduced a new minor sidewalk program in 2023 with an annual $1 million budget this term of council, whereas the draft budget will increase the annual program to $2 million, bringing the total allocation to an anticipated $9 million over the term. Therefore, be it resolved that staff report back through the 2024 capital closure process on the feasibility of an additional $1 million one-time allocation to the minor sidewalk program, bringing the total investment over the term up to $10 million. And I just want to thank my colleague, Chair Tierney, Chair of Transportation, for seconding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover and seconder of this motion. I'm just a little bit confused on process here. So how do these mid-year additions to the budget work?
So, Mr. Mayor, so as the motion speaks to, so we do go through our annual closure process. And typically, as I spoke to earlier about our mitigation strategies during the pandemic, all that. So when we come back through the closure, there typically is a return to source funding because we have over 1,700 projects at any given time in our capital portfolio. We close the old projects off each year through that process. Funding gets returned. And at that point, staff will see out the feasibility is of making that recommendation to council for consideration if they would choose to allocate that $1 million to the sidewalk program. So it will be a one-time addition at that point.
So this reminds me of a phrase that we used to say, like mining the whips. So is that essentially what this is, except we're predetermining how we're going to spend those whips?
So, Mr. Mayor, so we're not predetermining. We're putting we're getting the direction to see what the feasibility is as we go through that process, where this would be one of the items for consideration for funding that could be returned if it's the right source.
So that would come through FinCor?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct.
Okay, so then at FinCor, you would bring forward a report of the closing statements. And if there is $1 million in excess, you would then make a recommendation that it is feasible to add that $1 million. And then where does that go? Does that get approved at FinCor? Or does that go through the transportation budget? I'm just trying to understand how that process works.
So, Mr. Mayor, each year we bring forward the annual capital closure program report at FinCorp. That comes in June. It would be obviously through the committee to approve and then recommend to council and then come for council for approval.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Is the motion carried? Thank you. Councillor Troster has a motion on the public realm for downtown Ottawa. Councillor Troster.
Thank you very much. I'll just read this quickly and let you know that there's no extra dollars attached to this motion. It simply makes a little bit more clear to residents that we're going to be doing some public realm enhancements. So whereas Centertown community partners have expressed a desire to see more programming and street level animation in the neighborhood, whereas public realm enhancements have a proven positive impact on physical health, mental well-being, and public safety, whereas the upcoming Downtown Ottawa Action Plan led by the Ottawa Board of Trade in collaboration with the City of Ottawa and other partners, as well as the forthcoming Downtown Revitalization Task Force call for significant investment in the public realm as a core strategy for fostering an economic and socially vibrant downtown, whereas Downtown Ottawa urban design strategy has not been updated since 2004, whereas significant public realm enhancement and investment is one of the cheapest and most effective, cost-effective ways cities can improve private investment and development in an area. Therefore, be it resolved that a review and update of the Downtown Ottawa urban design strategy be prioritized within the existing 2024 public realm intervention capital account budget, and be it further resolved that a minimum of 2 pilot projects in Centertown with associated public engagement be prioritized within the 2024 public realm intervention capital account budget. And I'm sure you all know how downtown Ottawa has been suffering since the pandemic. We're really working hard with local businesses, community associations, BIAs on public realm enhancements. And we have some folks who are really interested in doing some street closures, extended patios, public art. So we're really excited to be able to do that this summer. And we invite you to come downtown and check it out when everything's out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Is that carried? Okay, next is a motion from Councillor Hill on climate resiliency. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas climate resilience and mitigation are critical components of the Climate Change Master Plan, and whereas over the past 5 years, Ottawa has seen over a dozen extreme weather events, including spring flooding in West Carleton, Orleans in 2017, 2019, 2023, tornadoes in 2019 and 23, Aderico in 2022, flash flooding in 2023, and a number of ice storms. And whereas the city has had to endure multiple days-long outages during recent extreme weather events that have revealed limitations in the current city resources that put our most vulnerable at risk, and whereas the municipality is responsible to prepare for and respond to extreme weather events, and as such needs to ensure that the appropriate investments are made to enhance resilience, which will protect our community from the threats and vulnerabilities created by climate change. And whereas the city prepared a climate vulnerability and risk assessment and were subsequently directed to develop a climate resilience strategy to address these threats and vulnerabilities. And whereas staff will be coming forward in 2024 and identifying a number of operational and financial requirements to mitigate and adapt to climate-related pressures and deepen corporate and community resilience with respect to extreme heat, flooding, buildings, the urban forest and natural environment, drinking water security, and extreme weather preparedness and response. Therefore, be it resolved that as part of the implementation plan and funding associated with the implementation of the climate resiliency strategy, staff be directed to fund projects that implement either the corporate actions outlined in Section 4 mitigation of the Climate Change Master Plan, CCMP, or Section 5 adaptation and resilience of the CCMP with a focus on the corporation, its assets, and its subsidiaries. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to develop a prioritization framework to guide disbursements associated with Capital Fund Climate Change Master Plan, including a focus on 1, flood resilience, 2, corporate building retrofits and energy conservation, 3, urban forest management, 4, electrifying city-owned vehicles, tools, and equipment, including EV infrastructure, and 5, extreme weather preparedness and response. And be it further resolved that staff bring back the prioritization framework for the Environment and Climate Change Committee and Council's review by Q3 2024, and that the framework emphasize projects that will 1, directly impact corporate emissions, 2, be aligned with actions that the municipality can take, 3, advance the 22 to 26 term of council priorities, and 4, report back on key performance indicators through the normal reporting schedule. And be it further resolved that the future budget allocations to the Climate Change Master Plan include details on how funding will support the above mitigation and resiliency actions until the end of the 22 to 26 term of council.
Did you want to speak to it at all before we?
Well, I look forward to advancing the spirit and intent of this motion moving forward in committee. If passed, the Climate Change Working Group, for which I'm a member, and the Environment Committee, and then Council will get a chance to review and provide amendments as needed to the prioritization framework. Staff will return with their analysis in the Q3 2024. Why is this motion necessary? It's all about focus. In 2023, we split $5 million 26 different ways. We risk allowing ambition to dilute actual impact. We need to focus our limited resources on tangible actions that only a municipality can take. I likened this in committee to spreading the peanut butter too thin on the toast. For example, we spent $400,000 last year to begin a deep retrofit of the Hintonburg Community Center. When completed, this project is expected to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 28.9 tons annually. That's a great initiative, and it reduces our carbon footprint of a city asset and enhances the skill sets for retrofits in the construction industry and improves an aging city asset. Conversely, when the federal government is spending $206 million for climate action and awareness, it's hard to justify significant investment into repeating advocacy work already being completed by our federal colleagues. Energy Evolution is presently a $57 billion program. My motion is designed to ensure that we direct staff to prioritize our scarce resources to outcomes that are municipal in nature. We are not the federal government. We cannot spend hundreds of millions of dollars throwing every good idea at the wall and seeing what sticks. To succeed in punching above our weight on climate change, we need to understand where we can make the most impact as a city and pursue those actions with ruthless focus. Being more targeted in our prioritization on how we fund climate mitigation and resiliency actions is just the first step in truly making that impact. We've all seen the increase in extreme weather evidence. The Derico, tornadoes, river flooding, flash flooding, ice storms, power outages. This should absolutely be our focus. So thank you to colleagues and staff for your support of my motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to understand, with the way that the mover has described the motion in the whereases, it sounds like the motion was written for College Ward. I mean, we certainly have been at the epicenter of many of those natural disasters. So I certainly would like to understand how I can support the motion. But I think I've just heard a lot of what's been characterized as peanut butter too thin and spaghetti against the wall. And I guess I just would like to understand from staff, do you feel that under its current conditions, the way that you've been spending the climate change master plan funding has been 26 different ways and spread too thin and against the wall?
Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't characterize it that way, but it is true. We do have a lot of projects and limited funding. So we do look forward to bringing our prioritization framework back to committee and council for that discussion.
Okay, so you believe that the prioritization framework as described in this motion actually was not currently being done and does focus in a way that staff were not already preparing to do under the fund?
We intend to bring that framework back. You might have seen earlier this week, there was a memo that outlined the spending for 2023. So even though the motion indicates Q3, we're going to try and accelerate that and bring that back as soon as we can in 2024 to bring clarity in terms of where those priorities should be.
Okay, so the motion then accelerates work that staff was already prepared to undertake. Is that what I understand from you?
I'm not sure that it fully does.
Answer, just answer from your heart.
I'm not sure that it fully does, but in terms of the framework, that's a legitimate ask that I don't believe had been documented yet.
Okay, so I just want to ensure that the motion does not supersede or intervene in the policy work that's been undertaken as part of, many years of effort. We also had, a recent request to examine data that was put forward with the solid waste master plan, which was from council and cost $34,000 to do that. So there's a little bit of fact checking within the staff's work on these files by council that I don't entirely understand. There's some mistrust I feel sometimes. So I just want to understand that this motion does not redirect in a budgetary way what should be done under a policy lens.
Mr. Mayor, no, it does not. We clarified that with the mover of the motion that There is value to a number of those community projects that are underway. We also use the funding to leverage senior government level funding very effectively. So no, that I understand is not the intention of this motion.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just wanted to start by giving some kudos to our staff. That this is one of the groups that's one of the most innovative groups in the city of Ottawa. In my view, they have to come up with new ideas because climate change is a pressing problem. It's a problem that we're going to have to deal with well into the future, and it affects all of us. And they have to be innovative because there hasn't been base funding in the past year, and so they've been working within very limited resources to do all they can. So I first off just want to thank our staff team for all that they've done and in getting us to this point. And obviously there's a lot more work to do, but thank you for the work you've conducted so far. I want to make sure of three things with this motion. And I think we're there and appreciate the changes that were made from committee to now and staff's work. But I want to make sure of three things. Number one, this is not digging in too far to your operational work, because this is the sort of thing that staff should be tasked with and undertake and come back to us with the high level pieces. I don't want to dig in there so deep that you can't actually do your job effectively. That's number one. Number two, I want to make sure that we're still doing community work out there. Things like encouraging more heat pumps to go in, things like making sure that we're mitigating the issues that come when tornadoes hit our city or when windstorms hit or our power goes out. I want to make sure that that work is not lost in the community that was in the original climate change master plan. And number three, I want to make sure we're not leaving any money on the table from the province or the federal government only focusing on our local issues. It doesn't make sense to me. This climate change is a worldwide problem. We need to be working with provincial, federal governments to make sure that we're getting that funding and not leaving money on the table. It doesn't make sense just to do what municipalities are only tasked to do, which is only 42% of those emissions. We need to do a lot more work with FCM, with AMO, with our federal provincial partners. So I want to make sure on all three of those scores, this motion is not affecting you in any negative way, and that you've worked with the mover to make sure that we're in good stead heading forward with that very innovative and productive team that exists in the city now.
Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, that's certainly staff's understanding that it's not restrictive. We continue to pursue funding opportunities when they come up. We have many successful community type projects, Rain Ready Ottawa, Building Better Home, a number of them that are ongoing where we're leveraging that senior government funding, I would suggest effectively. So that will continue. We will bring back that prioritization framework for that fulsome discussion.
It's appreciated, and you know, I spoke with the mover of the motion. I think it's just important that we recognize that the issue is not all the priorities that we have. It's there's a lack of funding to fund those very important priorities. We need to get more funding in to do this type of work. So I hope that with this motion, we start to move towards the funding to implement the very, very important things that the staff team has outlined that would be innovations for our city. So happy to support the motion on those merits, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I want to echo Councillor Menard's comments with respect to the staff who've worked on this project. They've done yeoman work for us. Councillor Menard covered a lot of them, but I do want to clarify. I think this motion is really going outside of the realm of budget. I know some of these motions today have, as they don't impact the current budget estimates, but there are a lot of therefore be it resolves there that I'm not entirely sure that I understand the implications of as with respect to this plan. I don't think this motion belongs here. So staff, can you confirm, so this does not restrict your ability to spend on any of the priorities that are in the climate resiliency strategy?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Herwire, you had a very long pause when answering Councillor Johnson's question. Are you and your entire team comfortable with this language that's in this motion as is?
So, Mr. Mayor, it is a long motion. We did seek clarity from the councillor, which we obtained. So yes, we're comfortable moving forward and look forward to the future discussion in terms of that framework.
Okay, and then I guess my final question would be, do staff have a full understanding how this motion impacts the timelines for projects in the council approved climate resiliency strategy?
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe it does.
So there is no impact to the timelines as a result of this motion, because the motion seems to me to very direct the funding that we have, the limited resources that we have to very specific actions in the climate resiliency strategy. And I'm not, you're coming back with a prioritization framework, but I'm not entirely sure that this motion is not going to put an added emphasis on certain projects over others, which may not have been the original intention of staff. So I just want to clearly understand, because we've had similar motions around climate, including the high performance development standards, where it wasn't the intent to have an undue delay, but we haven't seen it before us yet. So the intent might not be there, but what actually ends up happening could have huge ramifications for our city. So you are saying confidently that you have a full understanding that there will be no impact to the timelines of this climate resiliency strategy.
Mr. Mayor, I can't predict the future discussion on the prioritization framework. Staff will come back with that framework, and we expect that there will be a fulsome discussion at that point.
Okay, and my last question is to Mr. White. This is very strange to me in this budget cycle, how many motions are outside of the budget estimates. And I know that the mayor has allowed us to have these discussions, and I appreciate the liberties that he's taken on that. But in your opinion, from a procedural perspective, is this motion appropriate for budget?
Chair, I don't believe it's my place to comment on whether it's appropriate. The clerk's office and legal services provide procedural advice, but to that extent, I will defer to the deputy clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this particular motion a version of this motion was considered as part of the Environment and Climate Change Committee's budget discussions. It lost on a tie at that committee, and by virtue of subsection 83(8) of the procedure bylaw, is before council for consideration as part of the budget discussion. So in summary, it's our opinion that the motion may be considered as part of the discussion on the budget, appreciating it does not directly amend any of the budget estimates.
Thank you for that. I think that we could all benefit maybe from a procedural 101 again, just to fully understand, because it's not appropriate to be making policy decisions at budget time. In fact, that's explicitly stated. So I just want to make sure that for future budget cycles, we don't begin that creep into policy at budget. So maybe the clerk's office can take that away and think of how we could maybe better inform council of what's appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brown. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I just wish to thank the mover of the motion. I know from the behind the scenes work that I've witnessed that this motion has been months in the making, although you might not be familiar with that if you haven't been involved in some of those discussions. So I think it's important to thank the mover for his tenacious efforts over the last few months. I also would like to reiterate what's in the motion about focusing our resources on the corporation's priorities. Much of what's contained in the Energy Evolution document, we can't actually action directly as a municipality. It's very aspirational and it's great to have goals. But if we're looking at doing better here around this table and within the corporation, I think this motion gets us there. We've heard from staff that they're supportive of the motion, or at least it's implementable. And I look forward to those future discussions. And I'd also like to thank my colleagues on the Environment Committee who've helped contribute to this motion as well. I think this shows what collaboration can do, and I look forward to seeing it approved by council. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Okay, thank you. So that brings us to the end of the motions for the budget. So we'll now have a motion to rise and report, and then we will be in the council meeting again. So Councillor Kelly, if you could move that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. That the committee of the whole rise and report to City Council.
Is that carried? Okay, so now we are discussing the budget as a whole, as amended by the committee of the whole. So happy to hear from individuals about their thoughts on the budget. You're welcome to speak. You don't have to speak if you don't want to. That's okay too. And then we will vote on the budget report as a whole. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. You know, in her book, Sudden Death, civil rights activist Rita Mae Brown wrote, "Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting different results." This quote is often misattributed to Albert Einstein. So even if I didn't learn the true meaning of this over the last few budget cycles, at least some of us have learned something today. Every year, the East End gets a paltry list of investments representing a shrinking piece of the pie in this city. Every year, we fight to get 2 or 3 little projects in, and every year we vote for a budget with a promise that it'll be better next year. The next year comes and we repeat the cycle of disappointment, scramble, press, and then promises. Except this year was different. Despite the best intentions of some, including the mayor, by the way, and his staff, were left with vague maybes, underfunded promises, and another maybe next year. Cette année, je dis non. Ce n'est pas suffisant. Nous
This
méritons...
year, I say no, it's not enough. We really deserve better.
Staff didn't mean what they put in writing in our budget highlights. Non, nous méritons ce qui nous a été promis.
We deserve what was promised to us, which is to say a new path around the Apollo Crater Path and a new Tompkins Avenue asphalt. We didn't get either one of those things, and we really deserve better than to arrive at a discussion with the budget without what we need for our suburbs and our neighborhoods. We deserve better than the same promises to this project should be financed by a temporary budget for temporary calming measures, which is part of the discretionary budget. So I propose that we respond to the needs of our citizens. And I need the help of the personnel for this.
Proposed improvements to aging infrastructure in our ward. Nous méritons mieux que de puiser dans les réserves de l'argent.
We deserve better than having to use our reserves. And we won't. We have to be able to find a few $1,000 to pave a residential neighborhood.
Delivers nothing of true substance for the East End. I'm not going to hang my hat on another promise to be broken next year. If staff want support for their proposed budget next year, they will actually put in the effort to make sure the resources are allocated fairly across this city. This budget makes no such effort. It is insulting, and I'm not prepared to put on a pantomime that everything is perfect and we're all going to sing Kumbaya while we invest in some regions and neglect others, while we allow streets in Orleans to crumble, while we take an entire year to do design for a pathway that already exists, while we take an entire year to do a geotechnical study for a street that is in such bad shape that it cannot be simply resurfaced, even though staff have told me for the last 5 years that it's fine. While we allow our festival plaza that hosts events attracting thousands of people to get into such a state that seniors can't even walk down the street without tripping and falling. While we continue to pretend that it's okay that entire banks of streetlights that have been out for over a year and not even a temporary solution can be found to enhance safety. While we make zero investment in vital infrastructure connections to support growth in the south of Orleans. And while we treat our rural village neighbors like they're second-class citizens and ignore their infrastructure needs by funneling their property taxes to other areas of the city. Je suis heureux que certains de mes collègues.
I'm so happy that some of my colleagues have been able to benefit from the crucial infrastructure that they deserve.
The East End being ignored again. I do not consent. And I will vote no, because voting yes over and over and over again has gotten us as close to nowhere as one can possibly get. Do better next year and start tomorrow. You have a list of investments that we need. I've prioritized it for you. And every year that we wait to make these crucial investments, the more urgent they become and the longer the list gets. Merci.
Councillor DesRoches.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting the budget today as it makes critical investments in the communities of Riverside South and Finley Creek, and I think right across our city. But I don't think we can ignore the situation facing taxpayers in our city. You just have to look at the headlines. Recently in the Toronto Star, cracks in job market grow as the Bank of Canada succeeds in slowing economy to a near halt. Another headline, Canada's economy unexpectedly shrinks by 1.1%. Another headline, federal government announces more cuts to public service spending in the fall fiscal update. And a weak economy looms over holiday shopping season as consumers seek value. This is fraught times, and I do hear from my constituency. I heard it from a senior recently. She wrote to me saying, been talking to many seniors struggling with the costs of food and services. I just got my snow removal invoice. It's grown, and I'm not going to be able to include the step shoveling because of the costs. So this is just one story that demonstrates, I think, that we need to be sensitive to the ability of the taxpayers to support this budget. And I think that the 2.5% increase finds that balance, because we can't stand still as a city. The budget before us today is, I think, in line with our strategic priorities. I am thrilled that there is significant investment for a transformative recreational complex in South Ottawa to serve the rapidly growing communities of Riverside South and Findlay Creek and beyond. This is the first of its kind investment with design and construction dollars identified in the budgets. And residents have been waiting a long time. I've been living in Riverside South since 2002. We've been waiting that long to see progress of this nature in the budget. This facility is going to be centrally located in the ward and provide convenient access to residents. This project will help build a complete community and take pressure off existing facilities like Sawmill Creek Pool and the Minto Recreational Complex in Barrhaven. Our decision today to invest in this facility is much needed and long overdue. It's going to benefit youth, families, seniors in terms of their physical and mental well-being. The facility will increase quality of life, social cohesion, and contribute to building a sustainable community where residents can work, live, and play close to home. And it's going to help shorten the very dramatic and long wait lists for swimming lessons by adding additional capacity, which we know is a life skill that is so important for people and children. It's going to serve the soccer community, Ottawa South United. It's going to serve the hockey community, the Leitrim Hawks. It's going to serve the football community, the Gloucester Raiders, and the large Ringette community, the Gloucester Devils. And it's got a very strong potential to increase the capacity for pickleball, basketball, and baseball, just to name a few. And we heard from a lot of those delegations at the Community Services Committee. This complex is going to have the ability to host world-class tournaments for a variety of sports, clubs, and teams. This is important economic development to our city of Ottawa. And as a hockey parent, we travel right across the province, and those dollars will be coming back to our city to support businesses, hotels, restaurants, and other service industry providers in the area. And as our city continues to rise out of the COVID, the pandemic, this economic development, I think, comes at a critical time. I also have to mention the incredible importance of a facility like this for emergency preparedness in our community. And it has the potential to act as a community hub in times of emergency, where residents can access shelter, food, and power. And we don't currently have that in our community, Mr. Mayor, not to the extent this facility will be able to provide that kind of service to the community during periods of emergency and crisis. So this is very much a historic investment, finally, in South Ottawa, and I'm excited to see progress. I want to thank you, Mayor, and to staff who've been working diligently in preparing the plans for this. And thank you to council colleagues who will be supporting this. And I think it will be a place of great pride, not just for the local residents, but also for all the citizens of Ottawa. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Councillor Choster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So I do think we need to have a serious conversation about the long-term damage of austerity budgets in the city, because I am hearing from some councillors, there's not enough in my ward, our roads are crumbling, there's not enough to go around, and the way to have more to go around is to raise more revenue. But I also completely understand the difficult financial situation that people are in, and I'm really glad that Councillors Tierney and Johnson on the FCM board are pushing for a stronger municipal growth framework, because as you all know, municipalities manage 60% of the infrastructure across Canada, and we get about 7 to 8 cents on every dollar. So I do have some concerns, and as the mayor already signaled, next year is going to be a tough year, and I think we're going to have the hard conversation about taxes. But I do want to highlight some of the progress we made in this budget, particularly for downtown Ottawa. It's no secret we've been having a lot of challenges. We're missing 80 to 100,000 people that would have typically come downtown to work before the pandemic. We're seeing more empty storefronts, higher rates of crime, more people using drugs openly and a lot more people suffering from mental health issues and challenges associated with poverty and homelessness. And I want to thank the mayor for coming when we had a community forum at City Hall on a couple days' notice. 200 people showed up in person and 100 people online to talk about how seriously concerned they were about the health of downtown. And then the mayor came with me to the Somerset West Community Health Center to learn more about their homelessness crisis outreach program. And I'm so pleased to see that there's a $200,000 investment in this budget to help that program continue and not have the rug pulled out from under it before we can get the alternative crisis response pilot launched, which will also be coming to Centertown, and I'm very excited about. These kinds of health outreach and intervention services are so important to the health of our downtown. We can't revitalize our city if we don't revitalize our downtown, and people need to be well cared for. There's also money for a new park. It's going to be called, well, right now it's called Aqueduct Park at Le Breton Flats, which is very close to Adesoke, which we're also thrilled to see on track. And it's been an absolute delight working with the St. Luke's Basketball Community Association. We're redoing the court at St. Luke's Park, and it's very exciting. And we've been doing that work with them to make sure that the community gets the basketball court that they want and that they need. And I'm obviously thrilled about the motion we passed to increase our investment in affordable housing. And we're seeing quite a lot of community housing in Centertown, including Rochester Heights Phase 2, and some really important supportive housing projects with the John Howard Society and Cornerstone Housing for Women. So I also really appreciated, and I know Councillor Carr fought really hard to see an increase in funding for food security in this budget and the community funding framework. And it is so important. The number one issue we hear about is how every community organization that didn't typically feed people is feeding people now because people are hungry. So, I think this budget, we're spending it in thoughtful and responsive ways, but I hope that we can have a broader conversation about the long-range financial plan and budget direction next year with a realistic understanding that inflationary increases will not save programs and services that are barely keeping their heads above water after years of insufficient funding. And we are a city with a huge land mass, and we all have needs, and our residents want to feel seen in these budgets. So, we're being asked to do more with less, but perhaps next year we could do more with more. So I will be supporting this budget. And I'd like to thank the mayor and city staff for helping to make some of these investments that I think will have a really positive impact on the downtown core. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kitts?
Well said, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there is a lot to be proud of in this budget. It's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. There's always more needed. And as you said, we all have large wish lists, but I do think it's balanced. I think it invests in our most pressing needs while reacting to the economic climate that we're in and respecting that families are struggling with affordability, especially those on a fixed income. And I will echo some of the comments that were made today. I do not believe we can let other levels of government off the hook for their responsibilities to our citizens. But we're about to pass a historic investment in affordable housing. We're giving more to transit, to climate, to public health initiatives. So I think we're doing our part. And residents of Orleans South and Avon are very much looking forward to a shift in community policing to the district model that Chief Stubbs was speaking about. There were a lot of hands up when he was in front of us, but I hope he's still listening, because I do want to thank him for taking time to visit many of us in our wards to discuss local issues. And I do look forward to increased communication and collaboration on policing priorities. So if I'm taking a citywide view on it, I think you deserve a lot of credit, Mr. Mayor. And I want to underscore the work of Cyril and Isabel and your teams. I don't know how many consultations you attended, but as you said earlier, Cyril, it's been a long 3 months and we appreciate your support. So I will be supporting this budget, but for the last couple major files, I feel like a bit of a broken record. TMP Part 1, great work by staff, huge kudos, except I wasn't seeing the vision and investment in Ward 19. OC Transpo Route Review, excellent travail par une équipe, des bons changements.
Good changes, good supporting for the city and for Orleans, but not big changes for Ward 19.
Highlights, but lacks investment in tackling pressing mobility challenges in the fastest growing suburb in our city. And the reason I'm raising this today is because increasingly I feel like there's no policy supported vision for investing in this growing community that I represent. We all want to build more housing. To Councillor Hill's point, we need to build the kind of housing that we're building in Orleans South, in addition to our affordable housing investments. But in the location that we're building, it's not walkable. It's not well served by transit. This budget does not bring an efficient bus route to the vacant $8 million park and ride in a community that has no option but to rely on cars. And I feel like there's broad recognition that there are real challenges in my ward, whether I'm talking to colleagues, planning staff, transit staff, transportation staff, mayor's office. But I also feel like I'm running into brick walls when trying to make Orleans South Navan a more complete community. And I supported 2.5%. I know tightening our belts means we're not going to fund every project, but it is difficult for residents of my ward to see large investments in other areas. And I'm a lifelong East Ender. There's always been a lifelong perception that the East gets less. And I don't want residents in the East End to feel like that anymore. We will benefit from stage 2 LRT. Orleans will benefit. It will be transformational for the north end of Orleans. But we have to remember that Orleans has a population bigger than the city of Kingston. So Orleans North is not Orleans South. If you live in my ward south of Innes Road, it will take you over an hour to walk to an LRT station. So I have to speak up for my community today. If that means banging my fist on the table, then consider this me banging my fist on the table. But I appreciate the comments from my colleague. I'm going to end this differently on a more positive note, because I have had some good conversations since the budget was tabled with you, Mr. Mayor, with staff. I really believe there is genuine concern and interest in working toward a vision for this growing community and a plan to tackle some of these issues. So my vote today is a vote of confidence, and I look forward to the next budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. All right, so let's vote then on the budget reports and amendments, please.
Councillor Curry.
Yes.
Councillor Kitts.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
Nope.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
No.
Councillor Hill.
Yes.
Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
Yes.
Councillor Plante.
Oui.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
Yes.
Councillor DeRoche.
Yes.
Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
20 yeas, 5 nays.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everyone. All right, let's move on from the budget and pick up on the agenda at item 29.2, which is the site alteration bylaw review. And I know there was a technical amendment here from Councillor DeRuse. Councillor DeRuse?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas report AC 2023 PRE EDP 0041, the report recommendation that council approve the proposed amendments to the site alteration bylaw number 2018-164 and has been amended by the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. And whereas the technical amendment to remove recommendation 2 of the staff report was introduced but not adopted at error, therefore be resolved that staff report recommendation 2, committee recommendation 3 be removed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuse. Is that technical amendment carried?
Carried.
Okay. So then let's move to the item itself, if anyone wants to speak to it.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just some questions on this and where it came from, because it was just I think ARAC was just this past week, and I had spoken to a couple of councillors about the battery energy storage systems, which I understood the rationale there and some of the concerns about process. In this one, I do have some questions for city staff, if staff are prepared to take some of those questions. I get, and I'll wait till staff come to the table. So in Mayor, at the committee, staff had made some recommendations, some specific recommendations, and I guess to those recommendations, an amendment was made at ARAC. So I'm just wondering, do staff support the amendment that was made at ARAC, and why or why not?
Mr. Mayor, staff did have concerns with the motion that was brought forward with ARAC. We did express some concerns that we did note that the lack of ability to provide that immediate heads up back to staff when clearing operations were going to occur was certainly a situation that occurred during the Tijuana incident, and certainly staff expressed a desire to not go through such an incident again. Staff also noted that there were concerns with respect to the protection of natural heritage within the rural area, which was the intent of the site alteration bylaw. So staff did have some reservations concerning the motion as passed.
Okay, and did the staff recommendation affect rural property rights in any way?
Mr. Mayor, with respect to rural property rights, the site alteration bylaw would have provided some additional protection on natural heritage, which would have had some impact on landowners with respect to agricultural operations. That would not have been affected by the site alteration bylaw. Dr. Stowe, did you want to?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the changes proposed by staff to the site alteration bylaw would have extended protections for natural heritage features from the current 2-kilometer boundary buffer around the urban boundary to the full rural area, to allow us to regulate the clearing of natural heritage features. It would have maintained the current exemptions for normal farm practices by agricultural operations. It would have allowed staff to verify the intent of agricultural clearing in the rural countryside designation within that 2-kilometer buffer. But it would not have affected within that 2-kilometer buffer any agricultural clearing within the agricultural resource designation.
Okay, and so the proposal was that if there was to be that sort of major changes to land, that contact with the city be made first, and then you would have a discussion, most of which would likely be within the purview of the bylaw and the landowner. But why were you requesting that additional, I guess, point of contact with the city?
So we had 2 reasons for proposing these changes, and it was to help us implement the official plan policies for protection of natural heritage and for the no net loss of rural forests and wetlands. And there are currently 2 gaps that troubled us. The first gap is that at present there is no protection at all under any bylaw for natural features outside the 2-kilometer peri-urban area around that urban boundary.
And the second gap is that there's no demonstration or there's no requirement to demonstrate that clearing for agriculture within that 2-kilometer peri-urban area is actually for agricultural purposes. And so we felt that our concerns with the amendments that were approved by Eric were that we felt that the concern that protection for the natural features in the rural area would actually be reduced from 2 kilometers to 1 kilometer, and that property owners around the urban boundary could claim the exemption for normal farming activities without any verification and, in fact, without ever farming the land. We felt that the amendments approved at ARAC would continue to allow preemptive clearing of lands where property owners plan to bring in subsequent planning applications, especially around the urban boundary and around villages. And we felt that they would make implementation of the natural heritage policies and the no net loss policies in the official plan much more difficult.
Okay, so thank you for that. It sounds pretty concerning that we would reduce the 2-kilometer boundary to 1 kilometer boundary and also not have the additional, I guess, protections that you're talking about when it comes to some major land changes, the potential of clear cutting of trees, not necessarily for farming activities, and we'd find out potentially too late because of the amendment that was made. And so I guess I'm trying to understand from a staff perspective where this goes next. So Mayor, I understand this is going back to ARAC. I know there's a technical amendment that's supposed to come forward, I believe. This is supposed to go back to ARAC, and then it would come back to council again. Is that the intent of process from here? Because as it stands right now, the amendment that was put forward at ARAC is not staff supported, and it's a huge concern. I think from an environmental perspective, a tree cutting perspective, and being good stewards of our land in this city. So can someone please just describe the process from here?
Mayor, if the motion and the report goes forward as it currently is, staff would go away and we would work up a revised bylaw that would accommodate the changes that the motion has provided. The motion has also directed us to engage in some additional consultation work, so we would do that. We would then bring that revised final bylaw back to ARAC for their review of the final wording, and then that bylaw would then come back to council itself.
Okay, well, I guess I don't want you to go out and do all of this work when there's such huge concerns that have been expressed to me from all kinds of groups about what has happened just a couple of days ago when staff are completely opposed to this. And what we're talking about, one extra check-in with the city around some major activities such as placing or dumping fill, heavily removing topsoil, stripping vegetation, altering the grade of land, and stripping trees. It seems like staff had a fairly good middle ground to achieve what they were looking to achieve here. So I think, Mayor, I will put forward a motion to ensure that the original staff recommendation is what goes back to ARAC, and that we support what staff had originally recommended as a middle ground in this case. And so I've got a motion drafted, seconded by Councillor Leeper, that I can read in if you would like.
Sure, go ahead.
So it's whereas the report recommended the approval of the proposed amendments to the site alteration bylaw number 2018-164 has been amended by the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. Therefore, be it resolved that committee recommendations 1 and 2 be replaced with the following: to approve the original staff recommended amendments to the site alteration bylaw. 1, that council approve the proposed amendments to the site alteration bylaw 2018-164 as described in this report and attached as document 1. So this would revert back to the original staff recommendations, okay. Mayor?
I think we're at time. I haven't been watching the clock closely, but it says 0. So, okay, Councillor Luloff.
I find it very frustrating to hear words like our land in this city when we are talking about private property. We're talking about land that's been purchased and owned for generations by farmers in the city. This is private property. This is not our property. If we were talking about this sort of issue on city land, then absolutely that's within our jurisdiction. But this is private property. Unless the actions are causing issues for adjoining landowners or other people, we should be protecting private property rights. I'm very frustrated that this council is now considering not respecting the decision of ARAC, its own committee, and is overriding it. And so, you know, why don't we have urban councillors on ARAC then to make decisions for our farmers and to hear what they have to say about it? We exist for a reason. We exist because this is an amalgamated city that is 80% rural. Our rural residents deserve a voice on their own committee. And now we are going to go against what we heard from rural landowners. I find that incredibly frustrating. To the city manager, following this discussion, a report came out in the CBC on December 5th, 2023, where members of our professional staff spoke against the decision that was made at ARAC. Is that appropriate?
Mr. Mayor, staff can speak to media, yes. What normally would occur when we're having conversations with media is to talk about what's happened. And also in the sense that whatever decision has been made by committee and going to council and made by council, the staff will follow it and implement it.
That is not what occurred in this, and I believe that I've sent this to you, so I hope that there's some discussions going on about this when value judgments are being made about decisions that are made by duly elected officials representing a land mass of 80% of this city. I would encourage my colleagues to respect the decision of ARAC to bolster the work that our rural councillors do on behalf of our rural population and to respect private property rights today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I was the original mover of the motion at committee. So I want to make sure that our colleagues are very clear on the intent of the motion and what was passed at ARAC. And it all stems from a feeling from all 5 of your colleagues who consist of the ARAC committee that there wasn't enough consultation done. It wasn't up to our standards. I can tell you, I am an agricultural expert. That's my chosen field, my profession. I go to the farm I rent every morning to do chores before I start this job. City staff are not agricultural experts. One of the concerns that we at ARAC had was the requirement of a phone call to city staff to verify that activities that may be undertaken are in fact a normal farm practice and that they would be complying with the site alteration bylaw. That's a restriction. Provincial legislation clearly states that no municipal bylaw shall restrict an agricultural operation undertaking a normal farm practice. Staff disagree with that, but I firmly believe that having to make another phone call is a restriction. I think we heard at committee very clearly on this item and a few others that staff could do a lot more to ensure that your colleagues on ARAC are heard when we're representing our residents. I'm very concerned that a colleague, I personally don't care where you come from, where you represent, but an urban colleague in this case is saying to their own colleagues on this council's own committee that we don't know what we're doing. We've asked staff to go back out and consult. We've asked staff to come back to ARAC And like every other committee, our urban colleagues are more than welcome to come out to ARAC to speak to concerns. We'd welcome your presence. Councillor Lowe came out last week. It was great to have an urban colleague there watching the proceedings. I think it would do our colleagues around this table well, Mr. Mayor, to come out and see what we do at ARAC. There's free parking. It's a nice big auditorium. It's a great way to get out of the downtown core here at City Hall. I'm certainly against the motion that Councillor Menard has put forward. I think there's an opportunity for every councillor around this table to come out and be heard. Come to ARAC as a guest. We welcome your presence there. We want to hear what you have to say, which is why we've asked staff to go back out and consult. I had a productive conversation yesterday with the city manager. I don't ask for much, I believe, around this table, and I try to keep quiet when policy matters coming before this council don't impact rural Ottawa. This impacts us. I would expect the support of our colleagues when we're moving forward and making policy decisions. You'll also notice that the decisions that were made don't impact urban Ottawa. We were very careful to make sure that we were playing in our sandbox and not urban Ottawa's. So I'm certainly against the motion moved by Councillor Menard. I would hope our colleagues would respect the will of your committee, ARAC, and send this back. And certainly I look forward to seeing you at our next committee so you can see what we do, what we're about, and how we do our jobs representing our residents in rural Ottawa. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to thank Councillor Brown for his work on this. He took a lot of time, included a lot of considerations, and I don't think there's a single person sitting around this table who knows more about farming or agriculture than Farmer Brown. And when it comes to the debate that we had at ARAC, Councillor Menard will know well that I spent quite a bit of time with him and a small group of councillors when what happened at Taywin arose in the spring. I had concerns. We had some of the same concerns, Councillor Menard, and we looked into it. We sat in the office of Mr. Herwire and reviewed documents to make sure that what happened there was above board, although I think generally that whole situation wasn't handled very well. I think how we go about protecting trees and rural woodlands is debatable. But today I'm speaking in favor of the decision that we made at Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. So I understand how important our farms are in preserving rural areas, and paramount for rural communities and residents is the recognition that rural areas are different. There are different needs and there are different considerations. As rural councillors, we spend our lives talking to our constituents, residents, landowners, and of course the farming community. Concerns were raised, and that was reflected in our discussions at ARAC and our unanimous vote. And I think most of the members of ARAC, if not all of them, have taken the time to meet with Rural Woodlands Ottawa, who I know I met with them. They were in Councillor Brown's office. I believe Councillor Menard organized the meeting. And that's just goes back to my point that how we go about this is debatable, and we can have that conversation. And I look forward to having that conversation anytime with whoever wants to have it. Not anytime, but you know what I mean. So I think they've got some great ideas about how we protect rural woodlands, incentivizing landowners to keep those trees up. For many farmers and landowners in the rural areas, their land is simply worth more when they've cut more trees down and are able to farm more. So I know that can cause some anxiety with people who are looking to preserve rural communities. And I am one of those people, and I'm committed to having those conversations and supporting efforts to protect rural woodlands. At the same time, I'm committed to ensuring that the rural voice is heard and that the concerns of our farmers are addressed. And that is what ARAC is for, in my opinion, Mr. Mayor. And I would ask that my council colleagues do respect the decision that was made. And in the future, I would echo what Councillor Brown says. Feel free to come and attend the meetings and chat with us leading up to those debates. And we'd be happy to have those conversations with you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I I don't want to at all discount the uniqueness of, the lives and experiences of farmers and our rural communities and how they are so different from those of other parts of the city. But it's not as if city staff, councillors wanting to investigate the possible unintended consequences of this motion is necessarily an intrusion where we don't belong. It's not as if residents, the voices of rural residents and rural councillors certainly have an impact on all urban core issues. But that aside, what I'm concerned about are the possible unintended consequences of this motion. So the motion itself, as I understand it, is designed to protect farmers from unnecessary intrusion on normal farm practices. And I am generally supportive of that. I don't necessarily see the request of registering something or making a phone call as that much greater of an intrusion than any landowner having to go through a process when it comes to a planning process of land they own. My concern is less, however, with farmers and more with the potential long-term plans of developers that may own this land. One of my colleagues spoke to the question of ownership of land and the rights to, intrude on owners of land. But whereas most of the land that we are talking about is certainly operated by farmers and has been operated by farmers for many, many decades, a question to staff: is it fair to say that much of the land that we are discussing, much of the land that sits around the perimeter of the city is not owned by farmers, but owned by developers?
Mr. Mayor, the ownership of the lands around the 2-kilometer boundary, of course, a complex thing, but in general, the lands generally do tend to either be under the ownership of a development company, or they are optioned by the same. What those exact numbers are, I don't have available right this moment. So the farmers themselves are quite likely, some of them are owners, but many of the farmers of these lands are long-term leaseholders, and the long-term plans and aspirations of this land is outside the control of these farmers. I do believe that the city should have planning oversight over the entirety of the city, not just the developed areas. I think it's important to have oversight, whether it be on tree protection bylaws or general land resource uses. But again, to the unintended consequences. So I understand that one of the movers' goals is to prevent intrusions on farmers and landowners. But to staff, could a resolution like this have the unintended consequence of an increasing number of intrusions, because bylaw might end up making more inquiries and possibly levying more fines on farmers in the absence of those landowners notifying the city of their land management activities? Should you get complaints, because you will get complaints, with the absence of that information, is it possible that that bylaw will end up increasing intrusions? Mr. Mayor, we can't speculate on future complaints or future activities or calls in. The intention of this was just to provide a heads up to staff. So just in the interest of transparency, if there were clearance operations that were going in, staff would receive a courtesy heads up so that we would be aware of anything that was going on, and certainly verify whether or not a farmer was involved. If they were, they could simply proceed under normal farm practices. So whether that might result in future disruption, that's something that I really can't speculate on.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor DeRouge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I know this is a very good conversation to have, but I just want to, before I say what I have to say, my office, and as a chair of Agricultural Reform Committee, I send my colleague before every meeting and after every meeting a detailed summary of what happened and what agenda topic will be. No difference than any other committee. So council were free to come and listen and be part of the debate. But to tell us at council that ARAC, they don't know what they're doing, and to revise a decision we made at ARAC, I think that's an insult. And I'm hoping the council that put that motion re-see that and will withdraw that motion. Because I'll tell you what, this motion, you're telling everyone at the city of Ottawa and rural, 80% of the rural residents that agricultural effort committee, they're not good representative. And you know what? Staff, in 9 years, I've been on council. Staff put a report and we could agree or disagree with it. And this is not the first time site alteration come to ERAC. It came in prior year. And it arises again today because of one incident happened at Taiwan. But the one size fit all, it doesn't mean we put a rules and condition on farming and farmers. Farmers are the stewardship of the land. They know more than me, you, Farmer Brown, and everyone at City Council how to farm the land. And you know what? No, the farmer is not going to pick up the phone and call city staff to ask them if they can cut a tree and move or clear cut on their property and tile drain it, do drainage to see if they need permission. This is not how farming operation work. So one size fit all doesn't work. And just so you know, around the boundary, there is so many with those 2 kilometers, there is so many land there RU. And RU land are allowed to be farmed. Yes, they're not agricultural land, but you're allowed within the zoning bylaw to farm those land. So people need to get educated and understand what we are saying to our staff. We're not saying no for environmental sensitive, and we're not saying no for any implementation of a new bylaw. But we are saying we need to have a consultation with our farmer. We have OFA, Ontario Ottawa Federation Association. We have farmer, we need to talk to them. And we're saying that revise and take back your report, consult and come back to us. So rural council knows what they're doing, and rural council, they understand the issue, and we talk to our community every day. So I'm sorry, staff, if you don't like our proposal or what we told you, but you don't take it to the media and try to say that the council at the city, at ERAC didn't agree with us, that's fine. We don't agree with each other all the time. I'm hoping the city manager will look deep into this issue, and I hope none of the council will question any agricultural affair committee council on what we're doing or what we're not doing at ERAC. I hope this stop right here, Mr. Mayor, and I hope staff will understand where their limit is and how they approach our committee next time. And if we don't agree on the bylaw, we can always work with them on finding a solution. And after that, I will say thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRuse. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's fair to say that the rural councillors think pretty globally on a lot of issues. I certainly feel that way. As a rural resident, I pass through every transect on my way to work this morning. I will do the same on the way home. Understandably, colleagues will not get that kind of regular exposure with rural Ottawa and with rural constituents. And it's been said many times already, but we have an Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee for a reason. And on this issue, we don't do this on every issue. On this issue, we're saying, as the rural voices on this council, we are flagging a concern on behalf of our constituents and on behalf of farmers. The right to farm means a lot to our farming community. Councillor/Farmer Brown knows how to prepare a field to be farmed. I don't know if everyone around the table could say that. So there are these considerations, and we didn't vote down the staff report. We said we are raising concerns. Please do more consultation and come back to committee. So I would encourage colleagues to support the ARAC recommendation and participate in the meeting when it comes back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Carr.
Hi, super easy. So am I to understand, so as per Councillor Kitts saying it will go back to ARAC? Okay, I just want to understand So for certain, it will go back to AWAC. There will be consultation with the public with staff, and things could possibly change one way or other when it goes back to AWAC, but it will be covered at AWAC. I just want to understand that. I think we all know sometimes I get confused when I vote. So I just want to make sure I know what's going on. Okay, understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff. I don't have much skin in this game. Obviously, I represent an outer urban community, not a rural community, but Councillor Kelly did hit a chord when he said that land is more valuable without trees, because recently in my community, the Hunt Club Forest was just removed so that the airport could market it to the highest bidder. So that is a bit sensitive for me. But what I do want to understand, I recognize that I've not been to ARAC, I've not participated in these conversations. So that's a fair point for sure. But we all have incredibly busy schedules, and this might come back to council again. So I think that while we have the staff here, I just want to understand the implications of the original recommendation. So why did we make changes? Why were the recommendations put forward? What problems were we trying to solve? Just so we have a baseline knowledge when this does come back, or if it comes back with the same recommendation that Councillor Brown's putting forward.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the staff recommendations were really broken into two categories. There were some technical changes to the bylaw to address changes in the official plan and so on. And then the second category of changes were to extend the environmental protections that are in the site alteration bylaw. So at present, there are protections for natural features within 2 kilometers of the bylaw that require people to contact the city and get approval from the general manager prior to clearing those natural features. Agricultural operations, normal farm practices by agricultural operations are exempted from that and continue to be exempted from that. They are exempted, but what we had proposed was the natural environment protections for natural features in general be extended throughout the rural area, so that if we have an area adjacent to the village of Carp or in the Carp Hills or the Marlborough Forest, et cetera, that we would have some ability to regulate the removal of those features, not individual tree cutting, that doesn't concern us, but removal of those features. So the first change was that the site alteration bylaw would allow us to regulate clearing in natural features throughout the rural area. The second intent was that it would allow us, the second intent was to require prior notification of the city and approval of the general manager before clearing for agricultural purposes within natural features within 2 kilometers of the urban boundary if it was in a rural countryside designation. And that was intended to function as a verification that clearing in those cases was in fact for agricultural purposes, and basically just a verification of that, so that it would provide an additional deterrent to preemptive clearing of those features before someone brings in an application later for expansion of the urban boundary onto those lands. Not intended to affect agricultural operations at all, just as a verification.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just add a bit more, just with respect to the recommendations, it is always understood by staff that our role is to provide to our best professional recommendations, advice to council and to committee. But our role is also to accept the decisions of council and committee, which staff always do. Staff did note that we had concerns with the motion, but of course, whatever the decision may be, staff will execute those decisions to the best of our professional ability.
Were there complaints that made this requirement necessary, or perhaps after the fact trees were removed that the city discovered weren't for farming practices? Like, I'm just trying to understand what necessitated it, or is it just an additional layer of protection for our forests?
So we have in the past have had incidents where lands have been cleared prior to the bringing in of planning applications. That's occurred throughout the rural area. It has been in the past a particular issue within what we call the peri-urban area, so the area immediately around the urban boundary. And in fact, we had a successful prosecution under the site alteration bylaw where a property was cleared. The property owners claimed that it was for agricultural purposes, but at the same time, we're advertising the land as development land. That's one instance. There have been other instances in the past prior to bringing in the current protections under the site alteration bylaw. I just want to say, we do recognize that even developers will put lands around the urban boundary into agricultural protection while they're holding them in the hopes that they may come into the urban boundary in the future, because they have a reduced tax rate and they are getting some income from those lands. And that is a perfectly legitimate operation and not something that we were attempting to regulate. It was where there was no intent, where there is no intent to farm the land. That's what we're looking for, just that verification step.
And is the process to notify the city of actions onerous? Like what are we asking our farmers to do? Because obviously we don't want to overly burden farmers who are doing solid work for our city and keeping us fed. So is it an onerous process?
It would be a phone call or an email to city staff, and we would ask the farm. First of all, we would confirm it's a farming operation. We would ask the farmer for just what the intent is, anything that might confirm that their intent is to farm the land. Our inclination is always to give the benefit of the doubt, particularly where it is an established farming operation. And then it would be an approval by the general manager, typically through an email, just saying, "We understand, please go ahead."
So an email. Okay, that doesn't seem particularly onerous from my perspective, but I'm not a farmer, so I can't speak for farmers. And I appreciate that my rural colleagues do represent their constituencies and represent them well. I'm not opposed, obviously, to it going back out for public consultation, but I just want to understand, and perhaps I'm just really sensitive right now about trees being cut because of what's been going on in my community. But 2 kilometers outside of our urban boundary, an email to a member of staff just for an extra layer of protection for our canopy, it doesn't seem overly burdensome, but if it's a matter of just going back out to the public to get more feedback, I'm fine with that. But thank you for taking the time to clarify for those of us that don't represent rural communities.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. 2 things. One, earlier in the discussion, there was a reference to the ample availability of parking at the location of ARAC meetings. And I do feel compelled as transit chair to remind people it's also in close proximity to Baseline Station at Algonquin College. But on a more serious note, the site alteration bylaw isn't the only tool we have to address occasions when there is illegal tree clearing, which is, I think, what ultimately everybody's concerned about. There is a piece of land just on the outskirts of the built-up area of Stittsville, where there was some illegal tree clearing, and staff took the steps necessary to prosecute that. Even through the official plan process, we deliberately left that out of urban boundary expansion because that was done in a dishonest and malicious way. But I was wondering if staff had any comments on, besides the site alteration bylaw, what other tools we do use to ensure that trees are not inappropriately lost.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have the tree protection bylaw, which applies to the urban area to urban expansion areas. And when we're going through a review of when we're going through an urban expansion process, it applies to candidate urban expansion areas. Outside of the tree protection bylaw and the site alteration bylaw, we don't really have any other bylaws that would apply. There may be regulations by other agencies or authorities that could be relevant. Conservation Authority regulations, for example, would apply to wetland areas. And there may be the application of the Provincial Endangered Species Act. Those regulations, of course, are beyond the city's authority.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have one question, but first I think I want to remind members of council that every decision that comes out of this room is a decision of council. There are no committees that have purview over any particular category of decision. They are committees of council. And it is every councillor's responsibility when they come to this meeting every 2 weeks to be familiar with the agenda items that we are looking at and to be prepared to debate those and to be prepared to vote on those, because they are decisions of council of which each and every one of us is a member. I chair planning every 2 weeks. I sit on transit, LRT sub, heritage, FinCo. I've got the OLDC, 2 BIAs, 9 community associations. I sit on 2 council sponsors groups. I don't think I have a lot of time to attend every AIRAC meeting, but I am an ex officio member. I have a vote, and I will make an effort to attend more of those. But when those decisions by AIRAC come here, it is absolutely the prerogative of every member around this table to debate and make sure that their vote is consistent with what they think council's vote should be. But I do want to understand, with respect to the consultation on this particular item that is coming forward, if I understand Councillor Menard's concern, it is that the changes that were made by the committee would eliminate a requirement to contact the city in certain areas before making site alterations or tree cutting. And that is ultimately what is in contention here. Is that an accurate assessment?
Mr. Mayor, the only rollback proposed by the ARAC motion would be to reduce the protections, the general protections for the natural environment from 2 kilometers to 1 kilometer. We currently don't have a requirement for agricultural operations carrying out normal farm practices to contact the city for permission. That was an additional recommendation that staff made in our report, that additional verification step be added as part of the site alteration bylaw.
But that was rejected by the committee.
And so, yes, so the committee amendment, did not include that.
And Councillor Menard, is that fundamentally the pushback with which you are concerned?
The main issue is there was a reduction from 2 to 1, which is obviously a reduction in what is currently existing on the books, and the concern about potentially illegal operations that staff are putting in place, what seemed like a menial step to ensure that would occur as few times as possible. Those were the 2 issues I was seized with. I'll speak more after.
Okay. And when staff go out to further consult this before it comes back to AIRAC, are they going to be taking those as a given? In other words, will they be seeking public input on whether or not to go back to the 2 kilometers?
No, we would be following the direction of council.
Yeah, that makes total sense. And so the consultation is not necessarily a do-over. It's not revisiting what committee said. So if we vote in favor of the amended recommendation today, That's it. It's going to be, the reduction is from 2 to 1, and those additional measures are not in place. So I don't want to pretend that we can reject this today and somehow have an opportunity to discuss it all over again, which is helpful information. I'll give that some consideration. Thank you very much. And I do want to say I hear the anger and insult in my colleagues' voices on ARAC. I don't go to ARAC because I don't think residents there necessarily want to see the counselor for Kitchissippi at the table when those discussions are being done. But I do want to make sure that I'm doing my job today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Menard, are you intending to wrap up on your?
No, I was going to speak and just ask some questions before.
Okay, but you already did speak for.
Yeah,
that's a lot of time.
That's fair. I guess it would have to be on wrap up.
Okay,
but I don't necessarily that I want to wrap up. So,
pardon?
I don't necessarily know that I want to wrap up. My questions may yield a different result for the motion.
Okay. Okay. Well, I was going to say something. Do you want to go first and then I'll say something before we vote? Whatever you prefer.
Well, depending on the answers to my questions, I wasn't sure we were going to have a vote because this has been educational and I just have a few things to say. So if you want to speak first, then I can.
Yeah, sure. So I guess I'll just say I've listened to everything that people have said here, and I also spoke to all the members of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee before this meeting took place. And as Councillor Kitt said, we have an Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee for a reason. Those members understand the needs of rural residents, and I respect that fully. I don't live in a rural area, obviously, but I do speak to residents in rural areas often, and I've spent a lot of time in the rural parts of our city and frankly, really love those parts of our city and love the people there. And what I have heard quite often from those residents is they feel that the decision-making is made without their input. They feel left out. They feel like a bunch of people in downtown Ottawa are deciding how they should run their farms and live their lives, and that they're not properly considered. And I don't want them to have that feeling. And I don't want them to feel like a decision by the committee that is meant to represent their interests is overturned by council without the feeling that there's proper consultation. So I don't support the amending motion with respect, but I do support the original recommendation from the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, and I want our rural residents to feel respected and heard, and that we take the time to do this properly. So I won't be voting for the amendment, but I will be voting for the original recommendation. So
okay, thanks, Mayor. I'll just wrap up and potentially change where we're headed. This has been exceptionally educational. It's important to have these discussions. I was at ARAC for that meeting. It was a long meeting. I wasn't there in person, but I tuned in online. I was there and I don't go to many of those meetings, but there was a lot on that agenda that it overlapped with environment issues like the battery energy storage systems, like the issue we're discussing now, the site alteration bylaw. And I think we're all city councillors. We all have a stake in ensuring that practices are above board across the city, and that we're doing our best to protect natural areas and areas within the urban, suburban, and rural area. Just as in the urban area, we all have a stake in tree protection. We all have a stake in lands down. It's not just me that gets inside on lands down. We all care about those issues, and we all debate them. I just want to say the concern for me was coming from the fact that our staff had made a recommendation to go beyond what existed, but that the committee recommendation came back not just to reject that, but to pull back what we already had in place with the 2-kilometer protection to guard against things like speculation for development when that may be their ultimate goal, but they may say it's for something else. I hear what my colleagues on ARAC are saying, but it would have been nice to say, and I think maybe you agree with this, that there was consultation in advance of any decision being taken, that residents were discussed with, and then come back to say, here's the final. What I'm concerned about is we had the recommendation come forward, then we had the amendment, and now we're kind of stuck on that one amendment to consult with. At least that's what I'm hearing. Maybe I'm wrong, and I just want to get clarity from staff. is when you go out to consult on this, will you be fairly open about the consultation, recognizing the conversation around the table, or are you going to be very narrowly focused just on the one motion? Because consultation should be open. It shouldn't be exceptionally narrowly focused. And I'd like to withdraw the motion to be able to allow for that orderly consultation to occur after hearing from Councillors Kelly and Brown and DeRuse and Kitts. I understand what they're saying, but I want that consultation to occur in a way that is open. So is that maybe that's a friendly amendment to the original movers, that consultation will be open. It won't be so narrowly focused just on one outcome, because then I could live with this and it will come back and we'll have that discussion and debate at committee. So if that's friendly, I'm happy to go in that direction and pull my amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My understanding, Mayor, when ARAC approved the recommendation that is before us today, was to direct staff to go back and consult because it was too narrow before. And so, yes, what's on the table today is the amended report by ARAC, but my understanding was that staff would go back out and broadly consult. Okay. That was our problem.
Okay, well, I agree with that, and that's what I want to happen. So can staff just confirm that given what you're hearing here by the mover of the original amendment and myself, that's the intent now, is to go out and broadly consult?
So, Mr. Mayor, as Mr. Wise indicated earlier, we would go out with the proposed changes, whatever council does today, but certainly, consultation we would not close our ears to any consultation in terms of those changes. So we would come back to ARAC and council, with the proposed bylaw that gets dealt with today, plus full documentation of all consultation that we receive. And then ARAC and council would make a final decision.
Okay, and so that could lead to, for example, returning to that original 2-kilometer boundary where there is more protection in place and not necessarily just the 1 kilometer that was recommended. Is that open? Is that possible?
We may, Mr. Mayor, we may receive comments to that, and we would certainly document any consultation. But in terms of the bylaw that would be tabled at ARAC and committee, we would take that direction today, as I understand it, and include the results of the consultation.
Okay. Look, that's helpful for me, Mayor. It's helpful hearing Councillor Brown's comments as well. I think that gives me more time to reflect on this. So in the spirit of collaboration, I respect my colleagues around the table. I'll withdraw that amendment, understanding that consultation will be more open and this will come back for a more fulsome debate. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. So that amendment is withdrawn. So is the committee recommendation carried?
Carried.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Let's move to item 30.1 on the agenda, which is the Office of the Auditor General. So there is a motion from Councillor Kavanaugh, I believe, if you'd like to introduce that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the City of Ottawa Auditor General on November 27th, 2023 presented her findings, the report from the investigation of allegations related to the planning activities for the Conservancy development, and whereas the findings of the report identified an inappropriate effort on the part of some City of Ottawa staff to sway the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority's, RVCA's, approval of a cut and fill permit for the development in Barrhaven, known as the Conservancy, and whereas questions have been raised among members of council and among the public with respect to the subsequent approval of that permit that call into question the appropriateness of the decision-making process. Therefore, be it resolved that council forward the Auditor General's report to the Office of the Auditor General of Ontario, AGO, with the recommendation that the AGO investigate the matter to ensure the decision by the RVCA was appropriately made. Do you wish me to speak now?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm bringing this forward as a member of the RVCA and who's very supportive of their work in terms of floodplains. This is something that's very important to my ward, and that's why I wanted to be on it. And I wanted to make sure that we completely close this file. And the only way to do that is to have it looked at by a third party. And it was suggested that it would be best looked at by the Auditor General of Ontario. As I've said, I've got the greatest respect for their work. I live in a floodplain, literally. And it's one of the reasons that I want to make sure that future decisions are things that we can trust, especially with cut and fill, which are very important. And I'm concerned that we do have concerns that are not completely satisfied because our own Auditor General cannot look into the workings of the RVCA. So I feel that we need to have this looked at in terms of, particularly a large one. This was, we've seen smaller ones that were refused and consistent, and for the same reasons, we need to look at large projects such as this one. The loss of floodplain storage and potential for cumulative impacts are there. And this is important in terms of the environmental considerations. So we've seen, for example, 12 appeals that were dismissed and vindicated by the RVCA's approach to the considerations of fill applications, no matter how small the fill. So this specific cut and fill, which is much larger, brings some attention. We never want residents to have any doubts. The RVCA is always doing what is right and correct for the floodplain and floodplain mapping in connection with development. We must always, as council, exercise due caution and ensure transparency of the process. So for those reasons, I feel that this is very important. All of us around the table did not support sending an LRT for investigation. I would ask them to consider why did not support another level, a third party, to look at something in terms of integrity and transparency that the city needs. That is why we need a third party to take a look at this.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I understand Councillor Brown also has a motion. Would you like to introduce that now?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Whereas the City of Ottawa Auditor General on November 27th, 2023 presented her findings from the investigation of allegations related to planning activities for the Conservancy development, and whereas the findings of the report identified that City of Ottawa staff endorsed the cut and fill application expressing council's support without council's express knowledge, thereby acting outside of established policy with regards to a cut and fill permit for the development in Barrhaven, known as the Conservancy. And whereas several members of council have expressed concern with the City of Ottawa staff's management of this application and to the subsequent approval of that permit, therefore be it resolved that council forward the Auditor General's report to the Board of Directors of the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority for review to ensure all applicable provincial planning legislation was adhered to by the RVCA. Mr. Mayor, I'm not opposed to what my colleague has stated in her motion. The concern I have, and Councillor Kavanagh had just mentioned about the LRT inquiry. The difference, I think, in this situation is the City of Ottawa didn't issue the permit for the cut and fill like we did as a council approved the LRT. My motion requests that the report be officially forwarded to the RVCA, although they are already aware, so the Board of Directors can take the opportunity to review. The conservation authorities in Ontario are under a provincial act. They report to the province. Municipalities are members of watersheds. In this case, Ottawa is one of 18 member municipalities in that watershed. And I think it would be beneficial for the City of Ottawa to ask that board to make the review. And if further escalation is required, the Board of Directors can do that. I would hope that the City of Ottawa would respect the opportunity for our member municipalities on the RVCA to have the opportunity to do this. This is why we have 4 appointees to that board: Councillor Kavanagh, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Devine, and myself. Similarly, we have appointees to the SNC and the MVCA. We are member municipalities. I believe that if they are going to if we are going to ask for a review, we should go through the established process. Ask our colleagues, in this case, the 4 of us, to go to the board meeting and ask our fellow directors to make this review. It was not the board itself that made the final determination. It was the executive committee. I think it is responsible to go back through the RVCA channel to have this reviewed. We're not dismissing the Auditor General's findings. There was good work done in that report that showed that there were lapses on the city side, but guilt by association wasn't highlighted there. The Auditor General limited her scope to what her authority covers. I think in this instance, we should go and ask the RVCA Board of Directors to exercise their governance and oversight abilities to ensure that all relevant planning rationale was followed. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Kavanagh, is your hand up to wrap up on your motion, or you would? Okay. So we'll go to other people first, though, if that's all right. Councillor Hill.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is an important issue for me, certainly, as the Conservancy is a large development. It is just north of the Jock River in my ward. I have a number of interests in this. One of them is this is 2,400 new housing units that are going to come online for the city of Ottawa in an environment where we desperately need housing units. This is a parcel that is connected to the Jock River, and a component of this development is looking at that connectivity. And so I'll just ask a few questions of staff so that I know, certainly which way I'm going to go on these options. But my first question would be, from a health and safety of the residents that are going to be living in the Conservancy, is there a concern from city staff with regard to house flooding or some type of atypical house flooding outside of normal, 1 in 100 year plus type analyses for those members?
Mr. Mayor, thanks for the question. I will, echo my comments made at Audit Committee in that, no, there is no such risk. There are extensive monitoring in place. There's contingencies built into the approvals and the development. And as I indicated at committee, I have the utmost respect for the Conservation Authority and their role here in protecting residents from issues of flooding and the like.
I appreciate that answer. And I just want to confirm, because certainly what I heard as the one of the core components of this motion requesting further investigation is one of flooding and flood safety to the residents. So from staff's perspective, there's not an atypical concern about safety for those residents at the Conservancy.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And with regard to safety of residents downstream, there have been a number of comments made in the past publicly and in committee and council on the topic of downstream flooding impacts as a result of the cut and fill. Is it staff's assessment that the neighborhoods that are downstream of the Conservancy are at an increased risk as a result of the cut and fill operation at the Conservancy?
Mr. Mayor, no, that was an area of focus by both city staff and the Conservation Authority. So I would not characterize that as a risk.
There were concerns that were brought up in this motion with regard to environmental degradation. Is there a plan in place for the connectivity between the residential component of the Conservancy development and the Jock River, which takes into account in the environmental considerations of erosion, et cetera, in the development of that public realm space?
Mr. Mayor, certainly during development, there's erosion protection. And as I indicated at committee, there's actually an extensive restoration, enhancement of the area, additional parks, open space, trails, and so on. So there will be a significant enhancement of that area.
Thank you very much. So from my perspective, the core issues that I need as the city councillor that is responsible for this development are met from a health and safety of my residents' perspective, and then from the perspective that we're shouldering our burden of housing. I would not want to see this parcel sit idle for 20 years when we have a housing crisis, as we spoke to several hours ago. I believe that the core issue we're looking at here is one of process, one of staff action,
And so to that effect, I think the appropriate way forward is to have further dialogue with our partners at the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority. And so as such, I will be supporting the Councillor Brown motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify with respect to the two motions on the floor, are they mutually exclusive at all, or can both stand from a process perspective?
My understanding is they're not mutually exclusive.
Yeah. So we do have the opportunity to support both.
Yes.
Yeah. So that being said, I appreciate my councillor colleague asking about the viability of the site, and I appreciate that that's in his purview. But I do think what we're talking about is an issue of accountability and transparency. And I did attend the audit committee meeting when this report first came forward, and it was a very lively debate. We saw many perspectives on the validity or the scope of our Auditor General and what is within her purview, and what kinds of lines of pursuit are appropriate for our Auditor General. And I would just like to appreciate the independence and the scrutiny that you bring to this council. I do believe that, given being a new councillor and coming in, right when the LRT inquiry was happening, every single door I knocked on was, how are you going to do things differently here? If I vote for you, how will this look different? And I wasn't elected to follow what was given to me by the previous term of council. I was elected to lead in issues of transparency and accountability. So I would urge my council colleagues to actually do everything you can to demonstrate a difference from last term to this term, which would include supporting both. I don't think we need to be fussy here. I think we have a report in front of us that demonstrates that there were actions that were curious at best, and perhaps something else going on. And I want to know that I have exercised my full ability as a councillor around this table, elected to demonstrate my commitment to a different kind of culture and a different kind of integrity, that I would support any action to investigate what the Auditor General has brought forward to us as being a grave concern. And so I don't think we need to be mutually exclusive here. I think both directions are appropriate. I don't believe necessarily, as my council colleague has said, that that it is an issue of process, and it is an issue of staff. And it is an issue of oversight, and it could be an issue of political influence. And so we deserve to show up. Our residents deserve for us to show up for them in a different way than what we saw last term. And so I'll be voting for both, and I strongly encourage my council colleagues to exercise the same judgment.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the conversation that's been going around the table. Something I do want to note is that the cut and fill application is something that's done fully within the purview of a conservation authority, as per the Provincial Conservation Authorities Act. There is no third-party input, whether it's by the city, whether it's by communities. There can always be community involvement, but the approval or not of a cut and fill application is wholly within the jurisdiction of the RVCA. In this case, the executive board of the RVCA. Something else to note is that the Ontario Ombudsman was contacted around the same time that the request was made to our Auditor General, not the Ottawa Art Gallery, Marty. And the Ombudsman had done a preliminary or some sort of fact finding, and they had sat down with the RVCA's executive director. They had sat down with at least one or two other staff members at the RVCA, and they came away and said there's nothing to look at here from an RVCA standpoint. The Auditor General's report highlights wrongdoing or highlights wrongdoing of some form by city staff. So I don't see, and all these reports do get sent or do get highlighted in some way to the Auditor General of the province, right? No? Okay. Either way, the Auditor General of the province is aware of this report, and I just don't really see if it's our position to tell the Auditor General to look at another agency while, we're on the board. The colleague who introduced the other motion is also on the board of directors for the RVCA. And it should be their job as the board of directors to then possibly ask the Auditor General to maybe look into their, look into the RVCA if they deem that it is appropriate. So I will be supporting the motion I'm seconding, but I will not be supporting the motion for us to send a request to the Auditor General.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions on this. I just want to clarify something that Councillor Lowe just asked the AG, and she nodded. I thought at committee you told us that you did talk to the Provincial Auditor General about this back before you tabled your report.
Mr. Mayor, my head nod to Councillor Lowe's question. His question was specific with regards to, do my reports make their way up to the Ontario Auditor General? And I indicated that no, we do not have a formal process. I do not have a reporting relationship with the Provincial Auditor General. I do and have spoken in the past with the previous Auditor General, who is currently no longer there. There is an acting Auditor General. I'd also like to speak with regards to the Ontario Ombudsman. Whether it be the Ontario Ombudsman or the Provincial Auditor General or myself, we as accountability officers usually do a double check to see that we're not doubling up on work. And what I can confirm is the Ontario Ombudsman cannot move forward with any sort of investigation if there is another investigation done by another party that has purview over that area. So what I can confirm is the Ontario Ombudsman was aware that we were performing an investigation. And if they had done questioning with staff, it would be an inquiry phase, and they would not have moved forward until we would have been completed our work. I can confirm that when the allegations were made public by Councillors McKenney and Councillors Meehan back in June of 2022, I did reach out to my Ontario counterpart to let her know of the concerns that were raised. That being said, the Provincial Auditor General does not publicly disclose their work plan, so I am not in the know of whether there was any work that was done, would be done, or is being considered to be done.
But you thought it was important enough what was you were reading in the media or the a councillor mentioned to you without any further evidence to it. You thought it was important to bring to the Provincial Auditor General at that time.
Mayor,
and they had a cursory look at this, we assume.
Mayor, Councillors McKenney and Councillors Meehan brought forward some very serious allegations of potential downstream flooding, of potential political interference, and of lack of transparency by city staff. So yes, most definitely, when you have those levels of allegations and they're not within my purview, I most definitely brought them to their attention. What I can say is at the time the Auditor General indicated it was not on her work plan. I can't say whether anything has since progressed.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps I might turn to you on this too. At the committee meeting, Mr. Mayor, there was comments by at least two councillors to bring in the OPP. I believe I had asked you at committee whether there was criminality, if you found any indication of criminality. I believe you answered me no. Could you confirm that, please?
Mr. Mayor, what I indicated at council was that obviously if there were any sort of concerns from a criminal nature, we would obviously have an obligation to bring those forward. And I believe those were raised by delegates at audit committee.
So not by you?
No.
And so when CBC reported that your allegations were going to be referred to the Attorney General, that wasn't coming from you. That was coming likely from two members of council, perhaps, or I don't know what where they went for source, but it wasn't from you.
Mr. Mayor, I presume that is an error by CBC. They probably meant to say the Auditor General and not Attorney General. People mistake AG for various different terms.
But in this case, they have very serious differences between the two. The Auditor General is like in your case and your predecessor's case, we look to audits for ways to improve on things, how to do things better. In this case, you're making recommendations about when letters should be written in support of things. Very good recommendations. I think we all accept them. It's the issues around your report that we're struggling with here today, or some of us are, others are not. but let's see where this goes. So, but when you say refer to the Attorney General, you're talking about some kind of a criminal or illegal behavior that you want investigated, because the Attorney General uses the OPP to do their investigations, or the Crown, correct?
Mayor, I don't believe it's appropriate for me to comment on that. I have and nor would ever refer anything to the Attorney General. It's not within my role.
I just want to clarify because we're not sure where CBC got that from. So other than the comments that were made at committee. Okay, sorry. The other part I want to highlight here, Mr. Mayor, is I get the concerns. I think we all do with a letter that was written. I think Mr. Herwire addressed it very appropriately and said that, that's not something we would do anymore. It's something that there'll be processes put in place. I think this is very similar to Councillor Tierney's motion to do with the Enbridge pipeline about inappropriate letters being written. So I'm happy to hear that as a corporation, as the city, we're going to tighten up on these letters that get written. So I'm happy with that. But what I'm worried about here with what's going on and what took place at committee by some of the comments that were made, we're damaging the reputation of our conservation authorities in general and the RVCA in particular for challenging their work and suggesting that, I'm sorry, Councillor Johnson, I'm going to quote you because I think it's very appropriate here, curious actions. So if we're suggesting something went wrong with the RVCA process, I'm struggling with trying to get an answer, and I'll direct this question to staff. Are we aware of any of these 16 other municipalities that are actually downstream to this area? Have any of them raised any concerns with any of this that you're aware of?
Mr. Mayor, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask the members on council that are members of the RVCA, has that been discussed at the RVCA? Is there, I'm assuming, members Devine and Kavanaugh and Brown and Hill raised it with RVCA to say, has anybody raised any concerns about this? Has anybody heard anything from those 16 other municipalities? Or is it just us?
Councillor Lowe, did you want to answer that?
Councillor Lowe, sorry.
I can answer for that. We are the last municipality at the in the Rideau watershed. So every other municipality in the RVCA is upstream of Ottawa. So we're sort of the
we're the end. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but none of the others have raised any concerns.
Not this term.
Not this term. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's my questions. I'll be supporting Councillor Brown.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Desroches.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I am listening to the remarks today. This is a file that I wasn't privy to, having just been reappointed to this council. I commend Councillor Hill for the questions that he's asking, because I think the people who are living there, who plan to live there, need some assurances. So I appreciate the assurances that are provided by staff. I also appreciate my colleague reaching out to the province. I guess what troubles me is that we really don't have any criteria to decide which audits should go for additional scrutiny by the province. And I'm sure we could go back over the course of several years of the Auditor General's reports and say, maybe some of those reports should go. And I also heard during the election campaign, the LRT, what are you going to do different about that? Well, we've got the commission inquiry. The downtown protests, the convoy protests. What did you do about that? What are we going to do about that? And the Auditor General looked at that. And I guess if we were picking audits to go there, I would say that's probably one that should go there as well, given the provincial involvement in that. So again, I am concerned that there's no criteria. There may be additional audits, and perhaps there should be criteria that would guide this council to if and when we would send things. So I think, though, the first step is to respect the authority, the Conservation Authority, to oversee their decisions, oversee their permitting process. And I think that's the logical first step of that. And again, given that there's no specific criteria on when and which audits we would send, I won't be supporting the Kavanaugh motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Desroches. Just before Councillor Kavanaugh wraps up, I'll just say on balance, I support Councillor Brown's motion. I think that would be the next logical step. That would be my preference between the two. So I will be supporting Councillor Brown's motion and not Councillor Kavanaugh's motion. Councillor Menard, do you?
Quick point of order.
Yep.
Sorry.
Okay.
Councillors are free to vote for both motions.
Correct. Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. They're two independent motions. Councillor Menard.
My apologies, Mayor, for coming late to this, but just to the, I guess the Auditor General, the RVCA, they were engaged as part of the audit process.
Mr. Mayor, what I can confirm is we did speak with RVCA representatives with regards to city actions. So obviously we wanted to get an understanding of what transpired, and in particular, we make reference to a specific letter. So we wanted to get an understanding and clarification of whether that letter had been requested by the RVCA, so confirming what we had heard by city staff, as well as how that letter was utilized in decision making.
Okay, no, thank you for that. And I mean, I guess like this story's been in the media. The RVCA obviously will already know about this issue. It's not like they don't know about it. Obviously, board members have the ability to raise it there anytime. The Auditor General's report is public information and free to be perused. I just don't, I can support both motions. Sure, I just don't know what that other motion is going to do when they're already very aware of it. Any member can raise it there. It seems to me the only motion that's actually taking some concrete action to potentially look at the issue is the Kavanaugh motion. So I'm hoping that the RVCA is aware of the issues already, and they can raise it anytime they want at that board without us referring it to them. So
I believe the same is true also of the Ontario Auditor General, that the Ontario Auditor General would be aware of this and would have the option of doing an audit. Their office could do an audit on their own anyway. But let's go to Councillor Kavanaugh, and then Councillor Brown, if you choose to wrap up, you may do so as well. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much. And I'll just ask some questions to our Auditor General. Can you just summarize what you found in your report?
So this is meant to be your wrap up, though, not more questions.
But can I not ask questions in my wrap up?
Well, I
thought that we did.
Typically, it's not the time to ask questions of staff when it's the wrap up.
Okay. Well, I can tell you that I know what the answer is. The answer is that that there was wrongdoings in terms of a letter being sent to the RVCA, and that was the crux of the report. Unfortunately, and I apologize for speaking on behalf of the Auditor General and not letting her answer it, but the RVCA is not under her jurisdiction. It is a provincial organization, and therefore, to get full disclosure and full transparency, we need a third party that can look into the actions of the RVCA on this file of what the city did in this letter. So it's still about the letter. It's not trying to say something about the RVCA so much as what happened. And we need the full picture. We're not getting the full picture until we have someone looking into it, i.e. the OAG, on this. And based on the information that has been found out, that has been well documented by our own AG, this is what we need to do. With all due respect, a board reviewing itself isn't transparency. It can do it, but it's not transparency. To really clear this up, we need to have it done at the provincial level, which is why the RVCA is governed under that. I have full respect for the RVCA. That's why I wanted to be a member. I've worked with them side by side on the floods of 2019, 2017. But the issue here is that we can't get answers because our Auditor General cannot work with the RVCA since it's not under her jurisdiction. So I highly recommend that we send this to show that we believe in transparency and that we want to have this cleared up and have this part of the investigation looked into. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Brown, did you want to wrap up for a moment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And in my wrap up, I'll answer Councillor Menard's question briefly. The executive director is aware that we would like this item to be brought forward formally at the next meeting of the RVCA. Councillor Lowe and I took the opportunity to speak directly with the executive director. Now, I'm not opposed to asking the Provincial Auditor General's Office to review this matter. I believe my concern is the big city of Ottawa overruling the 17 member municipalities that make up the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority Board of Directors, who have a role in governance and oversight. It was not the board that made the decision to issue the permit for the cut and fill. It was the executive committee. The board should be given the opportunity, and based on that discussion that I hope will occur, if it needs to be escalated, the RVCA Board of Directors can make that request. I think Ottawa as a member municipality would have a concern if one of the other 17 member municipalities wanted to send something up provincially without coming to the board. I think the respectful thing to do is take the discussion there. That's where it belongs. That's where the decision was made. This council does not have jurisdiction over that permit issuing process, which is why sending the formal report formally to the RVCA Board of Directors, I believe, is that next logical step. And I'm hoping this council agrees with that position. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Okay, let's vote on the two motions then. First on Councillor Brown's motion, please. Is that carried? Councillor Brown's motion is carried? Yes. Okay. Then on Councillor Kavanaugh's motion.
Yeas and nays, Mr. Mayor.
Yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Curry.
No.
Councillor Kitts. No. Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Brown.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
No.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Hill.
No.
Councillor Gower.
No.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Plante.
No.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor DeRose.
No.
Councillor Deroche. Councillor Luloff.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Kavanaugh. Yes. Mayor Sutcliffe.
No.
11 yeas, 14 nays.
I had 10 and 15, but
The council coordinator says you're correct, Mr. Mayor.
okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's move to item 31.1 on the agenda, which was the motion, which was a Built Heritage Committee report. And there had been a motion from Councillor King, which you read about 7 hours ago. And
So I'll recap.
I'm sure you all remember it. You all remember it vividly. There was a request after that to hold it because you had a couple of questions, I believe.
Yes, correct. So just to recap, the committee approved the recommendation for demolition. The committee provided direction that the replacement duplex proposed for 1 Maple Lane be revised to reduce the massing on the site to increase the soft landscaping on the property in keeping with the importance attributed to the value of natural landscaping as a key character defining element of the Rockcliffe Park Heritage Conservation District designation and plan. Since committee, heritage planning staff has worked with the applicant to address the concerns of the Built Heritage Committee, and revised plans have been submitted by the applicant. The revised site plan revisions put forward reduces the footprint of 1 Maple to 33% lot coverage and increase both its north and east setbacks. While some in the community are not pleased with the scope of the reduction, I believe we owe thanks to the Rockcliffe Park Residents Association's interventions throughout this process. Their input throughout the process encouraged the applicant to alter their design
utilize complementary materials and reduce the replacement building's footprint. However, they still do have concerns, so I did have some questions to staff. One of the questions was, could you explain the 90-day timeline as per this application?
Thanks, Mayor. Yes, under the Ontario Heritage Act, we do have 90 days to process an application or is deemed approved. I can confirm that the 90 days actually expires tomorrow, December the 7th. Mr. Mark can correct me, but should council not approve the recommendation today, it would be deemed approved as submitted to the City of Ottawa.
Thank you for that. And my last question is regarding demolition by neglect and the argument that a developer or property owner is rewarded for neglect. Does the city need more direction for enforcement for derelict or neglected properties?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Mayor, I would say that through Budget 2023, where we received an additional enforcement officer within the Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development Department, we now have the effective tool to work along with bylaw services on enforcing our heritage watch list. We also have benefited from the vacant unit tax on residential properties. And in this case, we do have peer review dollars to do peer reviews on demolition requests, and we did undertake a peer review here to ensure that, regretfully, demolition was warranted.
I appreciate those comments. I think we also appreciate that the loss of a heritage home in Rockcliffe Park is not taken lightly across the city and by the residents themselves. The community feels this loss is a system failure due to demolition by neglect, and rightly does not want demolition by neglect to become a tool for redevelopment. While we cannot compel every heritage property owner to personally preserve and protect their heritage properties, we must ensure that we continue to enhance our enforcement capacity to prevent demolition by neglect. And what I'm hearing is that the city is taking steps to do that. Bylaw changes made last year will ensure that revenue from permits will allow for bylaw officers to undertake proactive inspections rather than reactive inspections. Under the new bylaw, the city will also be able to order work done on a property. And if it's not completed, the city can complete the repairs and recover those costs on the property tax bill. Those who contravene the bylaw can also face fines between $500 and $100,000. We must utilize all the tools in our toolbox to minimize degradation of our built heritage by proactively monitoring properties on the heritage watch list and working with our city's bylaw officers on property standard orders. And I know in budgets we are allocating more resources to bylaw to do just that. So I'm encouraged by the tools the city is putting in place to help ensure One Maple Lane is the exception and not the rule. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we will vote first on the motion by Councillor King. Is that carried? Absolutely. And then the committee recommendation number 1, is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, and then we have to go back to item 30.1 for a second because we voted on the 2 motions, but we did not vote on the committee recommendation as amended. So is that carried? Okay. Thank you. So now we will go to item 32.1, the draft solid waste master plan phase 3. And I believe Councillor Leeper, you had a question or comment about that?
Thanks, Mayor. I do have a comment. I think colleagues will know I generally don't read from written notes, but in this case, I've written it out. I consider the comments that I want to make this afternoon important before we vote on this. So please indulge me for about 2 minutes. When I was born in 1970, carbon in the environment was 326 parts per million. In 2022, it's 419, and the number continues to rise. The surface temperature of our planet is now 1.1 to 1.3 degrees Celsius higher than it was in industrial times. Everything that we know from the science indicates that we are facing cataclysmic change on this planet when global warming goes above 1.5 degrees Celsius. A significant contributor to global warming is the what and the how of what we consume. For a big category of what they call fast-moving consumer goods, there is a climate impact at every step of the value chain, from extraction to refining, to producing, to packaging, to retailing. Those activities use fossil fuels. The outputs at each one of those stages bounces around from country to country around the globe on trucks and ships and trains that are powered by fossil fuels. Most of the climate damage associated with the goods we consume is done well before we even think about the waste. All we're left with is a series of bad choices. I'm voting against building an incinerator today because I think we need to look at the big picture. We consume too many things we don't need, and it's destroying the planet. In 1987, Gare Harlem Brundtland wrote in Our Common Future, living standards that go beyond the basic minimum are sustainable only if consumption standards everywhere have regard for long-term sustainability. Yet many of us live beyond the world's ecological means, for instance, in our patterns of energy use. Perceived needs are socially and culturally determined, and sustainable development requires the promotion of values that encourage consumption standards that are within the bounds of the ecological possible and to which all can reasonably aspire. Building an incinerator, particularly one that converts waste to energy, is probably the worst thing we can do in that context. Why would anyone give a second thought to buying and using a product when handling the waste is as simple as throwing it into the flames? Why would we demand packaging and environmental regulations that just raise the cost of goods to recognize their true cost? When we create electricity from our waste, why would waste then not become just a public good in the public mind? We need to be hypersensitive to the environmental cost of producing and consuming goods, and waste to energy incineration creates all the wrong signals and incentives. It is better, in my view, that we should have to sit and watch our dump grow, to struggle with where to bury more waste, than to send it into a constantly hungry fire to which no one needs to give a second thought. We don't have a disposal problem. We have a consumption problem. And I'm asking you today, before we go too far down the road of building an incinerator, vow today to work towards meaningful action on climate change and be courageous in having those conversations with Ottawa residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. So on the motion Councillor Menard.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I appreciate the impassioned plea of my colleague, and I think there's a lot there that is a concern, and that debate, as I understand it, is yet to come. I appreciate the sentiment of my colleague and the concerns he's raised, I want to make sure that everyone around the table understands that today is not the vote for going to incineration or not. Today is a vote for looking into an environmental assessment for several different types of waste processing. And I want to get confirmation from staff that is the point that we're at. Because if it's anything different, then obviously there needs to be a lot more dialogue and debate and discussion around this table, as my colleague has, I think, wisely pointed out around the concerns. So just to staff, can you just please confirm what the process is from here on out?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, what's in front of you in terms of approval is a draft solid waste master plan with also an amended recommendation that came up at committee that basically advances the feasibility study for alternative technologies. That feasibility study was already identified as part of the solid waste master plan. So all that does is basically advance the start of that feasibility study. The information basically in terms of council decisions and committee decisions will be coming in June when we bring forward basically the final solid waste master plan with the recommendations for approval. The next step right now is really, after council's approval of receiving a draft, is to do the third and final round of public engagement where we're going to be able to get public input on basically the 50 different initiatives that are being put forward as part of the solid waste master plan. And to Councillor Leeper's concern, whether it's a landfill, alternative technology, that's basically the last piece in terms of dealing with the residuals. The focus of the solid waste master plan is really on how do we reduce and avoid basically the waste.
Hey, thank you for that. I think Councillor Leeper is pointing out that he doesn't want to go too far down the path that we can't go back. So I want to make sure I hear it from folks here that this is not going too far down the path that we can't consider all of the options, including landfilling, including incineration, including mixed waste processing and other options. You'll bring forward a report with recommendations of the pros and cons of all of those different technologies and options for council to consider and debate through committee and council.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
I appreciate Councillor Leeper's intervention, and I think it's timely. I don't think we've had enough discussion around this table about this, and at committee certainly. And after the solid waste debate around Tag-A-Bag, we need a lot more education and information about this. So I just appreciate my colleagues' intervention on this. I want to get more information from staff and come back and have this discussion as a team. There's a lot of discussion now, Mayor, about Pontiac region and other regions. Where that landfilling occurs, we're going to need another landfill, regardless of which technology or landfilling process we might choose here. This is going to be inevitable, and I think my colleague is right to point out the concerns here. So I don't think we've had enough, concerns pointed out about which way we may go. So appreciate that intervention, and I want more information before we have this fulsome debate and discussion with the public and ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to say for the second time today, I'm going to agree with Councillor Menard. I want more information too, and he's right. This is the start of the. You see that, Sean? I even said you're right. Oh my gosh, what's in this? Anyhow, my question to staff is. You said June for the feasibility study. Do we know that for sure? Because originally you said Q2, and given the excellent work to date by Shelley and her team, I was figuring you were going to be earlier in Q2 than the end of it. So are you just putting that as that's as late as it'll be, or clarify your date? Let me say it that way.
Yeah. So, Mr. Mayor, there's two dates maybe to clarify. Is the intent after this point is that we go back to the public engagement piece on basically what's in front of council today. And the intent is by the end of Q2 that we're going to be coming back to committee and council with the recommendations on the final solid waste master plan. So that's the timeline for the solid waste master plan itself. When it comes to the feasibility study, it's going to take longer in terms of the feasibility study. So the feasibility study, we will not be back to committee and council until later 2025.
Okay. And just to acknowledge, Councillor Leeper raised some valid concerns. There's a lot in what you said that was there. I was frankly surprised because you and I and Councillor Brown toured a facility and saw how it was working. So I was surprised you didn't mention that in there, but maybe you're saving that for June, and I look forward to your comments in June. But one of the things we have learned, I think staff can confirm, is that incineration is 95% cleaner than landfills. So to suggest that we're better off to continue just putting in the land, or to try to, earlier today, some were talking about telling farmers how to farm, and it feels like now we're going to tell people what food they can eat and not eat, because we're not going to allow packaged food, because that's what feeds into this. And so my question, I guess, to you, Alain, here is, most of the places I looked at anyway, and I think Councillor Brown, that had incineration or combustion or some form of waste to energy, their diversion rates were much higher than what our diversion rates were. that diversion is a huge piece of moving towards waste to energy. Is that not correct?
Mr. Mayor, whether it's landfill or waste to energy, diversion is the priority. So that is very much the focus, because we want to get basically the waste stream itself as small as possible. But that's really not dependent on if we're going to incineration or to a landfill. It's basically the ultimate goal is we want to try to eliminate as much waste and divert as much waste from our landfills.
Well, let's say we've had our best people on this for decades and we're at what, 50%? So I don't think a jump to 65 or 70% is really possible without changing anything in the equation. So that's why I'm looking for things like waste to energy, where there'll be a different round of sort through the garbage, so more recyclables can be taken out. Part of the combustion process is to take the metals out that otherwise we're not really getting out of things. And they become reused. And, one of the examples they gave us on that tour we went on this summer was plastic bottles no longer become single use because you're turning them in to energy, which gets reused as heat, gets reused as power, can be turned into RNG, which we can use to power our fleets. So there's lots we can do with it. So I'm really looking forward to that report. And I'll stop my questions there, Mr. Mayor, because I got a wagon ride to get to with a bunch of people waiting for me. So let's wrap this up, buddy. Okay. Thank you.
You're actually saying let's wrap this up after. Okay. Is the motion carried? One dissent? Okay, thank you. Item 32.5 is the motion from Councillor Tierney. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And to make sure Councillor Hubley gets to his wagon ride, I want to just first of all, I'll dispense with closing statements if there's no questions. I've spoken to a lot of my colleagues. We worked very hard on this. Between the mayor's office, the chair of environment committee, staff, and Enbridge. It's triggered the discussions in a working group, which I think is going to serve us well in the future for future situations. And I also want to give a thanks to Minister Smith, the Ontario Energy Board minister, where he's made it very clear that the OIB is the sole authority. And also when it comes to Enbridge, how they are resubmitting, putting adverts out, explaining the importance and making sure they educate the community on this. So just like water under the bridge, it will be like gas in the pipeline. And if there's no further questions on this one, I'd love to have support on this here today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tierney. Is the motion carried?
Carried.
Okay. There are no in-camera items. Disposition of items approved by committees under delegated authority. The council received the list of items approved by its committees under delegated authority. Is that received? Motion to adopt reports. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor. That the following reports be received and adopted as amended, excluding those items previously adopted by council as part of the budget. Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 9, Audit Committee Report 4, Built Heritage Committee Report 9, Debenture Committee Report 1, Environment and Climate Change Committee Report 8, Finance and Corporate Service Committee Report 10, Planning and Housing Report 19, Transportation Report 9A. The reports from the city clerk entitled Status Update, Council Inquiries and Motions for the period ending December 1, 2023, and summary of oral and written public submissions for items subject to the Planning Act, explanation requirements, a special council meeting November 8th and 9th, 2023, and the city council meeting of November 22nd, 2023, and the report to the Integrity Commissioner entitled 2023 Annual Report of the Integrity Commissioner. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. You're hired.
What about the list of side effects?
Thank you. Is that carried? Okay. Yeah. Motions of which notice has previously been given. Conseillère Plante, nomination au conseil d'administration de l'autorité du district du marché Bay.
Byward Market District nomination.
Yeah. I can just read the therefore be it resolved if you want.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Therefore
But
be it
as
resolved.
fast as you can.
Therefore be it resolved that council approve the appointment of Suzanne Valley and Rosemary Thompson to the Byward Market District Authority Board for a term ending at the close of the 2025 annual general meeting or until their successor is appointed or their resignation received. Is that carried? Okay, there are no motions requiring suspension of the rules. There is a notice of motion from Councillor Brockington. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, I will read just the therefore clause. So the motion is the Ottawa International Airport Authority tree planting. And I'd like to thank my neighboring colleague, Councillor Bradley, for seconding. This is a notice of motion, so therefore be it resolved that the mayor write to the president and CEO of the Ottawa International Airport Authority, as well as the chair of the board, to convey council's request for the authority to replant an equivalent number of trees in Ottawa by partnering with an organization that specializes in tree planting. The details are in the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I made it 7 hours and 49 minutes without being asked to write a letter, but that's okay. Okay, motion to introduce bylaws, Councillor Kelly.
That the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings be read and passed with the exception of bylaw U, a bylaw of the city of Ottawa to amend bylaw number 2008/250 to change the zoning of the lands known municipally as 3745 St. Joseph Boulevard.
Is that carried? Confirmation bylaw, Councillor Kelly.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of December 6, 2023.
Carried. There were no inquiries. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Kelly.
That the proceedings of the city council meeting of December 6, 2023 be adjourned.
Is that carried? Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup.
Ridiculous. Yeah. But validating the experience and the emotions of the child.
My kids used to say to me, like, I'd go like, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. And they're like, Mom, like you're saying out of your mouth, you're not mad, but like your face is saying you're mad. And you have to know that kids are
Good afternoon. Bonjour à tous. My name is Kendra Titley and I will be your moderator. Je m'appelle Kendra Titley et je serai l'animatrice de ce point de presse. I will now invite each agency in reverse alphabetical order to ask their questions. You may ask one question with a follow-up. Par ordre alphabétique inverse, j'invite maintenant chaque organisme à poser une question et une question de suivi. When asking your questions, please identify who your question is directed to, and if you're in council chambers, please use the microphone. Lorsque vous posez vos questions, veuillez indiquer à qui s'adresse votre question, et si vous êtes dans la salle du conseil, veuillez le faire au micro. We'll now start with, nous allons commencer par Marlo Glass at the Ottawa Sun.
Hi.
Hi.
My question is with an eye to 2025. We heard today that the one-time transfer for the affordable housing from the reserves is just for this year. But of course, you know that the housing crisis will likely not be solved in a year. So what's the plan going forward?
Our focus was on the 2024 budget. Work will begin on the 2025 budget tomorrow. And over the coming weeks and months, and we'll make decisions about our investments in affordable housing and all kinds of other areas as part of the 2025 budget process. A lot's going to happen between now and when we reach the finish line of that process. So we'll have lots of time to discuss and consider that. But I'm pleased to see that we're making a significant investment in affordable housing in 2024. And I'm continuing to work with our partners at the federal and provincial levels to get the funding we need from them, because ultimately it's the funding that we're going to receive from other levels of government that will really drive our ability to build more affordable housing. So we're counting on them to come through for Ottawa.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. We'll now go to Blair Crawford at the Ottawa Citizen.
Hi, this is to the mayor as well, and I'll let you revel in this year's budget for about 15 minutes. And I want to ask about next year's budget, because you made an allusion today that 2025 is going to be a tough budget. There was some criticism of holding the tax levy or the tax rate increase to 2.5% this year. So I'm just wondering if you're concerned about whether you're just merely deferring the problem until next year, as other municipalities like Calgary, for example, have had significantly higher tax increases this year.
I think what we have before us right now is a budget that's been approved by City Council that's very balanced, that invests very deeply in our priority areas. We are increasing our investment in a number of areas, including affordable housing, fixing our roads, some new recreation facilities for families, parks, sidewalks, so many areas, but we are doing it in a way that respects the affordability crisis that Ottawa residents are facing. I heard over and over again during the campaign, and when I go and knock on doors or I go to community events as mayor, I hear from people about the rising cost of living. They're paying more for food, they're paying more for rent or for their mortgage payments. They're paying more for everything. And so I think we have respected the affordability crisis by not significantly adding to the burden of Ottawa residents with a big tax increase or big fare or fee increases this year. And I've heard from a lot of residents that's what they expected. It's what I promised during the election campaign last year. And so I'm pleased that we're following through on that commitment to our residents to keep their costs as low as possible.
Okay, and I'll give you a chance to talk about the reserve funds again. You mentioned this earlier that you weren't, you didn't touch operational reserves for this year, but perhaps you'd just like to
Sure.
elaborate on that again.
Yeah, I think there's some confusion around this, and I think there's also perhaps a little bit of deliberate misinformation from people who were involved in last year's election campaign. I said all along that we would deliver a 2.5% tax increase or less in 2023 and 2024 without cutting programs and services and without depleting our reserves. And that's exactly what we've been able to do. Our operational reserves are actually higher now than when I became mayor. Some of our other reserves are lower, but that's because they're reserves that are saved up for explicit purposes, and then the money is deployed to spend on those purposes. So the comparison I would use is in a household budget, you might save up for a couple of years and then spend money on a renovation of your home, or you might save up for a couple of years in your RESP for your kids and then spend that money when they go to university on their tuition. And when you do that, you're simply deploying the money that you've been setting aside for a specific purpose. You're not using that money to pay your everyday bills. And we are not using any of our reserves to cover operating costs. We are using our reserves for the purpose that that we saved the money for. And we're not touching operational reserves. In fact, they're higher than they were when I became mayor.
And is that true for transit as well, or is that one where you are?
So I think it depends on what support we get from other levels of government. I think we are using a little bit of money from transit reserves, but our total amount of operational reserves is significantly higher now than it was 2 years ago.
Thank you.
Is that accurate, Cyril? Yeah, okay.
Thank you. On va maintenant à Julien Paquette à la droite.
Bonjour, Julien.
Bonjour. Je ne sais pas qui est la personne la mieux placée pour répondre à la question, mais je voulais avoir un peu plus des précisions par rapport aux 30 millions sur le logement abordable, puis l'impact que ça pourrait avoir sur le plan financier à long terme. Est-ce que la base du financement change pour l'année prochaine avec cet investissement d'1 an? You want me to say it in English?
I don't know, Clara, maybe you can respond to this or I don't know, but just in terms of the impact that this will have, like what we could potentially do with that money, like not so much the financial impact, I would think, but maybe what we're able to do with that kind of funding for capital projects. Your mic's not on, Clara. Your mic isn't on.
No, I'm trying to clarify what raising the affordable housing funding for this year to 30 millions. If what's the new base funding after that? It's not quite clear in the motion what it means for the long-term financial plan.
Ça ne change pas le plan pour le long terme parce que c'est le plan pour le long terme, c'est la même chose. Le plan pour 2024 était 23,8 millions de dollars et l'augmentation d'aujourd'hui, c'est 6,2 millions de dollars pour c'est one time pour 2024 pour dépenser des réserves pour des projets spécifiques en 2024, mais ce n'est pas un changement pour le chiffre les chiffres pour 2025 ou 2026.
OK.
Ou après ça.
Parfait. Et ma deuxième question, je sais pas, c'est pour le transport en commun, en fait. On semblait avoir une préférence assez claire sur la provenance d'un 3,8 millions. Que ce soit, on semblait préférer une hausse des tarifs versus une hausse de la taxe sur le transport en commun. Ma question, en fait, est-ce que ça en fait une volonté de parier sur nous-mêmes pour augmenter, qu'on va voir augmenter l'achalandage au courant de la prochaine année, donc peut-être avoir un peu plus que 3,8 millions en termes de revenus?
Prenez aussi en ligne.
Oui. Alors, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Oui.
Merci beaucoup, Julien, pour la question. Dans les faits, c'est que nous, le pari qu'on prend, c'est qu'on dit qu'en travaillant sur la fiabilité du service, on va être en mesure de livrer le service qu'on a promis à nos usagers. Et de par ce fait même, ceux qui sont déjà avec nous vont rester et d'autres vont arriver. Alors nous, on mise beaucoup sur les gens qui vont consommer notre service, qui vont être les payeurs de ce service-là. Et c'est là-dessus qu'on mise. Et le pari qu'on prend, puis je sais qu'on va le gagner, c'est vraiment de pouvoir augmenter notre fiabilité.
Merci.
Merci, Julien. Merci, René. We'll now go to Arthur White-Crummy at CBC Radio.
Thanks. This will be for the mayor and for Cyril. I was on the same wavelength as Blair because one comment that stuck out to me in your opening remarks was that 2025, I think you said, will be more challenging than this year. And I'm just wondering why we're expecting that. What are the factors, the fiscal factors, the challenges next year that we might be facing that are leading you to the conclusion that it might be even more challenging?
Well, I'll mention a couple maybe. I know that in the first instance, our collective bargaining agreements with many of our union partners do not expire in 2024. So we knew going into the 2024 budget, we had certainty around what the salary increases would be for the vast majority of our employees. Some of those will come up in 2025, so we'll have to negotiate, and that could be a cost pressure. There are other cost pressures that are rising. There are some things that we had locked in the past that may not be, the increases may not be as modest in future years. The transit budget obviously is a pressure as well. But we know that, and again, unless, I'm hopeful that we will get the kind of support from other levels of government that we need, and that will help alleviate some of the pressure for 2025. But if not, the decisions will be a little bit more difficult in 2025 than they were for 2023 or 2024. Cyril, I don't know if you want to add to that in terms of any of the pressures. Okay.
So that being said, the fact that we'll be in a more challenging fiscal environment, I'm just wondering if you can provide any kind of perspective on your preference for how to handle that, because you were certainly able to give residents, I think, a very clear sense of what to expect for the first 2 years of your term, that they could expect 2.5% and no more. Do you have even a rough ballpark for what you're aiming at? And how do you weigh the trade-offs between affordable taxes and service cuts if you're forced to make those decisions in the future?
So look, it's kind of fascinating and amusing to me that all the questions are about the 2025 budget when we just spent 6 hours talking about the 2024 budget. That's fine. But we have not worked on the 2025 budget. We've been working on the 2024 budget, just passed a couple of hours ago. We'll get to work on the 2025 budget tomorrow, but we're a long way off from making those kinds of decisions or even understanding the long list of cost pressures that we might have in 2025, and also the kinds of the forms of help that we might have from other levels of government. The one thing I'll say is that I've always committed to taking a balanced approach to these challenges. We did that last year. We've done it this year. So we have to keep tax increases low at a time when there's an affordability crisis. I think that's what residents expect of us. We have to continue to find savings and efficiencies at City Hall, as we have done so far, that have allowed us to reinvest in our priority areas. And we have to make the critical investments in core services that residents expect. So I think you will see in 2025 a budget that does what we did in 2023 and 2024, which is to take a balanced approach to all of those priorities.
Thank you. I'll now go to Elise Gura at CBC Ottawa.
I'm going to ask you guys all about the story you're working on tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not the story you're working on today.
I mean, the story we're working on for today is for tomorrow. So, we're always thinking ahead.
Okay, for next year then.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So my first question is related to transit. And I think my friend perhaps asked a very similar question in French. This is about kind of how you decide where to get the money from, because we had discussed a fare increase and a fare freeze. So with the fare increase, how much are you banking on ridership kind of continuing to go up? And in the past, when you had a fare increase, did ridership at all take a hit? Like, would it perhaps have not gone down as much if we had a fare freeze? Thank you.
So perhaps you can answer that. I'll just say at a high level, I think I'll remind everyone that City Council decided a couple of years ago that the way to assure that the transit budget was sustainable for the long run was to have 55% of the revenue coming from fares and 45% coming from taxes. And right now, 69% of the revenue is coming from taxes and 31% is coming from fares. And if we had decided to increase the tax levy today, that number would have gone up even higher. And I don't think that's fair to taxpayers. And I don't think it's the way to deliver a sustainable service in the long run. So we want to deliver a safe, reliable service for our OC Transpo customers. we consider very carefully before increasing prices. The average ticket price is going to go up by 10 cents a ride. I know that is an increase for some people. We are protecting the most vulnerable with the Equipass and with other measures. But I know as well that, for example, my family uses public transit and we'll be able to handle the extra 10 cents. And we don't mind paying a little bit more for public transit if we know that that's going to help make the service more reliable in the long run. And I don't expect that it will make a huge impact on ridership in 2024. But Pat, if you wanted to add to that, that's great. Okay.
In the past, though, was there any impact on ridership numbers when fares went up? Sorry, I'm interested.
There can be if fares ever go up dramatically more than the rate of inflation. But if all costs in the society are going up at about the same general sort of pace, then it's just one more thing. We've never seen that happen in Ottawa because the drivers of transit in Ottawa are really about travel time and service reliability. And when those are high, that's when ridership has the ability. Of course, the number one thing is the need to travel. And as more people go back to the office, more people will be traveling through all means.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'll just add to that point. Thank you, Pat, that OC Transpo did research, and that research showed that by far the number one driver of people using public transit was the reliability of the service, not price. So if we can deliver a reliable service to people, they will use it. If it gets them to where they're going, they will use it. If it gets them there faster because of congestion on the roads, they will use it. And they'll be willing to pay a reasonable price for that if it's the service they want. And this team at OC Transpo now has a plan to get to a much higher level of reliability. And if we're able to achieve that, then people won't be talking about price. They'll be talking about the usefulness of the service.
Thank you very much. And my second question, I will ask about the site alteration bylaw, the sexiest name of a bylaw. I think everybody wants to know what that's about. But I was mostly just wondering if you could kind of reiterate something that I believe Menard was getting at the very end of that discussion, which is, will people, when you do the consultations, have a chance to more broadly weigh in on the changes to the site alteration bylaw as they were originally proposed and they were decided on by ERAC?
So yes, when we go back out in the new year for consultation, certainly we will have the draft bylaw as recommended by council today. But as I indicated, we're open to all input on the draft bylaw, and I assume there will be reference to the previous bylaw as well. So we will consolidate all the inputs that we receive in a fulsome way and bring them back to committee and council for a final decision.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. This concludes today's media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse d'aujourd'hui. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you.